drive your game.
숨바꼭질 시작이구나. 숨었지? 시작한다. 원래 술래는 아주 빠르고 영리한 거야. 자, 잘게 찢어줄게. 놀래키는 일에는 자신 있어. 찾았다. 놀랐지? 네가 첫 번째로 당첨이야. 아하, 너네 거기 있었구나. 좀 많이 아플지도 몰라. 도망가면 안 돼. 끊고 죽여버릴지도 몰라. 지져볼까? 좀 더 해치울 수 있다니까. 아직 멀었어.
사람들에게 행복을 선물하고 싶어. 태어나서 연애해본 적 없으면 마법사가 된다고 하잖아. 마술사는 될 수 있더라고. 마술사 등장! 새 무대를 준비해볼까? 지금 필요한 건 웃음과 마술이야. 동정과 카드, 어느 쪽이 좋아? 비비디 바비디 붐! 말하는 대로 이루어져라! 나에게 필요한 건 실력보다 미소. 어우, 좀 이쁘라니까. 표정이 왜 그래? 여기야! 우리 비둘기가 자기가 당신보다 머리 좋을 것 같대. 어떤 카드가 좋아? 널 위해 준비했어. 토끼와 함께. 우리 비둘기가 살려달래. 폭력 반대! 웃어줘!
대부분의 문제는 폭발로 해결돼. 예술은 폭발이야. 터뜨릴 준비는 끝났어. 그냥 터뜨려버리면 안 되나? 기폭시켜줄까? 날려버리는 수가 있어. 발밑을 조심해야지. 이런 건 전자전 지원을 받아야 하는데. 퓨즈 관리는 철저하게. 조심해, 폭발하니까. 문제 해결 완료.
일레븐의 결혼식 브이로그. 지금 바로 시작할게. 드레스 어때? 오늘을 위해 특별히 준비했어. 신부 입장. 아직 브이로그 안 끝났다고. 빰빰빰. 받아줄까지. 와, 케이크가 커졌어. 예쁜 추억 많이 만들자. 저기 있어. 청첩장은 안 줬는데. 영원한 사랑을 맹세합니다. 11의 결혼식 브이로그 봐주셔서 감사합니다.
밝은 달 아래 맑은 바람 불어오는 버들잎은 말없이 그저 흔들리네. 세상에 바람 한 점 없는 곳이 있다고 하더니 이 섬이 바로 그곳인가? 바람을 타고 자유롭게 섭리의 바람 휘몰아쳐라. 기류를 타고 풍류운산. 바람이 길을 열고 구름이 흩어지니 흐르는 대로 흘러가는 대로 종잡을 수 없는 고민이 있는 모양이군. 도사란 무엇인가? 바람을 부리고 구름을 타고 날아 도를 주는 자. 너희들은 도를 믿지 않아도 좋아. 무엇을 믿을진 사람 나름이니까. 이 또한 섭리일지니. 상극과 상생. 도를 아십니까? 저도 사실 모릅니다.
안녕하세요. 반갑습니다. 게임캐스터 신일입니다. 신규 실험체를 집중 탐구해보는 시간, 이터널 리턴 실험체 백과사전이 유민으로 돌아왔습니다. 아르카나를 사용하는 실험체 유민은 스킬 적중 시 쿨다운 감소 효과를 가진 기민한 이동 스킬을 활용해 상대의 스킬을 피해내며 교전을 유리한 방향으로 이끄는 실험체입니다. 유민은 논타겟 스킬 적중으로 이 스킬 경운의 쿨다운을 감소시키고 경운을 활용하여 상대의 공격을 흘려가며 일방적인 피해를 입히는 것이 운용의 핵심이라고 볼 수 있겠는데요. 먼저 유민의 스킬 구성을 알아보겠습니다. 유민의 스킬 구성은 Q 스킬 선풍, W 스킬 풍인, E 스킬 경운, 궁극기 풍류 운산, 그리고 패시브 스킬 도력으로 구성되어 있습니다. 먼저 패시브 스킬 도력입니다. 바람지대 위에서 유민의 이동 속도가 증가합니다. 바람지대 위에서 선풍 또는 풍인을 사용하면 잠시 동안 피해를 흡수하는 보호막을 획득합니다. 유민의 패시브 스킬 도력입니다. 추후 설명드릴 이 스킬 경운으로 인해 발생하는 바람지대에서 교전 시 다양한 효과를 얻을 수 있는 유민의 패시브 스킬로 상대의 스킬을 흘려가며 교전을 진행하는 유민에게 안정성을 보완해줄 보호막을 추가로 부여해주는 중요 스킬입니다. 다음은 유민의 Q 스킬 선풍입니다. 유민이 3개의 바람을 날려 경로에 있는 적들에게 스킬 피해를 입힙니다. 각 바람에 적중한 두 번째 대상부터는 감소된 피해를 입히게 되는데요. 바람지대 위에서 이 스킬을 사용하면 더 큰 바람을 하나 날립니다. 바람은 사거리 끝까지 날아가거나 적에게 적중 시 회오리를 일으켜 해당 범위에 지속적으로 추가 피해를 입힙니다. 유민의 Q 스킬 선풍입니다. 관통형 스킬로 많은 적에게 적중이 가능하고 바람지대에서 활용 시 범위에 지속 피해를 입히는 회오리를 생성하여 큰 피해를 입히는 유민의 주력 스킬입니다. 뿐만 아니라 스킬 피해의 타수가 나뉘어져 있어 추후 설명드릴 경운의 쿨다운 감소에 큰 역할을 하기 때문에 유민 활용에 있어서 매우 중요한 스킬이라고 볼 수 있습니다. 다음은 유민의 W 스킬 풍인입니다. 유민이 바람을 일으켜 적에게 피해를 입히고 이동 속도를 감소시킵니다. 바람지대 위에서 이 스킬을 사용하면 세찬 바람을 일으켜 적에게 스킬 피해를 입히며 적을 뒤로 밀쳐냅니다. 유민의 W 스킬 풍인입니다. 부채꼴 범위의 스킬로 바람지대를 활용한 스킬 사용 시 적을 뒤로 밀쳐내는 효과를 지니고 있기 때문에 풍인을 잘 활용한다면 상대의 진입과 위협적인 스킬을 저지하는 데 큰 도움이 될 수 있을 것입니다. 다음은 유민의 2스킬 경운입니다. 경운의 지속 효과로 스킬 적중 시 쿨다운이 감소합니다. 유민이 지정한 방향으로 도약하며 5초 동안 유지되는 바람지대를 생성합니다. 도착 이후 근처적 3명에게 기류를 보내 스킬 피해를 입힙니다. 경우는 쿨다운 감소 스탯에 영향을 받지 않습니다. 유민의 이 스킬 경운입니다. 스킬 피해를 입히며 짧게 이동하는 스킬 경운은 이동 도착 지점에 바람지대를 형성하여 바람지대를 활용한 강화된 스킬을 재사용할 수 있게 해주는 스킬입니다. 유민의 기본 스킬들은 바람지대의 영향을 받아 추가 효과가 생성되며 바람지대를 통해 강화된 스킬은 별도의 쿨다운 없이 사용 가능하기 때문에 경운을 자주 활용하는 것이 유민의 교전에 있어서 가장 중요한 포인트라고 볼 수 있습니다. 따라서 유민을 플레이할 때는 경운을 자주 활용하기 위하여 스킬 적중을 통해 경운의 스킬 쿨다운을 지속적으로 감소시켜주는 것이 매우 중요합니다. 이어서 유민의 R스킬 궁극기 풍류운산입니다. 유민이 하늘에서 학을 소환하여 지정 범위에 스킬 피해를 입히고 이동 속도를 감소시킵니다. 학은 1초 뒤 다시 날아오르며 스킬 피해를 입히고 적을 공중에 띄웁니다. 유민의 R스킬 풍류운산입니다. 발동 시 부여하는 이동 속도 감소 효과를 통해 스킬 적중을 쉽게 만들어주며 추가 스킬 효과를 통해 상대에게 강한 CC 효과를 부여하는 스킬입니다. 1초 뒤에 이어지는 추가 피해와 추가 스킬 효과가 매우 강력하기 때문에 추가 스킬 공격을 맞추는 것이 매우 중요하며 이를 위해 아군과의 스킬 연계나 강화된 풍인 효과를 활용하는 것이 중요하겠습니다. 루미아 섬에 찾아온 도사 유민, 구름을 타며 적의 공격을 유려하게 흘려내 교전을 승리로 이끌어보세요. 이상 실험체 백과사전 77번째 실험체 유민 편이었습니다. 다음에 또 만나요. 안녕!
날 고통스럽게 해줘.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Eternal Return Master Season 5, Phase number 3. It's been 2 weeks for me, and it's been 4 weeks for the guy over on the left. Super, how are you doing today, man?
It's good to be back, Shui. It is good to be back. I'm very excited for the games today. It has been quite a while for me. And yeah, I mean, considering last week, what happened, MSJ going 8th, I think was the big one. So I'm kind of interested to see how they do today. They were obviously and they are obviously like the standout team in Korea. So yeah, just seeing them go all the way down in 8th place. Kind of curious to see if they've kind of lost their magic touch.
Well, we'll have to see for that today, right? You're absolutely right. It's big news that a lot of people really were not expecting during phase number 2, where Min and Sejong, they just really lost it for a single phase there. It doesn't happen often, but there was a case quite a long time ago, if I have to remember, sometime in pre-release, where Min and Sejong did falter for maybe a season or two. Everybody goes to that phase. It's not going to be a big deal. I think Mira and Sejong is going to be able to come back strong today as well. But that's all up to them, right? We're going to be starting out with though with that team today, from the start, if you guys were looking at the right before the timetable disappeared and we got the super sick intro, yes, we will be seeing Mira and Sejong today. Of course, they are a seeded team, so whether or not it was Group A or Group B, we still would have seen them, but we get the treat of watching them pretty early on once again. All of you early birds out there, if something funny happens once again, well, you guys are here for it.
Yeah, I mean, it does happen, right? It is a 4-game series, so it is pretty volatile, right? If you do have, 3 or 4 unlucky games, you might not be able to crawl your way back out, and I think that's exactly what happened to Mira Sejong. So hopefully, they went to the drawing board. They maybe fixed up some of their team comps. Maybe they had some issues, during the games. Hopefully they fixed that. But yeah, we are here like an hour earlier, like you said, because of daylight savings time. We are starting at 5 a.m. if you guys are in the US, because we still do daylight savings over here.
Yeah, exactly. An hour start, but that also means an hour earlier technically for us to end. So all of you guys over on the eastern side of the world, well, you guys are okay. All of you guys on the western side of the world, good morning, an even earlier one. But super, let's start going over some of the nitty-gritty before we do anything crazy today, right? Just the classic start of any single Eternal Return Master phases. Just gonna go over the overview real quick. Schedule-wise, everything's gonna be the same. We have the group stages today, the wildcards tomorrow, and the finals on Sunday, all at the same time, once again. So for those of you guys on the western side of the world, make sure you guys keep track of the daylight saving time. Prize pool right in the center. Champion for whoever wins the finals, 1 million Korean won. First place, second place, all the point beautiful Korean won prize pool going for that specific point category. And the circuit points. This one is going to matter a lot more,
Yeah.
super, and something we're going to be talking about a lot this weekend.
Yeah, this is the last week for these teams to get these circuit points, and if you guys don't know how it does work for the standings at the very end for or after this weekend, it will be the top 4 will go straight to the finals for day 2. The next 8 in line will go into actually, is it the next 8 or is it the next 6?
It should be the first. Okay, so it's the first 4
The
goes
first
into
4.
Yep, goes
Yeah,
into
and
day
then 4
2.
And then 5 to I think 10, which is the next 6 in line, go straight to day 1, and
Yep.
then the bottom 2, so from 11th and 12th place, they will get us take it straight into the wild cards.
Yeah, I think it might be is it? No, I don't think it
Or,
is.
or not the wild cards, but the last chance qualifiers.
There
yeah.
you go. That's the word I was looking for. I was like, wild cards? No, we're doing that tomorrow. But you're
Yeah,
absolutely correct. A little bit of leniencies here and there for some teams, of course, because they've already gotten circuit points throughout the course of the season. But just because of
show right
that,
here.
you do not want to play a little bit too lenient, because after today, it does seal the deal. Format-wise, group stage, that's what we are looking at. It's at the very top here today. We got 2 different groups, and we're going to look at 4 teams that are going to go straight into the finals. We're going to look at 8 teams. Well, I should say, yeah, 8 teams that are going to go into the wild cards for tomorrow. 4 teams that are going to go into the finals for Sunday. 2 teams, of course, that's going to be eliminated after today as well for each of the respective groups. You cannot let up any of the pressure, super, at none at all.
Yeah, and you want to get into that wild cards to guarantee some circuit points, because you want to get those circuit points so you can make it into the season finals. You have to see, how these teams shape up, especially because the lobbies are actually a lot different. I would say for week number 3, we have a lot of new up and coming teams, and our seeded teams did get shuffled around, for these last couple weeks.
Yeah, and if anything, I think it's going to be a very, very close season final circuit point standing, because the team that won first place in phase number 1, Mira and Sejong, they didn't get a single one, right? So
Exactly. They went 8 in week 2, so they're sitting only on the first place circuit points from that first week. But yeah, them losing out on that circuit points in week number 2, there is a chance, they don't even qualify straight to day number 2, and they're forced to play in day number 1 for that grand finals.
Indeed. Let's take a look at the teams that are going to be playing for at least Group A. We were looking at it earlier again if you guys were watching right before we started, but here it is, the full list. BNK Furex, Sparkle Esports, Cartel, Mira and Sejong as our 4th-seeded teams. Non-responsible coming back again. They couldn't make it into the Phase 2 group stages, but here we are. We're going to be seeing that beautiful Adriana, Estelle, and Debbie and Marlene composition if they want to bring it out for the patch of 1.33, by the way, guys. We're playing on the previous patch like usual for ERM. Sobaru, a newcomer composition, although we do
Yeah.
recognize some of the players, Chanyoung and Spitz. We haven't seen those two in a while, so we'll see how they play out here today. Tangle Dobby, a team that we've seen before, and DHC and J to round out our Group A teams for the qualifier teams.
Yeah, I think Tangle Dobby is definitely a team, to look out for. Briori. Really, really good player. Obviously, we do have our seeded teams, BNK Fearx winning phase number 2, and I think they just won the last National League. I might have to double check on that, but they are definitely going to be our strongest team, I think. And our favorite team to probably win phase number 3.
Indeed, it's going to be a pretty fun series here today, Super. But before we start going into our games, I want to talk about the circuit point rankings really quickly. Now, disregard the bottom stuff. Disregard that bottom stuff because we kind of ripped this off of the other one. We're looking at the phase 3 stuff now, so don't worry about all of that. But this is basically the circuit point standing going into today, right? As Super mentioned, top 4 go straight into day number 2 for the season finals. From 5th to 10th, you go straight over into day number 1. And then for the 11th and 12th place teams, they are going to get a ticket straight into the finals for the last chance qualifier, by the way, for which the signups have already started. So
Yeah, and I don't know if you guys know, but the last chance qualifiers signups, the cutoff is always really, really high because everyone wants, to try to get that ticket straight into the finals. So, getting that just ticket straight into there is a lot better than trying to maybe play for that MMR cutoff.
Indeed, it is a brutal one over there. We always talk about how difficult group stages are. We always talk about how difficult it is for some of these teams to get through qualifiers. And we also mentioned towards the end of the season how brutal it is to get through the LCQ qualifiers too. It is a last chance qualifier for good reason in KR. Today could very well be the last time we see some of these teams in ERM for the rest of the season, maybe even until Season 6 as well. So do keep an eye out on which teams are going to be able to make it through today, or even this weekend, I should say. It is going to be a very, very tough competition for a lot of these teams.
Yeah, if you look at the standings, it's really close, for a lot of these teams, right? You see, Asher with, I think they had about 800 points. They have a pretty good lead, and they did end up making it for Phase 3. BNK Fearx with about 630. Auto Arms with 630 as well. Mira Sejong, like we said, they only got that 500 points. So, their spot could be taken by maybe Sparkle Esports or Team Cartel, but they're only 100 points behind.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Going to be very close. Again, it all hinges on pretty much the performances of these teams after today and this weekend. So, yeah, I mean, for teams that aren't going to make it through today, because again, 2 teams from each of the groups are going to drop, right? We have to look at their circuit points, see if they're even going to make it into even the LCQ finals. If they don't, then we'll see if they're going to make the MMR cutoff and even make it to the LCQ finals, because goodness gracious, that is going to be a rough one. It's a tough world over there in the Korean scene, but it is what it is. A lot more teams have much more access into the group stages, as we see for the season, by the way, right? So many new teams making a showing, making it very difficult for a lot of our older teams to solidify their position in the group stages. Again, I just want to mention this, Super, before we start. Seongnam Rocks did not make it through the group stages. Once again, we are not going to be seeing Bob Malso. We're not going to be seeing DDO. Those are players that we're just not going to be able to see this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of teams from the National League, that just hasn't been able to find their footing for ERM, like Sangnam Rocks, and I think
Always
it was Always Incheon. There's Magnati's team as well, right?
That is very true.
We haven't really seen them either come out for the ERM, so yeah, you kind of have to wonder. Or you kind of are able to tell, how fierce the competition is over on KR. But we are going to jump straight into our predictions here. BNK Fearx is going to be our favorite for the seeded teams for 45% of the votes, and on the other side, we do have DHC and J with 42%.
Yeah, but can we take a look at 26% for Vita and Sejong? They're going to have to work hard to bring back the trust over onto their comp. But again, this is something that Vita and Sejong has gone through in the past, where they just had a little bit of a slump. But I think Vita and Sejong is, as we always say, a team that can pick themselves right back up. It could be a little bit of an oopsie moment during phase number 2. Their composition was also something that we typically didn't see them run consistently in the past, so maybe it was just a little bit of, okay, we gave this composition a try, it just didn't work out, so let's just go back to something that we're a little bit more comfortable with. 26% still is very, very surprising for a team of a caliber of Miden Sejong, but I think BNK FearX has definitely worked up their way to 45%. I saw the Discord servers going crazy after the last phase.
Yeah, they've definitely proved themselves time and time again. Winning phase number 2, they always are able to, get that one ERM phase win, and then, their popularity just goes up even more. And I think in the most recent ERM, they've shown pretty good performances, so it's no surprise that they have most of the votes in Group A. But I am kind of curious, to see, the meta that is going to be shown for this group stage, because, we did have a lot of different standout picks. I think Marcus was the standout of the last patch for 1.33. So I wonder if a lot more teams will maybe swap to the Marcus. We did have the new AR coming out on this patch as well. So I'm gonna have to see how these teams kind of adjust, and if we'll see any bans coming out.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at what the character selection looks like. The first game's weather is going to be cloudy with a little bit of wind. That actually makes sense for once in our lives. That's pretty cool. And as you said, the Marcus already coming out. We have Bum and Jengi. It's going to be sitting on that character for the first game already. We're seeing a Shukai come out as well, and a double triple Adriana. Kiara? What the heck is going on? What is this?
Yara, Abigail, and Laura. That is quite the comp. I haven't really seen, a triple, dive melee comp coming out from Mira Sejong. It's really surprising because, we know Mira Sejong for their front to back, so for them to play a triple dive all-in comp, I really want to see, how it does end up working out for them. We do have an Adriana ban, though. There are 3 Adrianas. I think that's our only ban for this game going into game number 2, so I'm gonna have to see, how those teams, kind of adjust, because we know Lily on that Adriana with this team comp. I wonder what they're gonna swap to.
Yeah, and if anything, I'm very much worried for Kaluka, because Kaluka is going to be that one player I think a lot of us are going to be looking at extensively in Group A, since they are that new team on the block, right? It's going to be very difficult for them to mess around with multiple different team compositions, because in the past, whenever these new teams coming into ERM has to swap off of their main composition, especially on the character that you really don't expect to get banned like Adriana, they tend to struggle a lot. It's tough finding new compositions that you need to play just on the spots, right? It's not something you're going to be able to do very easily. I'll definitely be keeping an eye out on Team Sobaru after game number 1 to see what they're able to do. But aside from that, what a very rare lobby. Riori, Lily, and Kaluka all in one just for that Adriana ban. This is going to be a fun series and a half, ladies and gentlemen. But here we go. Game number 1 is loaded up. We got the funny business composition for Miden Sejong, and the observers know it. We are seeing that Kiara right in front of us.
Yeah, I'm sure the players do have, another character in mind that they can maybe swap to, because, when you are playing competitive, you always have to be worried about these bans just in case, it does end up coming out. But yeah, I think you are correct. I think the observers know. I think this is probably like the first time we've ever seen a Kiara in competitive on the Korean side.
It's been a while. It's definitely been a while. I'll be real with you. If anything, I think the first time, or maybe even the last time we really saw it being a pick that came out from one of our bona fide seeded teams was probably right after her bonus changes that came through in Season 1. Right, post-release, where she was able to get a lot of quality of life changes. She was extremely difficult to deal with back then because of all the resets that people were scared about. But now she's toned down a little bit, which is why I'm surprised we are going to be seeing that character here today. But either way, BNK FearX is going to get knocked down first. It's going to be Sobaru to get the first kill of the game. E8's in a little bit of a pickle, but this is an IRM. We'll see if we're going to be able to get away, because the Lennox is quite rough to get away with an IRM this early on. E8's dodging a lot, grabbing the shields, but I don't think it's going to matter. There is a limit to how far a cat can run.
Yeah, great CC from this Lance, able to lock down E8's. Going to be able to cancel a lot of their mobility skills, and yeah, will be Sobaru going to be able to pick up 2 kills from himself, and Rosner going to spawn back into hospital and going to be found out as well. So BNK FearX, rough stuff for them, but it is still day 1, so these respawn timers are really short. Bomb looking to try to trade onto the Dema here. Dema is going to be able to do a lot of damage. It is really hard to fight Dema in the 1v1 as Dema does have a lot of HP damage, especially if you are playing these bruisers here. MSJ does end up finding it. The ultimate does end up coming out, going to be able to hit too. But yeah, it is going to be the Dema does end up falling, and it will be Mirror Session actually going to be able to take both of the kills there. I think the Dema and Marlene wanted to get the Marcus, but one circle did end up getting caught by the ultimate as well, and they will be able to pick up both.
Fight lasted so long, it almost makes me wonder if Bum is even running any healing reduction on his build. The Vampiric Bloodline coming through from the Debbie and Marlene, definitely keeping her alive for a very long time, which buys enough time for Mita and Sejong to come around and just say, yep, thank you very much. Cartel also picks up one in Hotel. We're going to go into night number 1. A lot of action and a lot of picks going on. Denana left by his lonesome. He's not even going to bother. Nope, he will proc the Plague. Doesn't really hit anything and then goes down. It's going to be a pick on the hands of that team on the northern side of the map, whereas over on the southern side of what we were just watching, a beautiful parry coming through from NXA. He's trying to get a lot of damage done, but it's a 1v2. Unless the Debbie and Marlene, there's the paint coverage. Oh no! The Q misses and NXA is going to take the fall most likely, unless something weird happens. It's taking a while, but down he goes. Very close 1v2, but it's just not going to work out for NXA.
Yeah, that's Q just barely missing out there. Lead Allen just able to walk away. Ooh, a very nice White Lily proc from the side of Mirror Sejong, but Stella just going to use her Helitalk stack to get on out of there, and both teams will back away here, as I think the Dogs went over onto Non-Responsible there. As Team Cartel, they do end up finding a member from Sobru, so Sobru, fortunately, not able to find their footing in this game either, as they are kind of dying here. As Team Cartel will be able to pick up that kill, and a lot of early game kills this game, as I think we have about 10 kills respectively between the teams.
For sure, this might be this might signify what we're going to be seeing pretty much for Group A, right? We always tend to see a pattern with some of these teams. As long as game 1's day 1, night 1 goes like this, we might be able to find ourselves a very fun series for at least that specific group. I'm loving the start that we are seeing from some of these teams. We'll see how day 2 goes, because now we're looking for the first set of objectives. Team Non-Responsible looking to fight up against Team Tangle Dobby. The Adrianas fighting up against each other. Riori taking the one up on that fight for now, but Lily trying to get the damage out. He's trying to go in. NXA doing the exact same thing, but a beautiful blink out from Sir Dobby makes it a little bit difficult for NXA to get any damage locked up, but it's thin corridors everywhere. The blink in coming through from Lily to get the kill onto Sir Dobby. Riori should be able to find another one, but there's the third party coming in. Fauna gets the slam down on towards that Adriana. Will lock down the Meteorite. 1-for-1 trade for both of the teams that were initially fighting, but in the end, it's Team Sparkle Esports getting the win with the objective, but it's still going on as more kills coming through for Sparkle Esports. They pick up 2 in Hospital.
I think that's huge, because I think they were able to get that tree as well. Fauna just walking down by himself, going to be able to snipe one of the kills and get the Meteorite. So Sparkle Esports going to be sitting in a really good spot for them. Not sure who got the tree on the other side in Hotel. I think it might have been Mirai Sejong, as I think most teams are going to try looking for the buyback here. Fear X, they do end up finding Riori here. Riori going to be able to buffer the E, but just going to get caught by the Suwa, as Razor is going to be able to pick that one up. So nice kill going over to BNK Fear X. It's on the other side. Adriana caught by themselves here, but the Dina is here to maybe respond. It gets some good CC. Force Field is proc already from Zhang Yi there. As yeah, they will just walk away with that win zone. Here comes the Soul Stealer, but the Soul Stealer in response, good dodges from Peng, and actually going to be able to dodge out on the Toll as well, as they're actually going to turn it. Good double knockup from the Marcus. Is that going to do anything here? Looks like both teams will just disengage.
Yeah, that slipstream making it a bit difficult for even a Soul Stealer up team to chase on through, right? This is one of the benefits of the Priya as well. Those flowers give you a lot of movement speed in the earlier stages of the game. And if anything, I think the Lennox overreached a bit. Marcus at least has some mobility to play around. Lennox, all she can do is right-click for a lot of her mobility. She pushed a little bit too far forward. Missing that whiplash means that she's stuck in the middle of nowhere. Good responses from both of our teams, though, on the south side of the map, as now we've kind of gone into that little lull phase. It's a bit quiet now in Lumia Island as soon as all the objectives have been contested, but as soon as that battle zone phase hits, it's gonna be a bit different.
Injury is split for them, so
Oh,
it looks
no.
like Glove is just gonna be stuck in this battle zone. Just gonna grab some potatoes. It looks like, as yeah, he will end up
He's
falling
investing.
here. Gonna be able to give Fearex actually a free mithril. So yeah, looks like he will end up falling here. They actually will be able to steal some of the food as well. So pretty good for Fearex. Gonna be able to get some of that Shukai food. The Shukai not really able to do anything there, so they're just gonna try to get some extra potatoes. Actually, kind of surprised, that we do have the Shukai pick, because we haven't really seen, Shukai as a tank being played as much anymore. And on this patch as well, I think Mai, I don't think Mai really got touched from, or didn't really get touched too much, from the last patch. So I'm surprised we don't really have any Mai's in this lobby, considering the last ERM, where there were, I think, 6 Mai's in the finals.
Yeah, not a single one, my friend. This is going to be a funny day, isn't it? Spexu, on the other hand, trying to chase Team Tangle Dobby down. Not going to happen. Fauna losing out on Nina. Will get caught out. There's no Soul Stealer in the world, or Soul Link in the world, for that matter. That's going to save you there, Fauna. Down he goes. Chloe is dead. A pick once again. Team Sobaru definitely making use of this Adriana pick, as the slows definitely making it tough for that Chloe to run.
Yeah, great double Blue Viper as well from that lance, able to have that connect onto the Chloe. So Chloe just gonna fall there. Still a day 2 death, so they will be able to get that res back up here, as looks like BNK Fearex gonna be able to get another mithril, as the alpha was just up the whole time. And yeah, they're gonna be looking in a pretty good spot here. There's a spell shield onto Bomb. Bomb's just gonna send it in, but the Soul Stealer going to be able to get that team away, but no. EA's going to be able to find that knockup. He's going to get played back, though, and here comes a third party. Subaru going to be able to get away here. 2 members are going to walk down to the bottom of Hospital. As BNK Fearex, they do lose Bomb, and they are going to be forced to retreat here.
So many good reactions coming from a lot of our teams, though. A lot of these third parties not really resulting in catastrophic results once again, something we saw in phase number 2. Another fight on the western side of the map as NXA. Oh, that's brutal. Newland gonna get cancelled out on the helitack step, but I do believe that was a day 2 death. He's still gonna be able to come back up, but NXA getting caught out by the Rozzy Rage. He's gonna get taken down. That's our first minus 250 of the game.
Yeah.
Oh, this is tough. Denana also kind of split away from one circle. He's looking for a flank. He's got it. No, he does not. The Blink's also going to miss, and the Twilight Heist also doesn't pull anyone back. Now, one circle's in the thick of everything. He's got to send it. There's the play coming out.
Yeah,
oh, now you got to turn.
That's not good. I think we did the play a little too early there, and it's going to completely whiff. Well, great crossbow skill. Going to be able to time Denana out of that stasis, and yeah, I mean, a great reaction coming out from Tangle Dobby. One circle, thought he had the angle there. Also, is he on a Guardian suit? He's playing a tank Laura build. Very interesting to see that come out. I think it's probably, I think he's taking it in because, it needs to be a little tanky for this Bruiser comp. I think he's their engage. But yeah, great reaction from Tangle Dobby. One circle, found the angle in, blink forward, and then tried to ult, but a great double blink from the back line just to get away from that Laura pull. And I think that kind of sealed the deal, as, one circle was a little too far in there, took too much damage. And then Denana kind of just sent it in, walked up with their ultimate, but the play can't continue when there's no one in your ult, so just completely, whiffed, and, they're able to punish.
I think there might be a certain somebody that has to do 100 push-ups live very, very soon at the rate that this is going. But of course, could be a little bit of an oopsie. Again, it's only game number 1, right? Nothing too indicative of what's going to be happening throughout the course of the game, unless your name is Kenya. You're dead right now. Minus 250 going into the hands of Team Sobaru. Doesn't seem to be any of their luck, I should say, post-day number 2. They're still going to be alive, but minus 250 is not going to feel good, especially when your Adriana is sitting and hovering right around that chaser line. 250 credits down. You have to send it on the Adina. We'll see if they can get that Lennox back up anytime soon. But Team Cartel now looking for an angle up against Team Non-Responsible. A lot of damage over on the Lily already. There's the Echoes of the Earth coming out. It does affect double front line, and Nulu sitting in the front line. He's going to get taken down. The damage is just not there for the members of Team Non-Responsible. The blink coming out for Lily, but that's it. And CMB most likely can chase that down as the Rozzy. The damage coming from NXA. The healing is way too much. Parry's not going to save you, my friend. There's the flower landing on. Lily was just able to get away or not, and CMB still looking for something. Pushed into a corner is going to be Lily, and look at their credit count. It is in the dirt.
Yeah, it is a disaster for non-responsible. Yeah, very well played from the side of Team Cartel. They're able to find and just play that front to back so well. Able to burst down to Estelle. Estelle had the shield up and still got bursted down through that damage reduction. As Razi is quite the tank killer if they are able to get that ultimate off. It does do percent HP damage. The res is going to come out from non-responsible. DHC and J, do they want a piece? It looks like no, as non-responsible is just going to be able to back away. But yeah, like you said, the credit counts is really low. They're going to have to dig up at about 50 more credits before they're going to be able to get that buy. And yeah, I mean, they're going to be minus 500, so it's not looking too good for them.
On the flip side, minus 500 for Team Sobaru. I just saw, I believe, the Lennox and the Adina both getting picked up, so I guess sometime within all of that nonsense, we saw the Adina falling down as well. Adriana only sitting on a few extra seconds of timer on top of it. It's going to be a tough one for Team Sobaru, but they did get the chaser. I did see that coming through. So you say Adriana's going to be relatively happy about where at least she is in comparison to the rest of the lobby. Team Non-Responsible still picking up scraps again, as you mentioned, about 50 credits away for getting the res onto that Estelle. See if that's going to be a bit of an issue, right? The lobby's already accelerated fast enough with all the kills going on around in the lobby. And they're caught out.
Yeah, and it's going to be another minus 250. And NXA, are they going to be able to get away there? There is a Soul Stealer, but wait a second. Team Cartel is going to be in the area. Maybe they're going to be able to look for third party. AK Ferex also on the top side as well, but yeah, they're just going to be able to get the body there. So a lot of teams on the top side of the map, and on the bottom side, I don't know if you saw, but Mirror Sejong, they were able to get a free Omega and a box, so they're going to be back into this game. Will be NXA getting caught, so non-responsible, unfortunately, will be our first team going out in 8th place. Not going to be able to find their footing for game number 1, but there's still 3 games for them to look for something.
Indeed, another fight on the south side though. One circle is in the thick of things. It's going to be a beautiful blink coming through from Sardavi. Oh my god, it is tough. Rior is just going to jump the wall and you can't do anything now. Is a double front line. Why is he going in? Danana, you can't use the plague like that. That's not how you play, Kiara. Down goes Danana. One circle and Romantic now picking up scraps as their composition just not working out for game 1. What was that?
I think he maybe thought he got the execute or wasn't the execute threshold, but it's not enough damage, you know. You just don't do enough there. And if you do take that R forward, your team can't really follow up. You jumped right over into the wall into the hands of Team Tangle Dobby and paid the price for it. Tangle Dobby though, they're playing the front to back so well. They're able to, dodge out on, the engage from the Lord. The Lord is trying to find an engage, but then the blinks coming out in response from like the Dean and the Adriana is just really well played by them.
If they're gonna go now, I think they have to send it right now, right? Sardabi doesn't have blink, but you can see how well he's playing. Danana is still taking poke damage. I don't know how long they can stick around here.
Already.
Uh-oh, Riori still trying to pump out the damage. The poke is still going on. It's triple melee, but here we go. Finally, maybe they found an angle. Riori getting jumped on. He's going to blink on out of there. The damage onto one circle is still a little bit too much. The play comes out again, and the chain misses. This is so bad. Can Romantic somehow salvage this situation? He's trying to get it, but the ultimate misses too. Down goes the Shukai. The shield saves him just barely. Danana trying to pick up scraps, and the snipe comes in from the bullseye. Oh my goodness, we're already starting out with a banger in game number 1. Danana now, he has to run. He does land the chain, but he's stuck in the corner like a rat. He goes to stasis, but it's not going to keep you alive any longer.
Dobby playing out of his mind. Oh my god, he's able to just kite so well here, but unfortunately, the third party, a tail as old as time. The Exchange able to pick that one up. But Tangle Dobby, they will lose 250 credits, but their credit count is looking pretty good here. If they are able to get their buy-ins, they still will be looking pretty strong here. But yeah, Team Tamil Dobby, they are outplaying Mirai Sejong to a T here. Able to just play this front to back so well. Able to dodge out on a lot of the engage and just able to disengage from, the send from the Laura and the Kiara. The Kiara just dropping their ultimate, just using it instantly, trying to do that burst damage, but not. A lot of the times, that's the Kiara went in. They're not in the execute range, so if they're just able to live and just turn onto the Kiara is just not able to, take that damage.
One of the biggest strengths for Team Beta and Sejong in the past, and even now, has always been the fact that they are so well coordinated. these fights are not. These fights are anything but coordinated. It feels like I'm watching a ranked game right now where no one's communicating with each other. Everything just feels so disjointed. I can't tell if it's just the team comp making it so it's really difficult to play off of one another, or if it's just that they're just not having it in this game. I cannot tell, but if they decide to run something like this again, hopefully it's going to be a bit better in the upcoming games. I will say though, the curse is real. I know you missed phase number 2, but
Yeah,
right?
there's 7 and only 4 kills, and if you look at the rest of the lobby, everyone already has more than 4 kills. So yeah, they will be, you know, kind of down there. But you know, if any team can bring it back, it's definitely gonna be Team Mirror Sejong.
Yeah, let me let you in on a little bit of lore during phase number 2. Mirai always cursed the teams he cheered for, and he's cheering for Mira and Sejong. I don't know if I don't really believe in curses too much, but I think that's a real one over there, Super. We'll keep a track on how that decides to go for the rest of the series. For now, a couple teams just hanging out in school, looking for a bit of positioning, but Team Cartel kind of stuck in a bit of a sandwich situation, trying to brute force a way on out. Juking a lot of skills is going to be Jay, but there's a lot of skill shots on the hand of Team BNK Furex.
Yeah, it looks like Team Tangled Lobby, they know there's probably a couple teams nearby. They don't want a full send here. Cartel gonna take a lot of poke damage. There's the ultimate, or there's a cocktail party from the Adriana, and NCMB is already at 1 HP. Another one. Is that gonna be able to kill him? I think he is. He's gonna be forced to blink away. I think they get out though. Oh no, he dies to the fire and the dehabilitation. And wow, very well played from this Adriana. He's able to hit every cocktail party with the W as well. Just gonna be able to completely solo the Rozzy, as Rozzy has no chance.
That's Riori for you though, right? One of our tale as old as time Adrianas. I saw White Lily in. Is that going to result in anything? I don't know, but there's a lot of blinking swords on the bottom side of our screen. Down goes Jay. Yup. Dude. What is this
Very
game?
well played from Riori, and you know, showing the strength of this Adriana character, just having so much poke in the back, having that defense shred as well. And yeah, if any teams do end up walking up, you know, you will have to eat that Q damage. So yeah, we will have to see if they will be able to maybe close out the game here. They are playing really well. Team DHC and J gonna take some poke damage from BNK Furex. BNK Furex gonna posture up into Beach here. We do have 5 teams left, or the final zones coming up. We have to see, you know, the distribution between these two zones, and it's gonna be. It looks like it's gonna be a 4-team Beach final zone. Oh god.
It's an open zone, alright, but I don't think an open zone's really going to allow all of these teams to stay alive. Nice drink up to block damage on that brittle auto attack. We'll see if Bum gets out. The spell shield is pretty good in locking him a little bit of avenue out. Everybody just keeping their corners now. We'll have to see if the final temporary zone is going to provide enough space for some of these teams to work around. BNK Furex slowly moving up. They should see the numbers.
They don't know.
Yeah, no, they didn't put a camera down. They don't know about a team on the top side. Pegasus eating a little bit of damage.
They shouldn't know. They shouldn't know how many teams are here because the cams are disabled as well.
Yep.
So it looks like they're just going to try sending it here. Will Team Tangled Dobby respond? Do they see anything? I don't think they know either. There's a recon drone. I think BNK Furex does end up seeing Team Tangled Dobby just barely here, as both looks like BNK Furex is going to contest his own. BNK Furex actually doesn't have full timer, so they're actually going to be the ones that's going to be forced to send here. As the HCNG is going to wrap around and going to be forced to full send on the back, and another team, Subaru, going to be able to join the mix here, as BNK Furex going to lose a member, and DHCNJ, and BNK Furex going to be able to try to turn onto the Adina, but the Adina is going to be able to live. And Bob is going to be able to actually trade 1 kill back onto it, but that's going to be it for Team BNK Furex. Unfortunately, when you do end up in these 4-team final zones, if you do take zone control first, that is one of the downsides where he will send. But wait a second, Bomb is going to be able to kill another, and he's going to have enough sustain from this Marcus. The first one doesn't end up coming back in, but I think he's going to be out of timer here. He is lower timer than the Lennox, but he's going to be able to kill in time. It looks like no, and he will end up exploding, but going to be able to maybe secure an extra placement for them, as DHCJ did end up falling first. And going to be able to get them 2 kills.
This game just provides more and more and more. This is game 1, Super. I don't know how we're going to make up the performance and the nonsense we were seeing in this game. Tangled Dobby will win out on the battle zone inside of Beach, whatever the hell that was. Good God, 10 kills for
Yeah.
themselves, now looking for 13 plus. But Sparkle Esports, they're doing what we saw them do in phase number 1, just playing quietly, finding their own battle zone, and their own temporary zone, I'm sorry. Now they're
Yeah,
going to walk into
and
final zone and get prio.
yeah, once this team gets zone prio, they are playing that triple backline
Oh,
with
yeah.
that Celine and Emma. Like, playing into this type of team comp is going to be such an impossible task for Tangled Dobby. But Tangled Dobby, they do have the Adriana, and Adriana is a character that's going to be able to split, these backline teams with their really long range burst damage if they are going to be able to get, those cocktail parties with those W's, and be able to maybe burst them down here. Are we gonna get hit by that blast wave? But yeah, looks like they're just gonna walk up from the top side. I do like that play that they ended up walking around to maybe try to offset, the zone control that Team Sparkle Esports has. As when you swing wide here, yeah, Team Sparkle Esports has so much ground to cover. They're not going to be able to cover everything.
Yep, but there is also really good responses from Team Sparkle Esports as well, right? You're keeping track of everybody, just making sure you're tracking every single move from Team Tangled Dobby. A bit of an initiation attempt from Fauna, gonna fail a little bit. But look at the damage coming in. Beautiful totem, and that's gonna punish so much on the side of Team Tangled Dobby. There's a jumping from Fauna,
great
but he
jump
misses
back.
everything. He misses everything. Soul Stealer, Soul Link is activated too. Tangled Dobby, they're
Oh
still
my-
alive. Exposure shot is good. Scarlet's still alive, but he's gonna get taken down. Songhara, he takes down the Adriana. Glove, he's gotta somehow try to stay alive. He's gotta bait out the blast wave. He's gotta bait it out, but no, it's not gonna go through just yet. Songhara, just a little bit more damage. He should have it. 15 seconds left for Glove. He can't spend any time rezzing anymore. He's trying to timer scam as much as possible, but a Shukai can only walk around for so long. Sparkle Esports recovers from what could have been a catastrophic team fight and wins first place to secure them 11 points, 11 kills, I should say. In just a moment, yes?
Yeah, there's no way Shukai's going to be able to win the 1v1 into this Celine. And yeah, very well played from Sparkle Esports, but also, I mean, Tangled Dobby, they played it really well as well. Fauna going in, but a great blink away from Riori, and great kite back from that team, but just not enough, I think. As I think the item difference from the side of Team Sparkle Esports was just too great. I think I saw Sanghrang on 2 bloods. I'm guessing Fauna and Scarlet also had some extra bloods there as well, and yeah, their damage is just way too high on that team comp.
Oh my god, man. What the hell was that game? What the hell was the last 5 minutes? What the hell was the entire 20 minutes of game number 1 Super? That was quite a show, if I'm gonna be real with you. I had a ton of fun watching it, and for what it is, the team that really didn't deal with all the nonsense jargon, Team Sparkle Esports, is the one to walk away from it, ironically enough. But this is just the way that they play. I mentioned it before we went into Final Zone. This is what they did during phase number 1. Just secure their own temporary zone quietly while all the other teams have to go through the hectic fight that we saw in game number 1. They just go to Final Zone and say, hey, this is just our playing round now. So I would have to say, they just played their own game. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, Sparkle Esports, they're just able to snowball the game really, really nicely, as you see how many items they have in the late game. So no teams want to contest, especially when Sparkle Esports does end up taking their zone first. You have to play into that triple backline. It's kind of just an impossible task, especially in a zone like archery, where it is a lot more closed off. You will have to play into that Chloe, into that Emma, and that Celine. So it's no surprise that I think teams just ended up going down to Beach. But then you have that 4-team, final zone, temporary final zone, and it's kind of unfortunate for some of these teams. That's kind of that's kind of the thing you need to watch out for when there's too many teams in that temporary final zone, is you can't take zone control first, right? You saw BNK Ferex, they got zone control. I think they just didn't recognize that there's just so many teams in that zone, because I think they were surprised at the last team coming out from the top side, because they actually didn't check that bush, so they weren't able to recognize that there was another team, a 4-team kind of unaccounted for, and it's kind of lights out for them, as it, once you take zone control, especially in a zone so open like Beach, you got a lot of teams, coming from every angle to, kind of flank, and that's exactly what happened. So, yeah.
Quite frankly, I also think that miscommunication happened for BNK Ferex on top of it. The Suwa was just really doing nothing that entire fight, sitting inside of the temporary zone while the rest of the team was trying to run away. I just don't think the communication was there on top of it. We'll probably see it in the replays later, right before we go on break. Just keep an eye out for that one, guys. It seems to be a pretty common pattern between a lot of our teams today. The miscommunication is real, and I'll be real with you, maybe even in the earlier stages of the game too, we usually don't see that many picks from these teams specifically, right? If we're looking at something like Team Launch, it might be a little bit of a different story where they're a team that typically tends to split farm in the earlier stages of the game at the risk of getting picked. Not a lot of these teams are that type of team. The fact that we're seeing too many picks in the earlier stages means that these teams might not exactly be grouping up exactly where they want to be earlier on. A lot of them are getting picked before their items are completed. It seems disjointed, so I'm a little bit worried after watching game number 1, no matter how exciting it was, no matter how action-packed it was. I need game 2 to be that solid foundation of what I want to see from a lot of these teams. I just want them to go back, go to what they've practiced, just standard textbook eternal return from these guys. That's what I want to see in game 2.
Yeah, there were a lot of buybacks, I think, throughout that game. So a lot of teams were kind of behind, but I'm more excited or curious to see about what these teams will do with this Adriana ban.
Yeah.
As you know, some of the are especially like a person like Riori, who's just known for that Adriana and who's able to play so well on this Adri pick. What he's going to be able to bring to the table for game 2 with that ban. And I wonder if Mira Sejong will end up staying on their team comp because I don't think it really worked out for them too much. If looking at the team fights between them and Tangle Dobby, but I think it was more on the side of Tangle Dobby just playing out of their mind. The backline was just playing so well, but that's kind of what you expect to see, at an event like ERM, right? All these players just really, really good, and they're just playing. They're just playing at the highest level in Korea.
Absolutely. If it was anybody else, I genuinely think that there would have been severe problems, especially for the Nadine. There was so much focus on her, but the blinks were on
played
point.
so well.
Monkey
I
wires
was
were
so
on
surprised.
point.
Yeah, the monkey wires blinking away, able to use the squirrel traps too for that slow because it's really effective into this triple backline team. That kind of need to get onto, or sorry, triple dive team that need to get onto these backliners. So yeah, and then the poke coming out from that Adriana was just way too much, and the fight just started in the favor of Team Tangle Dobby. I think most of the members on Team Mira Sejong were either missing 25% HP or half their HP bar. I think it was the Kiara. I think the Nana was already at half HP before they ended up setting it back in. But it was a good look from, I think, Mira Sejong. They tried to use that White Lily to find an angle. Were able to do it, but yeah, just not enough damage. I'm surprised that One Circle is on the full tank.
I know, right?
I think that's what surprised me the most. He was on a Burnus Aegis and a Guardian suit.
Maybe they're accidentally playing on the wrong accounts. Maybe Danon is the one playing the Laura or something. But we'll take a look at the scores after game number 1. It's definitely something, if I'm going to be real with you. Sparkle Esports sitting in first place, of course. They got the perfect game they could have ever asked for. 11 field kills as well as first place. They got 19 points. Following right behind them will be Tangle Dobby. Despite not getting first, they still got a good hefty number of kills. Even picked up an extra 2 in the final zone, by the way. So well done over there. Following right behind Sparkle Esports, trailing only by 2. Down to their last 2-digit number right now, Sobaru, our newcomer, is in third place with 13 points. That is a solid start for Team Sobaru.
Not a bad performance for them, and we do have Team Cartel, HCNJ with 9 and 9, and BAG Fearex with 8. Man, Mira Sejong in 7th place with non-responsible in 1. So yeah, kind of interested to see how some of these teams maybe change it up going into game number 2. Maybe Mira Sejong does end up swapping, to their typical front to back. Nadine looks really strong actually on this patch, and I think she was a pretty solid ADC backliner. So maybe we will see Romantic pull out the Nadine. Maybe we'll see One Circle on that Haze. The Haze is also pretty good here too, and then then Anna can go onto that tank like usual, but we're gonna have to see. And not responsible. I kind of wonder what Lily's gonna pick because we do know that we do know them for their Adriana as well in Dema and Estelle comp. So that being off the table, will end up changing a lot of things for these teams.
Funny enough, though, I know that Team Non-Responsible has been keeping track of ERM, especially Phase 2. I was talking to some of their team members and DMs. These guys are really motivated to try their best, right? Especially after their performance in Phase number 1. I think they found themselves a really nice niche community for them to rely on, just kind of backing them up over and over again. Their composition was very unique, especially in Phase number 1. They really want to try their best here in Phase number 3. Now, the reason why I'm saying that is because Team Blanche was running a Debbie and Marlene composition during Phase number 2, and it was basically one of those keep the Debbie and Marlene alive as much as possible, right? It's just a standard Blanche composition where you run something like Shinonome on the Jenny, you run something like Seraphine on the Lenny, you go Sebi on the Ekion. Keep the Ekion alive, keep the Jenny alive at all times. They rotated that over onto the Debbie and Marlene that time around. I think there's a good reason that you can run something like that, especially with how NXA performed in Phase number 1. He should still have the foundations of performing something like that, considering Marcus is not easy to fight in day number 1, but he managed to get the 1-up in school. That's something that I haven't done yet on my little training arc for the Debbie and Marlene, and quite frankly, I didn't even realize that was possible.
Debba is just really good into these high HP bruisers just because she has that max HP damage, right? So it's not too much of a surprise for me, I would say, just because Debba's also just really good into these 1v1s. So
the reason why I'm surprised is because I know NXA's route. I've been playing it. It has no healing reduction. So
really?
You could,
does it really not have a healing reduction?
Yeah, it does not, because it runs Monohoshi's out, it runs Crusader armor, tactical helmets, tactical ops helmet, it runs
Nightmare, or sorry, Creed, right? Does it run Creed?
No, it does not run Creed. It's the other one that builds off of like the turtle
Plasma.
shell. Yeah. And then the boots is is it Tachyons? No, it's Veritas. So you have no healing reduction in that build, but Marcus is really good at healing early game because of his Q. So that's why I was like, how did he win that?
I mean, I guess the early game healing isn't as much, because the Marcus doesn't have like items yet, so I think a lot of the healing from Marcus is kit, or not really his kit, but like a lot of the healing does come from like him having that weapon and then having that axe skill. So I don't know.
Yeah, well,
I think Demo is just just really good in these 1v1 brawls. So I think it could go either way, honestly.
Yeah, I just need to get good. That's all essentially it is. This is why I really wanted to watch NXA today. It's also one of the reasons why I was super excited to see Non-Responsible back. They're always that one team, especially after Phase number 1. They found a special place in my heart, right? You never know
I agree.
what's going to happen, especially after that factory situation, man. Whew.
I'm on board as well. Like, I really liked how Non-Responsible played, I think, in Phase 1 when we saw the Estelle, combo with the Demo. Like, we always saw it being coordinated with the stun into the knock-up. But, we haven't really seen it for today, so maybe they'll be able to find their footing. Maybe they're going to be able to get coordinated again for, the upcoming 3 games that they will be playing. But I think we are going to be jumping into game number 2. I don't think we're going to see Mira Sejong back on that team comp. And it looks like, Whatsugo will be hovering that ace.
And as I said, Non-Responsible, the composition that we saw all too much, I think, from Team Blanche, quite frankly, I think this is almost exactly the same composition that I saw from Team Blanche when they were running the Debbie and Marlene composition. It will be the Priya and the Mai, so much safety for NXA, and it actually gives him the leniency to be running False Oath this time over the Force Field, so I really like that. Seeing a couple Marcuses once again, Mira and Sejong jumping Romantic onto Nadine, exactly as you mentioned, and Lenore for Kaluka.
Oh, you're right. I think that is a pretty unique pick for ERM. We usually don't see Lenore's coming out too often, but I'm kind of interested to see how this works. There's a double mage backline with that Lennox as the front. It is going to be a little hard, I think, for Lenore. I mean, I think Lenore and Lennox, kind of play well into each other with that, CC from that Adina. But yeah, like a character like Sua, who's really good into these mages, but if they will be able to lock maybe Rosner down, it will be lights out for him. We actually don't have any bans here. I did see I think the Nadine from Tangle Dobby hover. No. It was Nadine from Tangle Dobby hovered the Marcus maybe to try to scare the Marcus players to force that ban, but didn't really come through. So we do just have a lot of duplicate picks. We have 2 Nadines, 2 Mize, and 2 Marcuses.
Yeah, the thing is, though, I think Cartel and BNK Furex aren't really too worried about a Marcus ban. They'll play other things. Jingy and Bum are well known for playing a multiple varied frontliners. They shouldn't be too worried about that one. He was playing with the wrong food, if I might say so myself. But here we go, guys. Game 2 is underway. After this one, of course, we're going to see a break. Oh, I was going to say at the top right, it said round 1. They just changed it to round 2. That's funny. I don't really know what to say about this one, if I'm going to be real with you. I know you were talking about Team Sobero's Lennox and the double backline. I don't know if it works too well. There's a lot of dive compositions where the Adina and the Lenore really works together. But Lennox without a mobility skill, they have to land all of their skills in order to make sure that the damage actually sticks.
It's a double mage backline too, so I am a little worried for them, but... You know, Adina having a lot of CC with the Noir, if they're able to play off each other's CC, it's probably not too bad for them. Oh, KCW gonna do a lot of damage onto Romantic. Romantic just gonna TP away, and it will be Team Subaru gonna be able to find these early game kills. They're always able to find these early game kills. Oh, actually, wait a second, Rosner gonna try blinking on out of there, but still gonna get caught. As yeah, the team members of Subaru are gonna blink forward for that to deny Rosner from getting away, so yeah, Super going to be able to get that early game kill. Early game kills always feel really nice, especially when you are playing in these tournaments, especially in a qualifier type format here, because they need as many points as possible. Scarlet going to TP on in, and I don't think the members from Team Tangle Lobby did end up seeing that. We do have a fight here from their Sedgehog, and wait a second, Cartel going to lose 2 members. It looks like the Marcus is far away, so it's not the end of the world there. As wait a second, Chungy gonna be on in. He is gonna be able to get Romantic here. Denana's gonna fall as well.
I don't know what is going on. DHC and J, there's a Striking Tiger. It's going to completely whiff as the catwalk comes through. Denana is in a bit of trouble, but look at the members of Cartel. As soon as they deal with Denana, now they have to deal with all of this. Jangy is definitely not in a good situation. It's a level 7 MI. I don't think a Marcus is going to be able to catch that one. Down again are 2 members of Cartel.
Wow.
I don't know what's going on, but it's quite funny. We're seeing a repeat of game 1 as day 1 is going to be absolutely hectic. I love Eternal Return.
Yeah, 4 kills already for Team DHC and J. We always see how aggressive this team is in the game. They have, you know, that early game brawl comp where they are able to, you know, get a lot of these early game picks, and on the I would say top side of the map here, or like about the top to middle side of the map, we do have Team Sparkle Esports going to be able to get a member from Team Tangle Dobby, as they will end up losing one. So it looks like the Adriana players did end up swapping to, you know, these backline mages, as I think Riori did end up swapping to the Haze. The Haze, I think, is pretty good on this patch. We do have both them and One Circle playing it. So another, you know, duplicate pick here. Oh, the bear gonna get re-aggroed, but it's okay. They're just farming some extra mastery.
And if anything, I will say for Riori, it does fit in line with this character archetype, right? You play Adriana, long-range poke, long-range control. Haze, long-range poke, long-range control. Yeah, he's playing basically the same character with a different skin, if you want to think about it that way. Very convoluted, but, you know, if you really want to.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, Adriana is a lot better in that long-range poke because, you know, they are able to angle it where, you know, Haze rockets are a straight line, but Riori actually going to be able to dodge out. But, yeah, going to be able to... actually going to get caught by Scarlet, just going to get that double poly. Dean trying to get away, does end up using the squirrel traps, and yeah, they will be able to get out. But Fauna gonna continue to chase here. Does have the Soul Link as well, so maybe... Oh, wow, gonna be able to actually get the... the instant proc there, and gonna be able to find that kill.
That's animation canceling for you. Nicely done there from Fauna, although he did kind of ruin the chances of them picking up the kill and the pick over onto Nadine by walking around. I saw Song Haram corner checking. That could have been a bit dangerous for the Nadine. In the end, it still was. This is going to be Tree of Life secured by Team Sparkle Esports. Same thing as last game. I suppose they're focusing on that Tree of Life inside of Cemetery. I apologize. But a couple teams now looking for the Mutant Wolf spawn in Factory. Here we go. Lily doing a lot of damage. NX8 now doing the same thing, or at least trying to. Tianyang sitting in the back line. There's the Twins Rush coming in. Nothing is happening. Not enough damage being dealt to actually solidify any fight damage. Secure. Sobero still trying to push in. They want the control over onto the Wolves. It's going to be Team Non-responsible to pick that up. Sobero trying to recover a little bit. There's the double land on the Dorito. Echoes of the Earth landing. Nothing really happening. NSA, I think, might be a sacrifice as the rest of Non-responsible going to leave. Sobero picks up at least a kill. They will salvage something from missing out on the Wolves.
Yeah, very well played from Team Subaru there. Dedito able to land so many of their abilities, able to get so much damage with that Sun Conjunct, and that double Blue Viper going to be able to hit. I think all three members going to get that double lash onto, I think that was the Demo Marlene, and yeah, it will be lights out. I think Non-responsible, they were able to secure those wolves though, so not too bad. These wolves are a pretty, high value objective, considering you do get that mastery, you get that extra credits, and you have a chance of high rolling your game. Maybe gets 2 RNG instead of getting that 1, but obviously you could also just get that.
Exactly. Team Tangled Obby a little bit split up as the Nadine's gonna get poked away and picked off by a team. Rosman in a little bit of a situation. He decides to go back in. They're getting the reses back and the teleports coming back in on towards themselves as well. Riori now caught in a bit of a situation up against EA. I don't think a Haze is gonna be able to deal with an IRM that well. There's the Soul Stealer to even lock down more damage. He's got not much longer to live. Down he goes.
Haze just not having enough damage yet. Yeah, Razik is able to live for so long. They're gonna get that nice blink out. I don't know if you saw, but blinked out on that Haze, trying to blink on forward with that EQ. And yeah, gonna be able to live for so long. EA gonna be able to teleport on in, and they're gonna be able to win that 2v2.
Game 2 also feeling a bit disjointed from some of these teams, but not for the same reasons as I mentioned in game number 1. It's just a perfect split from a lot of these teams, prioritizing down very good targets. The Nana just not even a chance to use the exclusive. Down goes one circle. At least Romantic is able to buy some time, get out of that battle zone, make use of night number 2, because that definitely is not a good use of it.
Yeah, that is a full tank mine, by the way. So this is the power we've seen it time and time again of Team Sparkle Esports with this CC chain. If they are able to connect the double poly into that knock up from the Chloe, it's kind of just lights out, because they do have the frailty proc. Even if you're a tank, even if you're a full tank, you just take so much damage, and the burst coming down from the Celine as well. On the top side here, we do have the pre already falling here. NXA trying to get some damage, maybe trying to kill Zhangyi. It wasn't enough here.
Oh no!
NCNP gonna be able to get that one, and Team Cartel gonna be able to win that battle zone and get a nice mithril for themselves. Gonna be able to transition straight into that weapon for that Marcus.
I think NXA actually could have killed the Rozzy if the knockup from Marlene came through, but he missed it. A bit of a mispositioning on the mouse. A bit unfortunate, but I don't think it was the battle zone anyway.
it wouldn't have mattered there, because the Marcus and the Pre were both alive, so it was a good attempt. It was a good attempt.
Indeed. But now that the battle zones are over, teams starting to get a little bit of control over their actual objectives now, right? Maybe looking for a couple calls. I do see Soberu. Look at that Lenore, 427 credits. I don't know if they're looking for Heartbreaker or not.
Yeah, Soberu, they need to get their buy here. I don't think they should save for Bloods, because it is still too far away. Ooh, KCW.
Oh no!
Oh my god, a great
Gunvolt.
Gunvolt from that. Rossi is able to dodge out on both the engage, but wait a second, KCW finds an angle back in, and he is going to be able to kill NCMP, and Peng is going to be the one forced to retreat here. I think he will get caught by the Dylan. I don't think the Priya is going to be able to escape these two members, but maybe Peng can do enough damage on the back end here. Gonna drop that flower for themselves for that speed boost. KCW clicked on forward. Great route from Peng, and it will keep them alive.
Oh, that's classic Priya for you up against a couple melees. Well, that is indeed what happens. Nice attempt there from Team DHC and J, but the kill over onto NCMB was pretty cool. Beautiful combo coming through from Pulba as well as a Scarlet, sorry, and right, Scarlet? Why am I not knowing it's Pulba?
it looked in favor for Cartel with that Gunvolt, you know, dodging out on so many cooldowns. The Striking Tiger was invested. KCW did end up just jumping on forward there. Uh-oh, we do have the Edina caught out, but gonna gone over the wall there. Gonna get a nice pullback onto the Priya. A lot of AoE damage coming out on the side of Team Subaru. That's the kind of power of these two mages with this Lennox. They do have a lot of this AoE damage, so if you do end up grouping up, you're gonna take so much. But it looks like it is going to be Team Non-Responsible. They're gonna get that box and they're gonna walk away.
That's all they were looking for. Good stuff. All of our other teams also just slowly moving along. I don't see any fights really starting out at day number 3 that's too meaningful. Non-Responsible taking a bit more additional poke from Team Subaru. There's the Moon, not really landing. NXA doing the same thing. Good pull-in from Kaluka, but there's the taunt coming in. Nice play to pretty much deny any attempt from initiating with that taunt coming through. NXA still sitting up in the front line. The heals are pretty good. The shields are pretty good. There's the Twins Rush coming in. Is that going to mean anything? There's the kill onto Kaluka. It does mean something. And now Chenyang sitting in a little bit of an awkward situation. Will at least be given life thanks to the work of their Adina. Res should come almost instantaneously, but there's the flip. Oh, not so good. The blink. Oh, and the White Lily doesn't go through. Exposure shot is good. It does land the stun, but I don't think Sordavi has way too long to live. He's stuck in the corner.
Can't get out of there.
Non-responsible in a bit of an awkward situation as NXA falls this time around. There's a 1-for-1 trade for Team Subaru and non-responsible in hospital from the looks of it.
Yeah, Subaru able to find their footing, able to win the 3v3 this time. On the fight earlier, you know, XA did end up hitting that really good Twins Rush, and I think they were able to kill and secure that the Noir, and it looks like they were able to just get the quick red res off in hospital. They weren't able to account for that, and they end up taking that 3v3 again, and it will be non-responsible losing out on it this time. On the top side there, a great double flip there from Bum. Gonna be able to find that backline, gonna be able to find Nadine, and yeah, they will be able to secure that kill. They're gonna actually get 2 kills because they did kill the Shukai as well. On the other side here, we have NXA trying to go onto the backline. A great peel from the Lennox, but
oh my god!
Rush once again able to find the backliner, and wait a second, they do trade 1-for-1 though. Lily is gonna be the one to fall there. There is the executioner bonus coming out for Team Non-Responsible. The damage coming out from Noir is quite high though. Could be able to get NXA down to about 20% HP. They will be able to get the executioner bonus back, so we'll just go down to a 2v2 here. Both teams gonna try posturing up for this kiosk, try to get the res here. The Lennox gonna take a lot of damage from NXA.
Look at the minimap though, look at the Rozzy.
Oh yeah, you're right. There is another team. Team Cartel is gonna come back, and it will be non-responsible. Just gonna be able to get the res and try to get this box here. But let's see if Team Cartel has anything to say about it. They are in the area. They will just find the Priya, so we'll be a minus 250 or in total 500 actually, because it did end up dying. But wait a second, there's a Soul Stealer on out of there. The Soul Stealer in response from Team Cartel will be able to get out.
Oh, he's trying. Oh, he's trying.
Yeah, they get the speed boost from the Priya is gonna hit on Zhengyi there. I think he's dead.
Oh,
yeah, and he's gone.
Down he goes. Zulung's gonna get taken down. In the end, it is a minus 500. I did see the purple box being picked up by NXA. I don't know what was in there, but unless it was a blood sample, which it can't, definitely not worth it in the long run. When you talk about it in the credits versus credits lost versus credits gained overall. It's brutal for Team Non-Responsible, sitting on 2 kills right now. They've already invested.
They were fighting Subaru down there for over like 2 cycles, so that is gonna set your team back pretty far, because you know you're just not really contesting any objectives. You're not getting any farm. You're not getting any credits. You know, when you are just fighting another team, sometimes it does happen because you know the other team just kind of stalls you there, or you think you could win that 3 again. They are probably not in a good spot, but you know, maybe they could kind of rotate to, you know, some of these zones that are free. Maybe they could get, you know, some free objectives here to get back into the game.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right, it's finally day number 4. It's only day number 4, might I say. It feels like it's been 6 days now in Eternal Return. There's been so much action happening. Just not too many kills. None of our teams are in the double-digit kill area, which is quite interesting. We're definitely going to see that change in some minutes here. We're going into day 4 with all 8 teams alive, all 24 players alive too. And our first fight's going to start on the north side of the map as Tomato just barely getting out of the fight, but Chenyang, he's completely isolated. It's this double mage comp just not being able to
Oh my
land
God,
all
this
of their
Marcus is taking
skills.
no damage.
This is the problem with running double mages. You just don't have the guaranteed lockdown. You just don't have the guaranteed burst damage. That's not what mages do in Eternal Return anymore. There's so much sustain on the side of BNK Furex. Tomatoes can get ran down by E8.
You don't have enough damage to kill this Marcus. You don't have enough damage to kill Asua, especially since they're so far behind as well. You know how much credits they lost. In Hotel they lost almost about 500 credits. I think BNK Furex, they said, hello, we're just gonna slap you with our wallets here, as you could see on the side of BNK Furex, how strong they are with about 10 field kills for themselves. I think the Marcus was sitting on 3 items with 2 4-score items to go about that, and yeah, they're just gonna walk down for this wick line. Team Sparkle Esports, they're gonna just back away from the side of Team Mira Sejong, as they don't really want to fight into that choke. But I'm surprised because they do have a lot of good characters to fight into choke, but if they do end up getting caught by that Mai, it will be a disaster.
Oh yeah, we might see some disasters right now for Team Sparkle Esports. They're still stuck in a corner. A lot of time are just invested to get into Temple, but look at the damage Scarlet is eating right now. Red box gonna get secured by Sordabi, not gonna at least be allowed by Song Harang. He does have 3 bombs, stacks up to 4, goes it on to Glove. Nice attempt from Fauna. He's still trying to get a little bit of angle. Sordabi ends up popping the Wolf Assault. Bit preemptive on that one. Now Song Harang looking for an angle, but misses everything. Oh, uncharacteristic mistake from Song Harang. This does push away.
I think if he hit that blast wave, would have been able to kill that Nadine, and yeah, very uncharacteristic mistake. It will be Team BNK Furex going to be able to grab that wick. I think Mira Sejong did end up getting the items, so not a bad trade for them. BNK Furex will have this wick buff for the next 3 minutes into the game. Team BHC&J going to be able to try to run down the side of Team Sobaru. I think they do know this team is really weak. There is this Wrecking Tiger coming on in. There's the Soul Stealer. I think every team is actually running Soul Stealer, so Soul Stealer just showing why it's such a good augment to have, especially in competitive play. When you are coordinated, you're able to get able to run in and out. There's the double Soul Stealer proc once again. It's just such a great augment for these team fights, and just for team fights in general, because when you do proc it, you're able to chase, you're able to either disengage if the fight is going wrong here. NCMP gonna be able to get one of the members of Team Non-Responsible. Non-Responsible just gonna send their Demo Marlene back in, because I think they know either one of us dies or all of us die.
Yeah, look at the minimap right now. They are just barely given an angle on the res. Perfectly on time too. Really lucky for Team Non-Responsible. Although Team Sobaru is still down 2 members. They don't really have the credits to get the res. Maybe Lumi reses 1, but at this point, I just think there's not a chance in the world where Sobaru can come back from this.
Yeah, every team has a Soul Stealer, right? I don't think I've seen a team not pop Soul Stealer in a team fight.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why Soul Stealer did get nerfed in 1.34,
yeah, it did get nerfed,
guys.
yeah. So it is just a really strong augment, and there's the HCJ going to be able to find the last member of Team Sobaru. So unfortunately, Sobaru gonna go down in 8th place this time, but 4 field kills, so not the worst. They will be able to get 4 points this game. We do have, oh no, the Nadine. Oh, a great monkey. And for them to get on out of there, but here is a third party. There's a Soul Stealer proc. That is another benefit for the Soul Stealer. He's gonna be able to completely disengage, and Scarlet is gonna just try to send it, because I don't think they had any prep for their hat, and they will end up falling. So we'll be Team Sparkle Esports gonna lose a member, our first place team in this lobby, and they're gonna get third party on the top side as well. What is going on?
Jesus, there's too many teams. There's too many teams and 2 zones that are quite small, I will say. Fire Station and Police Station, when you combine them together, there's a lot of other combinations of zones that are much bigger than these 2 zones combined. These stations making very difficult. Those bush positions also make it very difficult for you to gain any actual meaningful control over these zones. Team Non-Responsible definitely struggling for that one. Does end up losing 2 of their members, whereas Sparkle Esports, they lose all of their members. What happened to the rest of them? What
Yeah, I think they were just they just kind of split up, and they just kept getting caught. So I think all of the members just ended up falling in. Junkie actually gonna be able to pull the tank. Oh, actually gonna be able to push him back in as well. And gonna be able to get bursted down by that Rozzy. That's the power of Rozzy into these tanks. That's the ultimate from the Rozzy is just so much damage, and the damage coming out from them as well. Just gonna be able to one-shot that Shukai. I think the Shukai is also not playing full tank, so that's probably another reason. I think they were playing on that Claudia ring. And yeah, it will be lights out for our team Tangle Dobby. Tangle Dobby, you know, they had a really strong showing game number 1, but unfortunately, they only got 3 kills and they did end up going out in 5th place.
Same thing for Sparkle Esports too, right? They had a really good game number 1, but it just doesn't seem like it's a great game for those guys in game number 2. It's going to close the gap for the points after game 2 by a large margin. A lot of teams are going to actually have a really, really solid chance to get good games in games 3 and 4. Those are going to change their fates around, even if you're in the bottom echelon of the scoreboard. We're already seeing some nice stories.
NCMP on that double blood, but here comes the
work.
Engage. Yeah, the Rosie needs to live
the
here.
Boars.
Gonna get chunked down. Gonna get hit by the double bookmark here, and both the Marcuses are just gonna fight each other, and Bob's the one taking so much damage. There is a Soul Stealer proc from both teams. There is Zhangyi gonna be able to engage back in, but wait a second, Roser finds an angle, and it is able to force the back in, but the damage coming out from the Rosie is just too much, and it's gonna be BNK Fearx gonna be the one to fall here, as it will be Team Cartel. Very well played from Team NCMP. I was a little shocked, I was a little surprised there. He did end up pole vaulting back in, but he did actually end up having to use it to block on a lot of damage, but it was just enough damage for him to get out, as Team BNK Fearx is going to be the one to fall. I really like the play from Rosner, you know, able to knock up the Rosie, but I don't think there's just any follow-up, you know, on that Rosie engage, and you know, Rosie was able to rip BNK Fearx to shreds.
Oh yeah, the micro was immaculate coming from the team on the north side. They're going to be rewarded themselves their own temporary zone, as now we're going to see Mira and Sejong and DHC and J now duke it out inside of their own
I like this angle from
zone.
KCW. I think he's going to be able to jump over the wall. Ooh,
Oh
great
no!
though from one circle. He just has the awareness.
But
he's able to recognize.
He missed the jump anyways. It doesn't matter. They've only got 10 seconds left. They got to find something. The timers are still at a disadvantage.
Also doesn't have timer, but okay. Yeah.
Not bad.
Dasu tried to look for an angle. I think it was a little too early on the draw because his teammates weren't there yet. KCW tries to find an angle in, but yeah, just gonna fall there. Mira Sejong gonna be able to pick up 3 kills, so they're on 8 kills and a 2nd place. Already a great, fantastic showing, you know, compared to the last game. And yeah, I mean, you know, we know Mira Sejong for this front to back. They're able to, you know, have this recognition on, you know, and just awareness, you know, throughout the team fight. One circle actually checking that wall was just such an immaculate play from him. And yeah, it will be them falling here, as it will be Team Cartel and Team Mira Sejong gonna be able to duke it out for the final zone here.
Yeah, but this is the problem that we're seeing Cartel have to deal with again. Phase 2, they had to deal with Kyunggi Innate running the exact same composition. It's a mid-range comp up against the Haze Nadine. You can't really make a full decision on running in, aside from taking guaranteed damage. But here we go, Romantic. He's just going to use the electric shift out, and now the damage has to be locked down at least onto the Nana, but it's tight corridors. This is where Haze really excels, and the damage to shred from the shotgun burst is insane. Holy crap, the SMG burst was nuts coming through from one circle. This is the goodbye to NCMB.
Oh my god. This is the Mira Sejong we wanted to see. One circle just finding that angle, just recognizing that he was just able to burst down and just finish off the Marcus, and it will be Team Mira Sejong coming out on top with 11 field kills for themselves.
God, the meat grinder as a SMG burst. This is what I'm talking about, tight corridors, right? You really can't get away from a Haze, whether it's the rocket launchers or the blinking SMG burst. Fantastic play coming through from Mira and Sejong. And I guess for game number 2, the harbinger of death that we have in our chat did not manage to curse one of our teams to damnation. But it's all good. Game number 2 is a win for Team Mira and Sejong. They're going to pull it back a little bit. They do end up winning out on the temporary zone against Team DHC and J, although I will say that was a bit of a misplay on DHC and J's part. But good positioning all around from Mira and Sejong. It's, as you said, this is the MSJ we want to see.
Yeah, we see how strong this Soul Stealer augment is, right? We see every single team having Soul Stealer. I'm pretty sure it was every team, as if one team is running Soul Stealer, you need it as a response, because if they Soul Stealer in, you get Soul Stealer out. But if you don't have the Soul Stealer, then you know that team can just walk forward into you. So yeah, I think we saw this. I think back in season 3, where there was a really prominent Soul Stealer meta where, you know, almost every team was running it, and it's like the exact same thing where if one team's running it, you basically need it like as an answer.
You know for sure that Soul Stealer is a meta if every team is running it, because it's exactly
Yeah,
as
I'm
you said.
pretty sure all 8 teams are running it. Let me quickly double check because
It's
I'm
quite
pretty
funny.
sure every single team fight we saw a Soul Stealer pop.
And for good reason too. I think a lot of some people were saying that we're overstating the benefits of Soul Stealer. I highly
It is
will argue
such a good
against
argument.
that.
Yeah.
Especially in
It is
coordinated
probably
environments.
Yeah, especially in the last patch as well. It's such a it's probably the best augment in the game just because, you're just able to kind of disengage and kind of pick your fights, right? Like if a team engages on you and it goes bad, then you can just Soul Stealer away and they can't really chase you unless they have a Soul Stealer themselves. So this is why you kind of need this augment to kind of combat that. Because if you don't have the Soul Stealer and the fight starts bad, you're just dead if the enemy team has Soul Stealer because they just would be able to run at you. But if you are able to, Soul Stealer in response, then you could also just pull away. But yeah, I'm looking at the augment choices from that game, and it was 7 teams out of 8. The only team that didn't have Soul Stealer was Team Sparkle Esports because they are playing that.
Yeah, they don't need it.
Yeah, they're playing that triple backline, and they need that blinks, or they need those blinks for that engage.
Yeah, or the totem as well, right? For
from
the,
them.
Yeah. I think another thing that a lot of people, well, not a lot of people, but a couple people were saying is that the cooldown was nerfed. I will also say that there was another change with the additional bonus effects you get from missing HP percent, but I'll disregard that for now. The cooldown is really important because in these fights, take a look at how long they last. Some of these teams are getting 2-3 Soul Stealers off in some of these chained fights. The cooldown nerf is definitely significant when it comes to situations like this. So keep an eye out for that, guys. We're going to see differences of that in the season
look at
finals.
how close it is.
Yo!
Just look at the leaderboard. It is only a 3-point difference between first and sixth. 25, 25, 23, 23, 22, 22.
What?
We have a 3-way tie for first and second, third and fourth, and fifth and sixth. And it's only a 3-point difference, so it's really anyone's game here to, still top 2 or to even make it for that 6th place spot. Fortunately, non-responsible. They're a little far behind. They're only on 4 points. Soberu, though, they're only 5 points behind 6th place, so they could definitely still make it in. Non-responsible, they definitely need, to lock in for the last 2 games, or they're going to be out for season 3.
But this is the same story that Non-Responsible was going through during phase number 1, where the first rotation of their group stage games were just not that good. But as soon as Game 4 hit, they understood the magnitude and the situation going around Lumia Island. I think they adapted to that really well. We'll see if they're going to be able to adapt to it in the next 2 games, since effectively speaking, we can almost quote-unquote reset the scoreboard with this, right?
Yeah.
Because of the fact that the teams that did well in game 1 just didn't do good in game number 2, it closed the gap between the points and distributed everyone's points across the entire lobby almost.
It is a nail biter, but we still do have 2 more games, so yeah, and Adriana's back on the table for game number 3. So we're gonna have to see, if these teams do end up swapping back to it. But I think with that, we will be sending you guys over onto the break here, as it will. Or every 2 games for today, we will have an intermission.
Yeah, you got to give us a little bit of a break too. But for you guys, go grab some snacks, go grab some water. Please do. It's going to be a long night. And go take a stretch. We'll see you guys back here for games 3 and 4 of Group A.
Take care.
생존자가 사망했습니다. 생존자가 사망했습니다.
맛도 영양이 세상에 있다고.
잠시 생존자가 사망했습니다. 잠시 후 최종 안전지대가 해제됩니다. 이쪽이요. 조준 발사. 생존자가 사망했습니다.
숨바꼭질 시작이구나. 숨었지? 시작한다. 원래 술래는 아주 빠르고 영리한 거야. 자, 잘게 찢어줄게. 놀래키는 일에는 자신 있어. 찾았다. 놀랐지? 네가 첫 번째로 당첨이야. 아하, 너네 거기 있었구나. 좀 많이 아플지도 몰라. 도망가면 안 돼. 끊고 죽여버릴지도 몰라. 지져볼까? 좀 더 해치울 수 있다니까. 아직 멀었어. 사람들에게 행복을 선물하고 싶어. 태어나서 연애해본 적 없으면 마법사가 된다고 하잖아. 마술사는 될 수 있더라고. 마술사 등장! 새 무대를 준비해볼까? 지금 필요한 건 웃음과 마술이야. 동정과 카드, 어느 쪽이 좋아? 비비디 바비디 붐! 말하는 대로 이루어져라! 나에게 필요한 건 실력보다 미소. 응? 어우, 좀 이상하니까. 표정이 왜 그래? 여기야! 우리 비둘기가 자기가 당신보다 머리 좋을 것 같대. 어떤 카드가 좋아? 널 위해 준비했어. 토끼와 함께. 우리 비둘기가 살려달래. 폭력 반대. 웃어줘.
대부분의 문제는 폭발로 해결돼. 예술은 폭발이야. 터뜨릴 준비는 끝났어. 그냥 터뜨려버리면 안 되나? 기폭시켜줄까? 날려버리는 수가 있어. 발밑을 조심해야지. 이런 건 전자전 지원을 받아야 하는데 퓨즈 관리는 철저하게. 조심해, 폭발하니까. 문제 해결 완료.
일레븐의 결혼식 브이로그. 지금 바로 시작할게. 드레스 어때? 오늘을 위해 특별히 준비했어. 신부 입장. 아직 브이로그 안 끝났다고. 빰빰빰. 받아줄 거지? 와, 케이크가 더 커졌어. 예쁜 추억 많이 만들자. 저기 있어. 청첩장은 안 줬는데. 영원한 사랑을 맹세합니다. 11의 결혼식 브이로그 봐주셔서 감사합니다.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Eternal Return Masters Season 5 Phase number 3. We're on our way to Games 3 and 4 of Group A. If you guys missed Games 1 and 2, they were fun. Don't watch it yet, because we still have to watch Games 3 and 4. That's what you guys are here for. But I do highly recommend rewatching Games 1 and 2. I don't know if you guys saw the scores on the right side for those of you guys who haven't watched it, but it is a close series.
Yeah, I think it's only 3 points from first to 6 points, so it's still anyone's game. Anyone can hit that top 2. Anyone can get into that top 6 because even the 7th place team was only 8 points behind, or actually only 6 points behind, so they could definitely get in as well.
Indeed. It's going to be a close series. Games 3 and 4 are really going to matter a lot, especially for some of these teams that are kind of hovering in that weird place in the season final circuit points. They're not going to want to get themselves eliminated after today. I think specifically Team Non-Responsible has to make sure that Games 3 and 4 goes right for them. They're hovering in that elimination spot right now. They're not even in the top 12 spots at the moment in the circuit points, and they're struggling at the moment in this series. Just doesn't seem like NXA has been able to lock down that much damage so far in these games, or at least get the damage to the point where it's an actual kill coming through for that team.
Yeah.
But now that Adriana is back, we'll see if it's going to matter a lot for all of these teams.
Yeah, we'll see if these teams do end up swapping back over to the Adriana pick. It looks like we do have Lily just going to be able to swap over onto that. Romantic actually going to be playing the Adri as well. And yeah, we will have the Adriana band coming out. And Danana, is he going to lock this Kiara again? I don't think so.
Danana knows he's gonna get a good word in from from Serenity if he decides to lock in the Kiara again.
Yeah,
so
they're gonna go back to they're gonna go back to their team comp that they just got their win on, scaring the lobby a little bit maybe with that Adri pick, maybe to force the Adri ban, but it looks like it's gonna come out anyways, as we will have Riori gonna be able to go back to that pick as well. So just gonna be Adriana gonna be banned for this game. We do have 2 my picks, but no, I don't think there's any other character here that's been played 3 times.
Yeah, just in Nadine also 2, my 2. I don't see anybody else that's also picked twice outside of the Emma, but that's classic because Scarlet and Pubba is sitting inside the same lobby. We won't see anything other than that Adriana ban coming through for game number 4, which means we should go back to our compositions we saw in game 2 for the teams that are running it now.
Yeah, and you guys can take a look here at the augment choices from this team. There is a Soul Stealer on every team aside from Team Struggle Esports.
Weak augment, by the way. It's a really good one. As we mentioned earlier, it really does allow you to pick or choose your fights, and even aside from that, it allows you to react to the fact that other teams are running it. So, yeah, we'll see if it's gonna matter a lot more, which it should in this game. But here we go, guys. Game 3 is up and loaded. Our final 2 games for Group A, and then after that, we lock in our teams that go into the finals. We lock in our teams that go into the wildcards, and we lock in the teams that will get eliminated, at least for this specific group.
Then once we're looking at all his items, I think he might have got stolen. Yeah, looks like he's gonna have to loot an extra box here, as it is a five person zone. Which, you know, if you get the buddy, you will have to, you know, sort of navigate and outloot your opponent. At most, you could probably loot like 2 boxes. If you're lucky, you can get the 3 box. Actually, no, it's only like 2 usually. So. Yeah.
Inside of that area in factory specifically, there's a couple of pretty decent boxes. It's just split is really weird. So.
Yeah, I think a lot of these teams, you could see them just drop their, or not drop, but they just eat their bread and water, because you need to hold a lot of these items to kind of trade with their team, because, you know.
Real quick, I'm sorry. I'm just saying this because it's gonna disappear. Check that banner on the left, guys. Play for 120 minutes. You get the Charlotte emote.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys know about that emote, but that Charlotte emote, it plays the music as well in game.
I know.
Really cool. It's really cool.
It's an uncommon rarity, by the way. It's not even a rare. I think I saw it being a green tier emote. It's so incredible that they managed to do it. But please carry on with your original topic, because I interrupted you there. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and we do have one circle going to be able to actually secure the kill, but the team of Tangled Dobby is grouped up. They will be able to get one back, and then on it will fall as.
There we go. All right. We do at least have Romantic still alive. That's pretty good. A lot of fights again in the earlier stages of the game. It's pick central for the earlier stages. There's a Striking Tiger that lands, but the Blink's already been infested. Moon's going to land as well. Speak 8 on. I don't think Pixu's going to be able to chase this, but they did end up getting the kill onto Chenyang already. They do find one. Are they going to be able to close the gap in on towards the Adina, though? That's a whole different question. We shall see. NXA trying to chase down onto E8.
Nice.
There's the kill onto the IRM. Nicely done. BNK Furex, a little bit split apart, will unfortunately lose 1 as a result of that, but it is level 7 for the cat. She will come back in just a second.
Yeah, we usually see, I think Team BNK Furex split up to try to get that split farm, get as many crits as possible. And on the other side, we do have Mira Sejong. Romantic just not going to do any damage into the Mai. The Mai going to be able to block, you know, all the attacks. So you do have these 2 tanks trying to get the farm here. Who's going to be able to get it? The Nana going to get the taunt. It will be, I think did it over to the Nana with the AoE from their Q. Going to try to get some more. This ping is actually kind of caught out from Bomb and E8 Browser. Going to join the fray as well. There's an exclusive, but the Mai will end up falling. Ooh, a great double knockup from Bomb. Maybe they can look to chase Changi here. I think the Theodore should be dead, as the Theodore does not have any escape, and it will be Team NCMP just going to back on away.
What was that shield angle? That energy shield is a little bit funky. This could be a little problematic. The Blink being invested early, nicely done from NCMB. It's still a bit too early for the Theo, right? Not even at level 11. We don't have the energy blast field being that level 11 mark where the Theo really starts to ramp up. At level 1, the stats that you gain from it and the duration is just a bit too short for, in my opinion, to be any meaningful. Although, still picks going on. Tomato gonna get locked down. Why are there so many picks in the series? There's another one that's about to come through as Newland gets taken down too. This is... At least it's consistent.
Everyone trying to get as many points as possible here. Teams just aren't grouped up too tightly. It looks like you know, in these games. Rosner gonna get poked down a lot by one circle from these rockets. Actually gonna be able to dodge out on a lot of them there. Looks like Team VFX does have the level advantage. Rosner is level 10. Ooh, great lockdown from Romantic, but it's not enough damage as Bob is able to just tank it all on this Marcus. A great blink away from the Sua, gonna dodge out on that Don Quixote, and I think they're gonna go back in. One circle gonna be able to hit a 3-man Q there. Bomb gonna be able to get on out of there. There is the healed plant gonna be able to pop, but it's not gonna be enough healing as Team as them going down a great taunt, and hi. There will be the Adriana gonna TP right on into the hands of Team Mirror Surgeon. Mirror Surgeon picks up another kill, and Team Circle Esports, maybe they might have something to say about this, but looks like it will be Mirror Surgeon gonna be able to get the tree, and they're gonna be able to get away.
Indeed, a little bit late to the party for Sparkle Esports. This is a team that's been pretty okay with the pacing that they've had so far, though. Lily, on the other hand, does secure a meteorite from somewhere. He's trying to run away from at least Cartel, and CMB is trying to chase this on through. But the fire escape up in about a second or so. He's just gonna run, but straight into the hands of Spongarang. There's the blast wave with the blink.
Wait?
The Helitax stack being invested.
Wait, they could get another one.
They could. I don't think they know about the meteorite, though. Yeah, gonna give it over to Nulung. He will have control of it. NCMB still hunting. Songwarang on the flip, man. He's gonna get caught out by DHTNJ. What is going on?
Rosby is also caught here, or sorry. Ooh, a great Q forward. Actually gonna be able to block the Estelle's dash on out of there, and they're gonna get a free meteor off of them.
In the end, NCMB finds what is rightfully his, I guess. We'll end up finding it. A little bit of a baton toss.
Because it was I think it was the Adri team that was supposed to get it, right? Or was it?
Yeah, the Adriana had it, and then she gave it over to the Estelle after she went down because of the Helitax stat. So it was a little bit of a baton toss, but it's all good. It still landed into the hands.
That's it early. Ramada gonna get a lot of damage out there. Gonna get zoned off, but a great crossbow skill, and one circle actually extending a little too far forward. They're gonna get caught by the Shukai, but Ramada gonna be able to trade back onto that Shukai as Riori doesn't have enough burst damage, doesn't have enough single target damage to, you know, trade back, and yeah, the Wilby Mirror Surgeon gonna be able to pick up a nice 2 kills.
The team non-responsible trying to look for something. Helitax that was already invested from this team. I haven't really seen any proactive Twins Rush Helitax stats combo coming through from this team. Double knockup coming online. KCW in a little bit of trouble. The battle zone is not a battle zone. Sorry, this is not.
Oh my god, there is the combo that we want to see, but NXA
trying to find something. Pulba, he just uses the change over the wall, and yeah, just the damage just isn't there for this team to lock down and confirm these kills.
Yeah, we are seeing the combo that we saw the previous phases, or phase of number 1 for this Estelle and Stemma. But it just wasn't enough damage. Oh, gonna get that parry off. Are they gonna be able to kill KCW? It doesn't look like it. But there is the fire damage coming out from the Adriana. Dasu, KCW also, just not enough damage going around. They're all just living with a sliver of HP, and it will be NXA just gonna call a retreat there, as Adriana does end up falling as well.
So tough.
Oh, look at the inventory of NXA. They had a Ghost Sprite in their inventory. You have to wonder if they had that on. Maybe they definitely would have been able to win that team fight.
Oh, 100%. The fight went for so long that Ghost Sprite stress would have probably procced about 3 to 4 times over. I don't know why it's in the hands of the demo, if I'm going to be honest with you, because that's probably meant to go on to the Estelle, if anything. I know specifically NXA doesn't usually like running it. He has other transitions like Guardian Suit nowadays he prefers to go, but I don't know. Maybe it is meant to be on the demo. She can run it. She can.
Yeah, I think demo does run the... Wait a second. Did I see that right on the shoot guy?
What?
I think I saw a... Wait a second. I might have been seeing things, but I feel like I saw the wrong boots for that shoot guy.
We'll see. Maybe he's gonna still have it. Maybe he picked it up from somewhere. That could be a possibility. Glove, right? Oh, but by the way, glove on Shukai? What is going on?
Yeah, that is true. We do have the Dean trying to do damage into the Marcus, but the Marcus is not taking any damage. Rosalind just dead on day, and will be lights out for Team Tangled Lobby. Gonna lose 2 members, and yeah, I mean, Team BNK Fearx are on 7 field kills for themselves, and they will be able to get this tree as well. So they're gonna be sitting in a very nice spot. But you kind of have to wonder, Team Tangled Lobby, they had such a good game number 1. What's going on?
The Shukai just doesn't really seem to be holding his own. He always gets caught out for the past couple of games that I've seen, right? In that situation too, he just got caught out by himself. Shukai is tanky, but the only tankiness that he really has is health. You can chunk through that over the course of time in comparison to something like an Alonzo or even an Estelle, where they inherently have a skill that does damage reduction, right? You don't have that as a Shukai. You may be having a little bit of defense here and there, but that's not the same thing as straight up damage reduction you get for a certain period of time. Now, Team Tangle Dobby is stuck in a bit of a corner. Both of these teams not really knowing each other are there.
Oh, he's
Now
engaged.
they're
Ooh,
going to
the double
find it.
knockup.
Double knockup is good from Glove. They're looking for it. There's the burnt to a crisp. Down goes Chenyang. And the damage follow through onto Kaluka is good as well. 2 for 0 in favor of Team Tangle Dobby. Looking for a bit more. Tomato trying to run away with at least that Star Luminary. Blink away preemptively to try to get a bit of distance. They will keep themselves alive, but what a beautiful catch out after a punish on Zero Vision coming through from the members of Team Sobaru.
Yeah, very nicely played by that Shukai game. Gonna be able to hit a double knockup with their E, and yeah, will be a nice 2 kills, I think, going over to the side of Team Tangle Dobby. And that is what you kind of want to see with the Shukai pick. I don't really like the Shukai pick, you know, considering it is a really committal. You kind of just have to use it and hold that E4, that peel, especially since I think he is also playing, you know, slightly more of a damage, that Clawda ring, but he does have that the extra healing and that defense, you know, will be able to keep his teammates alive. And I think they're gonna run straight into the hands of
God.
Team Subaru, and Glove just gonna get bursted down. You don't really have enough tanky stats, especially since you did end up building that Clawda ring for your, you know, transition. So yeah, Glove just gonna fall there. We'll be able to get the buyback, but it will be a -2 defeat for Team Tangle Dobby.
A bit unfortunate, but as we said, you can chunk through the health bar, the raw health bar of a tank, especially when he's already invested his mobility skill like that. You really don't have a way out as Glove. So nicely done from Team, what is that, Sobaru, I think, using all of their skills to lock that down. Once these mages do actually land their skills, we can see that they will chunk through health bars like no tomorrow.
And a character like Shukai as well, where, you know, they don't really have many defensive tools after, you know, they're kind of in there, or they kind of get caught, right? They only really have their E for that knockup, but the E can get cancelled. And once you're you know, deep in, there's really no escape for a Shukai. You're kind of just sitting there as in a big HP bar, you know, for the enemy to kind of kill.
Here we go, though. A couple of nice transitions coming through for BNK FearX. We do see the Rod of Hearts coming online for Rosner. It is the upgrade with the Dawn on top of it, so that's going to be pretty nice. Everybody else also getting some really nice call-ins here on Team BNK FearX. The transitions for the Mark is a solid.
Yeah, they're looking really strong, and they have this red box coming in as well. I don't know how many opens they have, but I think I saw Rosner sitting on no shoes. I think it was just EOD shoes, and the Marcus also sitting on those HP shoes. So, you know, they could get the taproots, they get the red shoes for them. Both would be really good. Gonna see what they get in a moment here. Team DHC and J. Oh, here it comes. They do get the Blood Crown. I think it's probably not one they're looking for, as all their members can't really use it. I think they probably already transitioned off of that headpiece. So it's just gonna be a dead item for them, unfortunately.
Yeah, maybe ERM, but if you already have a transition on ERM, I know her items are pretty optimized to what she wants to do. I guess Blood Crown would be a bit extra. I don't exactly know which headpiece she has right now, but if it's something that doesn't really give you the unique item passes, then maybe she could rotate into it. Otherwise, you're right, it is just the dead items. Bit unfortunate for them, but the rest of the lobby, that's a bit of a sigh of relief, right? They don't know about it yet, but that Blood Crown going into the hands of Team BNK FearX could have definitely been something worse.
God.
Whereas Glove, he eats half his HP with 2 rockets. Oh, goodness.
Yeah, I'm surprised Donano didn't send it there. Like, maybe he could have dropped the cam over the wall and tried to look for that taunt, because I don't think the side of Team Tangle Dobby can really burst down a Mai, especially because, you know, a lot of their damage is coming from that Nadine, but, you know, not gonna pull the trigger just yet. They, you know, Mira Sejong is a team that, you know, to just scale up into the late game and, you know, just have full items going into final zone. We have Team Tangle Dobby. We know they kind of lost a lot of credits, so they're just gonna sit in the bush here. That Shukai sitting only on the Clawda ring, so not actually that tanky. Pang sitting on that mid crop. The mid crop is such a good item on this map. You just need mid crop, and you are just so much more tankier than these other tanks just because of the stats it has. So I wonder if Team Cartel is gonna look. Oh my god, Team Cartel is gonna get chunked. Both their backline is by half HP just from one Adriana, you know, W. So we'll be Team BNK FearX. Maybe we're gonna try looking for an angle. A lot of falling into school. Gonna probably trying to play for this wick line and maybe TP on out of there, but Team Cartel and Team NXA probably gonna take the fight here. There's the engage from the Mai, gonna get the taunt onto the demo. The demo is getting chunked down. Or sorry, not the demo, but the Stella's gonna chunk down.
Oh no!
Gunvolt is gonna go in as well, so it will be Team Non-Responsible gonna lose 2 members once again. I think Lily might fall.
Yeah, Lily's gonna go down. There's the Mai locking that down, and I think with NXA,
yeah,
he's trying
that's
to
it.
get something done. The auto attack. Oh, the spark
hit.
nade. Does the charge? It does land. The laser beam is what seals the deal. Team Non-Responsible, our first team eliminated again. Only 2 kills. They're not going to be able to run their main composition for the next game. Songharang trying whatever they can, trying to salvage a situation down on the south side of the map too. Tomato goes down. Songharang goes down. There is the potential res from Fauna. It does go through. Kaluka making the wrong play. Down he goes.
There.
I don't think he
Kaluka
knew.
didn't try to stop the res. Yeah, maybe he just didn't have enough knowledge because of the nighttime vision here. Bomb trying to look for an angle onto the top side here. Ramatic actually going to be able to live from Rosner. Rosner going to try looking for that double bookmark. Oh, great taunt there, and they just burst down. Rosner, oh my god. They're not able to find that angle, and it's going to be BNK Furex going to get wiped by the side of Mirai Sejong. Mirai Sejong able to play off these taunts and the CC so well, and able to split the team fight from Team BNK Furex, and they come out.
Uh-oh, this is bad though. Team Tangle Davi, they just managed to res a couple members back. Riori, he doesn't really have too many mobility skills left. They're jumping over. The taunt actually lands onto Sword Davi unintentionally. This does take him down to about half HP. NCMB, no! You cannot do that as an Nadine! He gets taken down. Down goes 1. Pang is still healthy. NCMB is still healthy. Riori.
It's such a misplay from the Nadine. You have to wonder if the Nadine just auto-attacked one time instead of using the crossbow skill. He tried to use it, but that was just not the right play there, and he just, you know, locked himself in an animation for like 2 seconds, and he just paid the price instantly, and Riori is going to get found out as well by Team Cartel.
And if not, he's going to get found out by Beta and Sejong. They got the cams here.
Yeah. Mira Sejong should see Riori coming down. They're going to stop him with the TP. Wait a second. Maybe...
Oh?
No.
I don't think that's where he could hide, man.
Wait. Cartel, are they going to walk in time? No. They did do a lot of damage onto Rhamatics. Cartel did end up following. Maybe they could have, but I think they did see Mira Sejong. They have the wick line. They have a lot of items, so they're just gonna.
I don't know, dude. All of our Adriana teams are dead. How weak is this character? That's actually crazy. Non-Responsible down, Sobaru down, Tango Dabi down, BNK Furex, of course, the other team that's going to be joining that fray. Mira and Sejong is doing really solid in this lobby, and quite frankly, all of the teams left in this lobby are doing really good for themselves. Sparkle Esports on 6, Cartel on 9, Mira and Sejong on 11, with DHC and J sitting on 6 kills for themselves. Rest of the lobby, as long as this just goes into the final zone, we're going to be seeing some teams sitting on very, very high densities for points. And after the result of game number 2, game 3 is going to set up so nicely for all of these guys. Although this initiation is, I don't think, what they were looking for. Pixu and Bubba both taken down dangerously low. KCW trying to salvage this a little bit, but he doesn't have a camera. He soaks up a lot of damage using the quick spin, but Jengi is a little bit too far away. KCW is still trying to salvage something. Pixu trying to kill NCMB, but you can't do that as the Dilate.
NCMP just winning the 1v2 up there, but yeah, that is they tried to look for that angle there, but great, once again, the great reaction from Team Cartel, just able to blink on out of there, able to kind of split the dive, and once the dive gets split, if you go into these isolated 1v1s into these characters, or a 2v2 into like a Mai and a Theodore, it's not really much you could do, playing this dive comp. So yeah, very well played from Team Cartel. Played that so perfectly there. Able to just, completely counter the dive in from Team DHC and J, and yeah, they were able to just run it out there. Ooh, I like this vision play from Team Sparkle Esports. Not a lot of people check this this bus, and they do recon it, so they probably think they're safe. You end up using the recon. Very nicely played from Team Cartel. They are disciplined enough to check these corners. But, you are going to be playing into this triple backline team. It's going to be a little hard. And, they do... a great reaction there from the Mai. Actually going to be able to pop the exclusive perfectly. And, there's a guillotine on the backside. But wait a second. It's still winnable for the side of Team Cartel. They still have the Tito with full HP. When TMP going to get brought down, they will end up getting killed there. But wait a second, the res is going through, and there's no way
Oh
for Team
my
Cartel to stop.
god. Dude, Sparkle Esports just placed the map so well in these final zones. Again, they just want to play what they want to do, right?
That's so unfortunate because Sparkle Esports, I think they placed that guillotine to stop like an entrance, but it ended up working out in their favor as they ended up getting funneling down into there, and that kind of basically won them the fight because the Rozzy was out. The Rozzy, you know, they had the Soul Stealer and they were just get away there, but yeah, that guillotine just sealed the deal for Team Cartel.
Yeah, and they pretty much sealed their deal by walking into Mira and Sejong. That's the only other team sitting inside the zone. I guess it's technically better than Sparkle Esports. We saw Pang almost getting taken down despite a really, really good exclusive, by the way. They're just going to full send it with the ultimate on the Theo, but they're just walking straight. Oh my
yeah. Banana went for a flank angle, so that was all just one circle at it because Banana wasn't even able to get anything there. That's just Mira Sejong for you though. The backliners just play so well. They're able to, you know, self-peel for themselves. It's just such a masterclass from both One Circle and Romantic.
Indeed, but there's still a long way to go, right? Sparkle Esports, the one team that can probably knock down Danana in one go as long as they set up their combos correctly. We had a little bit of a mishap down in Uptown because it did buy time for the other Mai in this game, Cartel's Mai, to actually use the exclusive. As long as they don't give Danana that opportunity, I still think there is a solid chance.
And you have to play into the triple backline,
Oh
so...
boy. I don't think any of them are planning on looping around either. This is do or die right here. They gotta make sure they can somehow find an angle back in on this. It's gonna all rely on Danana finding an angle in.
Yeah, the poke from One Circle is a lot of damage. The great exclusive gonna actually block all the full combo there from the side of Team Sparkle Esports, but there's gonna be no exclusive now coming up for the next fight. But they will get zone control, which is kind of what you need to do into this triple backline team. One Circle trying to get some poke down. Romantic gonna throw some bullseyes as well. Not gonna really connect here. There is the taunts, but a great change. They're coming out from Scarlet, and a great totem actually gonna stop the taunt there, and Romantic just gonna jump on in, and Scarlet doesn't have nothing to tank. There is the Soul Stealer gonna come out, and there's no response. And a great double taunt from Danana gonna be able to lock up Sparkle Esports, and that will be Mira Sejong coming out with 16 kills for themselves, and that is the power of Soul Stealer, right?
Yes.
Sparkle Esports doesn't have the Soul Stealer. Once Mira Sejong has a good look, they just pop the Soul Stealer, and the side of Team Sparkle Esports cannot get away.
Even aside from the Soul Stealer, I think it was immaculate plays from both Danana and Romantic, because Romantic found an angle to get the damage down onto the Emma to almost secure him running away guaranteed, right? It was either a kill or a run. And then Danana, knowing that, he preemptively jumped for the backline, because as soon as the Emma needs to run, the only person really blocking the entryway for the other two backliners is going to be Fauna. They turn their focus directly onto him, whereas Danana, he doesn't even care about Fauna, because he knows that his backline is already aiming for them. He aims for the big prize, which is the double other backliners trying to get themselves away. The Celine and the Emma both locked down by the struts.
Getting that taunt, it was really well played, but you know, it was, you know, from an assist from that Soul Stealer gave him the extra movement speed to, you know, get that angle to get that taunt, right? So yeah, I mean, the Soul Stealer, if you're not running it, it is if you like, you basically have to kind of play perfectly, because if you make any mistake, the Soul Stealer can just capitalize on that perfectly.
And I think it was really nice that it was Danana soaking up all the damage, because I think he's the running Soul Stealer. You get the bonus stats from losing 8% of your HP. The recovery, I think, from Mira and Sejong was really nice, because despite Danana getting taken down to about 25% of his HP, they still stuck together to actually take advantage of the Soul Stealer. It does have range, right? It's not a global tactical skill. You still do need to be around the person that actually ends up using it. And by sticking together, even if you're in a little bit awkward spot, you're still able to utilize that bonus movement speed, and the other team doesn't have it, which means they don't have one to react to it with.
Yeah, the range is really big, so you basically, it's like sort of global, but like if you're too far, then it's not going to hit, but yeah, usually you're able to just hit it on everyone. But here's the standings. We do have Team Mira Sejong with 47 points, able to secure themselves nicely in first place, having a 10-point buffer for team first and third. So they could be guaranteed already, but anything could happen if they go 8th place. If they, maybe they pull out that Kiara again, that Kiara team comp. It didn't really look too good the first time, so yeah, we'll have to see, how they do. Team Cartel with 42 points for themselves. Sparkle Esports with 37, BNK Fearx 31, DHC and J 31, and Team Tangle Dobby with 30. So it is pretty close on the bottom 3. And Team Subaru with 20 points, 10-point difference. So they can still make it in if they do have a nice game number 4. And these other teams, they definitely need to have a nice consistent game number 4, or they could be losing their spot in the top 6.
Indeed. Whereas non-responsible, 24 points behind Tingle Dobby.
Yeah, I think it's doomed.
It's quite doomed
24 is 16 field kills and a first.
Yeah, and that's the bare minimum they need to hit.
That's the minimum, yeah, because obviously, the teams are also going to get more points, so they probably need maybe 20 kills and a 20-kill game in ERM. I don't think I've ever seen that. I don't think I've seen it before.
Yeah, I've seen it, but it happens once in a blue moon.
It's really rare.
It's absolutely absurd. The fact that you're kind of put into this situation really does go to show that Team Non-Responsible hasn't really been responsible throughout the whole series, ironically enough. These guys are really not having it. The damage isn't just there. I think even with the compositions they've been running, nothing's sticking. It really isn't. Every single time they get somebody low, they manage to get away, rest up, come back. It's just been the story over and over and over again for Team Non-Responsible. I genuinely do think that the 1.33 hit onto Debbie was
the Debba Marley nerf.
Was probably the seal of the deal.
That's exactly what I was just about to talk about, because I think they are just barely short on some damage when they do these combos. Like the enemy just lives on like 100 HP, and if Debba was on the 1.32 patch, she probably would have killed because of that max HP damage nerf on that passive.
Yeah, and if anything, these fights are lasting so long that even if it was a minute nerf, I don't know the exact numbers to it, even if it was minute, it still results in so much damage lost over time. And you know what? Non-responsible. I expected a lot from them today, but I can understand why in a situation like this it's very difficult for these guys. There's so many teams that sustain so well or just so absurdly tanky that it takes way too long for NXA to get any meaningful damage down. And again, by the time they do, they're already pushed so far back with so many things invested that they can't kill the person they took down so much. And now they're having to scrap together whatever resources they have left to try to deal with the other two.
Oh, for sure, yeah. And Adriana is going to be gone again for game number 4, so they are going to be rotated on into an off comp, so I think it is looking a little doomed. But who knows, I believe in miracles. I think they could have a nice 20-kill game for themselves in game number 4. What do you think, Shuvi?
We'll see NXA doing another 1v2 in Factory, yes? That'll be quite interesting to see if it actually does end up happening. But yes, either way, the rest of the lobby is still relatively close. Even for Team Subaru, they do have a very good fighting chance to make it into the top 6. If they get another good game off, we saw them having a solid point gain in game 1. So it's not like it's all too impossible. It's just games 2 and 3 have not been their fighting ground. Whereas everybody else, this is the kind of a performance that we do expect from these ERM teams, right? They're doing really good. They're holding their own. Control over the map has been really good despite all of the chaotic fighting. We don't see a lot of these teams fully falling down until day 4, maybe day 5.
Yeah, not responsible. Subaru is only 10 points behind, right? So, and it's 3 teams that have about 30 points. So if one of the 3 teams, go out on 8, right? 10 points is pretty easy to make up. You just need about maybe 5-6 kills. And we've seen, Subaru able to, get that many kills and decent placement as well. So they definitely have a pretty good shot here. But that's up to, the other teams, depending on how they play. If they get, if all 3 of those teams maybe get at least 5 points, it will be a lot harder for them to make it in.
Yeah, the only problem for Subaru, they're also on an off comp because Kaluka can't play Adriana. Oh, it's looking like a tough road ahead for all of our teams in the bottom 2 of our points. But this does just make it easier for everyone else.
Yeah, and this is why you have to play multiple characters, especially at the competitive level, because you have situations like these where character gets banned and you can't really play anything else. What are you going to do, right?
Yeah.
You are just going to sit there, play a character that you don't really know how to play, and then, compare it. and then you're gonna play into these players that have been playing these other characters for so long. They're just so good, and this is like the highest level of gameplay, and you're just gonna be there with the character maybe you've only played like 100 years on. It's not gonna be a good look. But Team Non-Responsible, they're gonna be playing that double frontline Lenny, so they're gonna play that support double frontline. I kind of do like that coming out for them, kind of changing it up for the last game. Why not, right? Nothing's really been working out for them, so just gonna full send it on a new comp. So yeah, and Ymir Sejong just gonna go back onto their standard comp. I thought that Garnet was gonna come out for the Mana too, but it looks like it's not locked in.
Yeah, you heard me say no when he was over again. Yeah, that would have been a little bit funky, but Mira and Sejong, they're not out of the woods just yet, right? From the game 1 performance, even if they've had a solid games 2 and 3, they're not out of the woods fully just yet. Meaning they do have to play seriously for the last one. It's just going to be the classic Gyeonggi N8 comp we saw in phase number 2, just coming back around for Mira and Sejong. Actually finding success with it, by the way, this time around. They played this composition a couple times in the last phase during the group stages. Really couldn't find any, but this time around it does seem a little bit more different. I will say though, the compositions they are fighting against are much more in line with what this kind of comp wants to fight against. So it is working out in their favor.
I do have Riori on that Haze. So we actually have 2 teams that are on the tank Nadine plus Haze backline. So actually might be a common theme throughout phase 3, because these 3 characters, especially with the My pick as well, still really dominant tank, I think, in the competitive scene, because the nerf did end up coming in 1.34, so nerf didn't end up really going through yet. But even with the nerf, like a W damage, which isn't really that much.
Yeah.
You don't really play My for that damage anyways. It's nice, and you still do that extra damage, but it's not like too big of a nerf for her. So we probably will continue to see Mai throughout the course of the season, as we do have Mirai Sejong going to be able to pick those 3 characters. I think they're all pretty strong on this patch, while Tank Ladabi on the Shukai instead. I don't think Shukai is too great of a tank in competitive in the competitive scene, just because it's pretty easy to dodge out on E, right? You can't really take those blind E's forward, because good players will just react to it. They'll blink away, and then if you take an E forward as Shukai and you don't hit, you're just kind of a sitting duck for the enemy team to kill.
I think when Shukai was good back, like maybe a season or so ago.
Season 3 when Sanctum Rocks played it with.
Yeah, it was a lot more in line with the fact that Soul Stealer was a lot better than even now, right? It looks really good right now as is, but there was a time when Soul Stealer itself was just absurdly strong, and it really defined, I think, the season as a whole. It allowed Shukai to just go in with his walk it off.
Oh my god!
What was that triple knockup? I can't even finish what I was thinking. KCW, there it is. There is the faded triple knockup, but they're not finding anybody except for the Adina. There's the lockdown onto the Lennox. Holy crap.
I'm surprised they didn't get the wipe there, because it was a triple knockup into the triple polymorph. And yeah, they do get 2. It is kind of hard to get 3 when the team does end up splitting like that. But yeah, the HCNJ able to get a nice 2 kills for themselves, and yeah, we see it time and time again. This team, they play aggressive in the early game. Picks. Will we see some more? It's actually a pretty slow start this game, as those 2 were actually the only 2 kills we've seen. There is the Soul Stealer procced from Team Non-Responsible. We're gonna try looking. There is a Spring Trap gonna be able to kill Dasu, or hit Dasu there. Nice knockback. Gonna hit NXA back into the wall there. There's ultimate, but wait a second. The Roundhouse kick actually gonna push him away. I think that was kind of a misplay from the Yan here, but I think they will still find it anyways. As it will be Team Non-Responsible to get that kill for themselves. On the top side, Team Bianchi Ferrex going to be able to find the Priya from Cartel. So some kills going to be traded around here for some.
And nothing really big though, right? That's the thing about this game. Wolvasoul going to be invested. E8 just going to hop over the wall because the bears are on him. Blink over the wall from Sir Dobby. He's even going to invest in Monkey Wire, the auto attack. No, it's not there. But I don't think that's what you wanted to do, Rosner. He's going a little bit too far. Explosion shot. There he goes. Down to the ground. E8 is going to live. Rosner says, hey, nope, you guys can take me instead.
tried to look for that in the Dean. I think Rosser obviously didn't see the other two, you know, with that nighttime vision. But very nicely played from Tangle Dobby to follow up on that engage, and they will kill Rosser. Rosser did end up providing that spell shield earlier onto you know that MO. A great knockback from Sangarang. Gonna be able to secure the Yon there. And yeah, on the top side though, we do have another fight. Rosser going to be able to get that basket onto the wall onto the Lennox, but the third member of Team Subaru is not here. It did look like a pretty good angle if the Lenoir was there. I think they would have been able to turn it, but they're just not grouped up with them in Temple here, as it will be Tomato gonna get caught, as they will end up falling here. BNK Fair's actually gonna send it, you know, despite being down so much HP. Glove gonna get bursted down. Nadine trying to do some damage back. It's not going to be enough. Ross actually going to jump on in here. The blind does end up. Here comes the damage. Oh, the lock up and the CC is very nicely played by FearX. And yeah, will be Team Tangle Dobby going to try getting away there. Ooh, Bum actually missing out on that. And I think we will be able to get the res off.
Yeah, I will say, by the way, this is one of the rare ERMs where we're seeing both weapons coming out for the Sua. I've seen both the hammer and the bat from Rosner. It's not something you see quite too often nowadays, but this time around it did work as the bat skill full swing straight into the wall against the Nadine. Does keep both of their team members alive. Cancel on the box grab means Pegsu's actually going to be forced to fight out on this one, but the members of Team Cartel is very difficult for DHC&J to duke it out up against. KCW trying to do something, but no, he gets taken down. Rozzy a bit too difficult for these melees to take control of. Pablo uses the change. He couldn't jump over the wall in the factory. He's going to be stuck inside hospital.
That is really unfortunate because that was the lead Ellen's box if you look at the critic counts from the side of Cartel. So Cartel is getting a free mithril for himself, and DHC&J a minus 250 this early on is not what you want to see. Cartel are going to get their buys in as well. This is when you start. This is when you should be buying. Gotta make sure you get your buys in before the objective. Can't be greedy for the 4 scores. If your team does end up farming enough, you know, in the early game you can buy those 4 scores, but you need to make sure you have these items for the upcoming battle zone or the alpha that you do end up testing.
Yeah, this puts a big shunt on Team DHC&J's power progression. Imperial Silk Glove on its own might not seem like a big deal, but DHC&J is a team that really needs to get all of their buys together. Otherwise, their power levels for each of the characters are just so disorientated. I don't know if you can find that big of picks.
Yeah, DHC&J is like they're playing a team comp where they need to snowball. So if they you know, fall back or fall behind, you know, any amount in their, it is really hard for them to, you know, kind of come back and play the game. They do have some nice pick potential, so they are able to, you know, someone that's, you know, completely isolated, or maybe Yon finds a good angle. They can win some team fights, but definitely going to be a lot harder because, you know, they are playing on pretty thin margins. But I'm going to just jump on in onto NCMP. There's the ultimate from the Rozzy. They're actually going to jump. NCMP going to try jumping on back, but they will find the angle. The shields are coming out, but it's not going to be enough. And yeah, will be Team Fearx going to be able to secure this one out here. They're going to try to get EA, but EA is not going to fall. Actually, wait a second. EA does fall. And now Team Air Surgeon is going to reap all the rewards here, as they will be playing down a member. As Roger is going to try staying alive onto the Sua. But, oh, wait a second. Romantic actually falls from Bomb. Bomb finds the angle. And it's actually winnable now from BNK Fearx.
They get the healing from the execution too. I don't think One Circle has enough damage just yet to chunk through and burst everybody down. And there's so much sustain on the side of both Bomb and EA came back! He's self-res! Oh, it's a 4 score for BNK Fearx. How did they allow that to happen?
Oh my god, Bomb just went crazy.
What? That should not have happened. I think
power of Marcus on this patch. Marcus is
he's insane.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow, Bum holding on to that brittle auto attack for as long as he can, right? Just making sure that he gets the angle. Even used the Maleficent Helix before he got the jump onto the Nadine. Just barely gave him enough damage to knock her down with the guaranteed gap closer. Huge play from Bum. That secures them a 4 score from a situation that, quite frankly, looked really bad. Nice blink over the wall with the blast wave. Classic Sohanang. Pixie is going to get taken down. Yeah, I mean, Game 4 really showing us that these teams are playing desperately. They're trying to get into the top 2 spots for whatever plays.
Yeah, They basically just won 2-3-3 because Bomb just soloed the Nadine, and Mirror Sejong just does end up falling because the Suwa also has his sustain to just live do a lot of the damage, especially because once the Nadine goes down, there's not enough damage to kill that Suwa because it is just a haze that doesn't really have any items yet. It is still pretty early on. And wait a second, DHC and J, they got picked from different sides of the map, and they will be out in 8th place.
What? that's so uncharacteristic. DHC&J has not had a single game where that's happened in a long time, but well, DHC&J gonna get wiped off of Lumia Island. I think they're relatively safe unless Team Sobaru gets a lot of kills, but they just lost 2 members, which is a lot of their pacing just ruined. Nice transition pickup. It is a tree. Good for Kaluka, right? Because the Lenore could run something like I think the Captain Pepper if she really wanted to. I don't
probably
really think
Glacial
that's...
Shoes, I think, here.
Yeah, or even Scotty's could be an option.
Because I think running Tachyon Brace on a mage is really bad because you don't really benefit that much from 5 defense. So I think it looks like, wait, will they pop the Glacial Shoes? I think they're gonna go into the Glacial.
Yeah, there is the Glacial Ice. Is it Scotty's or Shoes? It's
Oh.
Scotty's, yeah, there it is. Oh, no. At least she used it.
Yeah, she did put on the Scotty, so it's not the end of the world, but we'll be minus 250. I think that means I guess NXA or non-responsible did have vision, and they saw the Noir walk under the temple, and they saw the pings, so they knew that the Noir was under there. Donata does end up hitting the taunt, but the taunt isn't gonna last for too long, and team Super is just gonna back away. But here's the Soul Stealer proc. Are they gonna rip the Soul Stealer response? A nice double stun from one circle, and there's the shotgun burst. Gonna be able to kill Tomato there as one circle. Not gonna die either.
Oh no!
Oh my god.
That's it.
The Noir does end up getting hit into the wall by the White Lily. Great White Romantic gonna be able to hit that. And wait a second, not responsible. Gonna be losing 2 members as well as Team B and K4X just end up those 2 up. And yeah, it's gonna be B and K4X sitting on 8 kills. And look at the credits on Team Normal. They are really bored. They got 5 credits each to the name.
I think you can definitely tell that Nulung is not playing a character he's 100% comfortable with in competitive stages. He pretty much missed the entire kit of the just now. Twins Rush being invested. Bomb if he uses everything. Oh no! NXA, he's gonna get taken down. That's another minus 250. And it's a Lenny also getting caught out. Okay, there we go. We know our 2 teams that are not making it through to the wildcards or the finals. Everybody else in this lobby now is safe. It just all comes down to who can actually make it into the finals at this point.
Yeah, and there will be 5 teams already for day 3, so a lot of team wipes early on. This is pretty uncharacteristic, especially for, a lobby like ERM, but yeah, just very clean fights from these teams, just able to, get these, clean 3-0s. And, teams just got sent, farther and farther behind. DHC and J, they lost their mid-year. Non-responsible and Subaru both had to res, quite a bit. So, once you fall behind in lobby, it's really hard to come back in just because, these other teams can they can basically just take the wallet out, slap you across the face and say, good night.
It's tough world out here in Lumia Island, but that's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes for a lot of these teams. And for 2 of them, that's going to be the end of Phase 3 already for these guys. Game 1, 2, and 3, all not really good for non-responsible. They tried to turn it around in Game 4. It just doesn't work out. This is the most kills I think they've got in a single game. Maybe it was 4, but either way, their performance today was just not up to their standards. Hopefully LCQ goes relatively well for them because now it's their only chance at potentially showing up for the season finals. Sobaru, our only performance of the season for that team, they're guaranteed to either try for LCQ or maybe not even make it because it's tough again to even qualify for that thing. They're probably going to be signing up for it in just a moment if they really want to have a chance at going to the season finals. Whereas DHC and J, they can breathe a sigh of relief. Even if they got taken out early, there is no chance for them to even get eliminated anymore. They will at least go to the wildcards tomorrow. I don't think they can make it.
Oh my god, is that a chaser on E8? I think Fear X is so strong here. Oh my god, yeah, they are full gold with E8 on that chaser, and it's only Suwa that doesn't have their boots. So, but wait a second. I mean, Tangle Dalby also they also have the blood weapon Riori, so almost all the teams here are really strong. Bana, oh my god, wait.
Everybody's on.
I think yeah, everyone has blood weapons. Like everyone is just Giga Snowballed here.
This is what happens when the map opens up like this, right? With 5 teams available, there are so many more animals that teams can grab by themselves that credit-wise, every team is very rich at this point in the game. I really like this. Now we get to see a lot of these teams fighting at full capabilities. There's Romantic jumping in. They are pushed into a corner, but a bit dangerous for the Priya to play around. I do like the fact that Pain decides to walk away. Monkey wire, squirrel traps everywhere.
Oh my god.
Looking for an angle. Same thing for Tangy. He's going to miss the burger flip over, but NCMB getting a little bit finicky with it, getting taken dangerously low, eating all the rockets. Half HP for the Rozzy. She still needs to play very much in. Tangy goes in, and I don't think he was supposed to. Oh my god, the damage return is so
tanky,
good.
Yeah, look how tanky the Marcus is with the obviously the Priya shield is going to provide him so much more
NCMB?
tankiness. NCMB actually, yeah, gonna be forced to actually blink away, but Jangy gonna jump in and he's just gonna die here. So NCMP is gonna try to get away. Team Cartel gonna lose their Marcus here. They're just gonna go into red here. Cemetery is reopening, so maybe they're gonna be able to get away. But Mira Sejong gonna chase NCMP. The blink was invested. One circle, gonna use the rockets, and they will connect, and Rozzy will end up falling.
I don't know what that was from Cartel, because NCMB kept trying to take some really weird angles to leave or join the fight. I don't know what he was doing walking out of the chapel building, going up and towards the console, but it is what it is. They're going to lose minus 200, minus 500. They do have enough credits for it, so Cartel, all 3 members back up in the line, but they lose a lot of pressure over this. I know their transitions are looking pretty good. They don't really have too many uses for the credits outside of maybe 1 or 2 transitions, probably for the Marcus or the Priya at this point. But that's still credits you could use for traps, vision. You're now losing so much pressure on the map itself that I don't know. It might be a good wake-up call for Cartel.
Yeah, and Sparkle Esports, they get the wick for free, they get this blood, so they're going to be sitting really in a really comfortable position here. Rosner also has a 4-score in his inventory. Might transition into that, actually, I don't even know if he does want to go into that Hermes, because he does have that heal cut shoes. Maybe he does need that heal cut for his team. He is on that mid shoes right now as, we do have Glove gonna get completely caught out here as they tried to TP on down, but it's a little too late. The TPs are gonna come out way too late. As wait a second, there's a third party from Team Cartel, Romantic. Gonna fall here, and that is not good for Team Mira Sejong, as yeah, they don't have enough. Wait a second, maybe they get the res off. I think Danana does recognize this. He's gonna go straight down into warehouse. 10 seconds left on the timer. I think they can get the res here. 5 seconds left. They're gonna start the res on one. Danana gonna res another. Yeah, and they need to get back into the zone here. Danana, they're just gonna soul steal their way here. But wait a second, Team Cartel, they do recognize that the res did end up going through, and here is the blink on forward. NCMP taking so much damage back from the haze. There's the rockets, and they're not actually gonna explode. And that's gonna be it for Team Mirai Sejong. I think they will end up falling here. Ramada gonna try to getting away. Lumi nowhere to be found, and Team Cartel will end up picking that one up as well.
That was such a good macro play from Mira and Sejong. Danana making a huge play with the reses, but Cartel with the heads up play, right? They were looking at the minimap, they saw the reses happening inside a warehouse and said, hey, the only way out for these guys is running through chapel. So they cut them off. Beautiful play. I don't know what Danana's plan was by walking back in. He had seconds of time left after he used his catwalk to at least make it out of that bottom left side of warehouse. But it is what it is. Mira and Sejong will fall. We'll see if they have enough points to secure themselves into the finals. Sparkle Esports playing with fire right now. Nice blast wave in.
Burst and AoE damage coming out from Songrong. They will be able to get one. Zhangyi gonna try maybe trading. Gonna try to trade one to Songrong, but not gonna be able to find anything. And yeah, will be Team Sparkle Esports gonna be able to pick this one up. Great totem to prevent any more damage, as NCMP is gonna be the one to be forced away here, as there is the wipe. And Team Sparkle Esports does end up getting that. Team BNK Fairx, they do recognize, they saw the pings. They're gonna walk up here, and it will be Team Sparkle Esports just gonna tank, go into red. Gonna take some time. I'm probably gonna TP on into Forest, which was the other zone that is. Yep.
Yeah, and this is fine because there's only 2 teams left. Sparkle Esports, they knocked down the 3rd team left in this game. They have so much time to play around, and just because of the fact that they were able to knock down the team in Cemetery, they have full information of the fact that BNK Furex is there. They get even more credits to play off of after searching the corpses, and then they also get the leniency to teleport into a zone that has a Hyperloop in it. There's nothing in Cemetery that BNK Furex can work off of. Once they finish the zone, the only one they can go in is Chapel, but that's closing. I love this macro player from Sparkle Esports. They're so good at this. Let's not even move aside the fact that the blast wave from Songharang was immaculate onto the members of Cartel. 0 counterplay. Blast wave straight into the 4-stack onto Priya. She has no chance to live. No totem coming out. Nothing on that side. Even assuming she is running totem, because I know Prius tend to be the one running Soul Stealer. Beautiful catch. I have no other words.
Yeah, he's able to get so much AoE damage off there, and Sungrong always able to find, you know, these good backs, and, you know, just right into the hands of, you know, the double poly into the Fauna knockup. So just, you know, these 3, they just always play, you know, off each other's CC so well, and the damage, you know, coming out from, you know, these characters is just so high. So if you get caught, you're just instantly dead.
But we'll see if anything's gonna happen from Sparkle Esports now. BNK Furex, actually, you know what? Let me flip that. Will BNK Furex be the ones to somehow deal with Sparkle Esports? They're gonna start moving towards the final zones for both of these teams very soon.
Actually, like, it looks like both teams didn't want to move out and burn their red just because they want to save extra timer for final zone. Because a lot of the times now, it looks like these teams recognize that, you know, these team fights can go long enough. Timer is a resource where you could reset a team fight. So if you do end up going in and, you know, tanking your timer, you're not going to be able to get those fight resets, or you're going to have less of those fight resets. So yeah, it looks like it will be BNK Furex going to be able to secure the zone first, though, and then into a team like Sparkle Esports that is massive. Here's the double. Odyssey's not going to connect, as Scarlet is going to be able to change on out of there. It's going to be a little hard to walk up. Both teams have a lot of poke. The Suo poke is pretty good. With the ERM, going to be able to jump on in. Bomb, going to try looking for an angle with the Smasher Smithereens. Not going to be able to hit on anything there. Sungharang going to poke a lot of damage, and there is his own control now going over to Sparkle Sports. Now it's going to be really hard to play into this team. But, you know, a team like Furex, they do have that full send potential with that Marcus and that Sue if they are able to find this angle. I like this. Oh, but the guillotine does end up spawning him out here, as Bomb will just end up walking back. They're going to look for an angle onto E8.
Nice reaction.
And they're not going to find anything, but Rosner going to get a blink into the wall. They're going to be able to trade. Rosner will just end up going down, actually. Tried to look for that angle, but wait a second. E8 is going to be able to trade one back, and I think they're actually going to be able to secure this. Bomb going to try living, but no, it's not going to be enough. And Team Sparkle Esports will end up coming out on top there. Rosner did get a good bat skill, but it's just not going to be enough there. And E8's gonna try getting some poke damage. The res is coming through. Yeah, will be Team Sparkle Esports gonna secure the last game for today for Group A with 11 field kills for themselves.
I don't know how Sparkle Esports does it, but every single time it's Chapel for these guys. It makes it impossible for some of these melee compositions to do it. And yeah, that's the reason why I quite frankly flipped it on its head and asked, hey, can BNK Furex actually deal with Sparkle Esports? Because that's just a given, right? Eventually the Selena's going to buy the space, the Emma's going to buy space, you're not going to be able to kill Fauna that easily. And on top of it, because you're running triple melee, you don't have control over the cameras. IRM, yeah, maybe she can eventually kill cameras, but in comparison to something like a Chloe where she can constantly throw out her auto attacks, you don't have any control over vision, you don't have any control over thin corridors. Celine's just going to be pushing you back. She has Chaser, Armor Pen, she's got the Primordial Hex or the Cataclysm, whatever the heck that thing has anymore. It's just not good, right? It was a losing matchup to begin with, and I think that went about as well as I expected it to for Sparkle Esports. Just all they had to do was play textbook, and that's exactly what they did. It's classic Sparkle Esports.
Yeah, I think on the side of BNK Furex, I think their targeting was a little split. Roser did end up hitting that nice bad skill, but, you know, not really any follow. And you can't really kill a Chloe because the Chloe will just, you know, use the Soul Link, which is what happened. And yeah, just not enough damage coming out. Not enough chain damage, I guess, coming out from the side of BNK Furex. very nicely played from Sparkle Esports to kind of respond to how BNK4X played, and yeah, the CC right combo coming out. Once again, just able to kind of just play off each other. Got a lot of poke where it was able to secure the zone. I was a little surprised they did end up sitting on the E8, but it looks like it did end up working out for them because did end up baiting the Sua in, and they were able to burst the Sua down there.
Okay, I don't know if you're watching my screen there for a second, Super, because I'm sharing a screen. I'm sharing my screen to Super, guys. Fauna started stream.
Oh, he just immediately started stream
Yeah,
after
he just
after
immediately
he's
started
done? Wow.
stream. I
That's
will
kinda
say
funny.
though, by the way, for that final fight, I think the reason why Sparkle Esports was able to full send it is because they saw the Marcus getting caught by the double.
Yeah,
BA team,
on the
right?
top side. Yeah, I think that's the reason why they
Yeah.
wanted to, because they wanted to play that isolated 2v3. And honestly, it was a pretty fair call and a fair play, but
Oh,
they
they
didn't account
don't
for.
make it.
Oh, you're right. They tied with Cartel, but they get some tiebreakered because they're actually less field kills than Cartel. But third place isn't too bad for them. We will see them back again tomorrow, and it will be Team Mira Sejong and Cartel are gonna be their two teams that make it straight to the finals.
Indeed. That's quite brutal for Team Sparkle Esports. But I will say, every single time, I feel like at this point for Sparkle Esports, it comes down to a cadence when it comes to Chapel Final Zone. They know that a lot of teams aren't single-handedly going to be able to deal with theirs. So they always just push into the final zone. And every team they fought in Chapel, I think including Phase 2 and Phase 1, they've always tried to flank, and they always get screwed because Sparkle Esports just goes in on the other two.
Yeah. That's the one downside to flanking is if the enemy team recognizes that you're going for that, the team that's just sitting in the zone, they could just send it onto a 2 and or onto the 2 and play the isolated 2. And if they're able to find an angle onto those two members and they're not ready for response, it's pretty doomed, right? Because you're playing into that 2v3. I think in the sense of the fight that just happened at the end there when they went on to E8, I think they didn't account for the Soul Stealer again, right? That really came out, but then I think Rosner did end up sending it back in, and he sent it back in while the Marcus wasn't fully there yet, and kind of I think that kind of cost them.
Absolutely. Well,
yeah,
in the end, it is what it is. Even with that performance, Team Sparkle Esports was not able to make it into the finals.
Yeah.
We'll see them tomorrow during the wildcard stages. But that does it for Group A. We have 4 more games coming up now for Group B. I would assume they're gonna do an interview. There's a new host on the Korean cast, by the way. I've never seen that guy before. I guess we couldn't have... Oh gosh, why am I forgetting that caster's name? No, I love this caster too. I'm forgetting his name. But they have a new host from the looks of it. They're still gonna do the Korean interview, so we're just gonna be chilling here for a couple minutes while that goes on. But while we do that, maybe we can talk about the teams in Group B, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited for Group B as well. There are a lot of teams. You have Team Daeyoung Cybers, Daeyoung N8. We know Daeyoung N8 has been playing a pretty consistent tournament, or I would say ERM. I think I don't know about ERM, but they have been performing pretty nicely nationally. I think either last week or the week before. Do have Blanche, Team High, and on the bottom side, obviously we know Team Asher. I think they're actually in first place in the circuit right now. Team Auto Arms, we know there's Sad Hands, Taeyong, and Cinema, and JCP. So all 4 of them are really. I actually have 2, I think, newcomer teams here. I don't think I've seen any of these players before. Team Sin and Team Nameless.
Yeah. Well, this is going to be a fun group. Regardless of what ends up happening, I think there's still a lot of chances for us to see a possible new team coming online into the finals or even into the wildcards, because we know that Liguri has played in ERM a long time ago. Although on the flip side, Nameless is just a team that I've never seen any of their players, so I think we can expect a lot of interesting turnarounds in the group stage for Group B. I wonder what those players are going to play. Right, we saw the Adriana ban coming out in Group A. I highly doubt that's going to happen again in Group B. but we know there are some very strong characters around. We saw a possible Marcus ban in Group A. We saw a possible Mai ban in Group A, Nadim ban in Group A. Group B could be a completely different story, though. I don't know.
I feel like we will see the My ban in Group B because we do have a lot of the front to back. Like I think Auto Arms will play the My. We do have Gang Anik, I think, will play the My. And I feel like one more team will definitely swap to it. So I feel like this is probably the My lobby, where there's a lot like all the front to back My teams. I feel like we might see a. I think that's like the only one. It would be a Haze ban coming out.
Yeah, that could be the case. Although
That would
Blotch
be
kind of
my
puts
prediction.
a little bit of a stop on a lot of bans potentially coming, because we know 1 out of 17, 1 out of 8 teams is going to play something weird compared to everyone else.
That's true. That's true. Yeah.
It's a very similar feeling to DHC and J, because you know those guys aren't playing standard characters.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm pretty sure. I think my for sure. My for sure.
Well, if it doesn't
Haze
happen,
maybe
that for
because
sure
I feel
can
like
turn into maybe.
G-Work and being innate will play it, and then they just need like one more, right?
Yeah, I suppose.
'Cause I think Haze is really good on this patch, and I think a lot of teams will
Oh,
play
yeah.
the Haze. G-Work could be obviously just play his. Actually, I don't think he could play Adela because Adela got hit really. Like Adela's gone, I think, on this patch.
I know a lot of people in Georg's Discord server was asking him to do stuff with Adela in Phase 3 and Finals, but I don't think it's happening either.
Yeah, I don't think the Adela's coming out.
I know she got a little bit more help in 1.34, but again, we're not playing in 1.34, so that's a little bit rough for Georg. I would highly expect things like the Elena to come out from that team on Georg.
I mean, Adela, yeah.
Yeah,
I remember.
he's not only locked in on that character.
Yeah. Honestly, what are your predictions like? Who do you think will come out on top of Group B for Phase 3?
That's a great question. I think
Which two
that...
teams do you think will make it straight to finals?
Oh, okay. Now that's a tough one. I think in this, it's still probably going to be Kyungi, Innate, and Team Asher. Because remember the characters that we were saying were pretty good in this patch, right? You were talking about Marcus, you were talking about Nadine, you were talking about things like Mai still being potentially good. Kyungi, Innate's composition can still deal with that exceptionally well. We saw it in Group A where the Nadine, Haze, Mai, deals so well with literally everything that everybody in Group A was playing with. Team Astra on the flip side, I think they're just really consistent in comparison to Daejeon Cybers. Their compositions are a little bit finicky, a little bit shaky, to say the best in recent times. I know they're a top-tier team, but...
Yeah, they do play pretty unique team comps. Like, they play that triple, or like that double frontline plus the Arda, so they try to look for that Arda gate into, like a kill on the back line. But I think a lot of teams, you probably know how to play around it by now because of, how much they've been utilizing that team comp. So I don't know. I'll play that out for Phase 3. We're going to have to see. But yeah, I think for me, my predictions would be those two plus Auto Arms. I think Auto Arms also has a good chance because we usually see how good Auto Arms does. It just depends, on how well those players are going to be playing today.
Indeed, I really want to see Sadhan locking in that Rozzy. I know, I was telling you about this right before, that I have a new friend that also I pulled into Eternal Return, and he's been playing a lot of Rozzy. I need to show him how strong Rozzy can be, and what better candidate than Sadhand. But aside from that too, even in Auto Arms Tekken, we always talk about this player, right? He sets up so well.
His yawn is crazy. Yeah, he's just able to find these angles able to just combo off of any terrain, able to just push them into the wall or use their ultimate well for that setup. So I'm excited to see, and then obviously we do have playing tank for them, right? Either playing that Mai or I don't know like what would he play if Mai got banned?
I don't know.
I think they did play like a different team comp with like Lennox right before. We have to see if they do end up playing that out.
Yeah, either way, I still think that regardless of what happens, and I'm not trying to downplay the other team members of Auto Arms either, right? Because JCP and Cinema are just exceptional players within their own right, but really, Taeyoung splits the Red Sea. He's like Moses at that point, and then Sadhan just comes in and tsunamis everybody who gets stuck inside of it. It's a pretty fun world out here. Group B is going to be really, really fun, guys. The Korean side just wrapped up their interview over on that side. Just one more time, for those of you guys who missed the games for Group A, we had Miden, Sejong, and Cartel make it directly into the finals. Sparkle Esports, BNK Fearex, THCNJ, and Tinkle Dobby. We will see those 4 teams in the wildcards tomorrow. We're just about to go into the break for game 1 and 2 for Group B. Just a lot of discussions between you and I on kind of predictions that could happen for that lobby, but it's so versatile with the teams that are there.
I'm also excited on what these new teams are gonna play, and what they bring to the table, like how and also how they shape up, to these other ERM teams that's like the seeded teams that just got straight into here from last season. Kind of see how they do, because it's always great to see new talent. It just means it's growing, the community is growing, and there's just a lot more competition over on the KR side.
Oh yeah, the season has been won with a lot of new teams coming in. But guys, we're going to go on to a break, so make sure you guys go grab some water, go grab a snack, and go take a stretch, because we're going to be back with you here in the Eternal Return Game channel with Group B Games 1 and 2. We'll see you guys in a bit.
Take care.
전장을 지배하고 생존자가 사망했습니다.
숨바꼭질 시작이구나. 스모츠 시작한다. 원래 순간은 아주 빠르고 영리한 거야. 잘게 찢어줄게. 놀래키는 일에는 자신 있어. 찾았다. 놀랍지? 이거 첫 번째로 당첨이야. 아하, 너네 거기 있었구나. 좀 많이 아플지도 몰라. 도망가면 안 돼. 끊고 죽여버릴지도 몰라. 지켜볼까? 좀 더 해치울 수 있다니까. 아직 멀었어. 사람들에게 행복을 선물하고 싶어. 태어나서 연애해본 적 없으면 마법사가 된다고 하잖아. 마술사는 될 수 있더라고. 마술사 등장! 새 무대를 준비해볼까? 지금 필요한 건 웃음과 마술이야. 동정과 카드, 어느 쪽이 좋아? 미소. 어우, 좀 이쁘라니까. 표정이 왜 그래? 여기야! 우리 비둘기가 자기가 당신보다 머리 좋을 것 같대. 어떤 카드가 좋아? 널 위해 준비했어. 토끼와 함께. 우리 비둘기가 살려달래. 폭력 반대. 웃어줘.
대부분의 문제는 폭발로 해결돼. 예술은 폭발이야. 터뜨릴 준비는 끝났어. 그냥 터뜨려버리면 안 되나? 기폭시켜줄까? 날려버리는 수가 있어. 발밑을 조심해야지. 이런 건 전자전 지원을 받아야 하는데 퓨즈 관리는 철저하게. 조심해, 폭발하니까. 문제 해결 완료.
일레븐의 결혼식 브이로그. 지금 바로 시작할게. 드레스 어때? 오늘을 위해 특별히 준비했어. 신부 입장. 아직 브이로그 안 끝났다고. 빵빵빵. 받아줄 거지. 와, 케이크가 더 커졌어. 예쁜 추억 많이 만들자. 저기 있어. 청첩장은 안 줬는데. 영원한 사랑을 맹세합니다. 일레븐의 결혼식 브이로그 봐주셔서 감사합니다.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Eternal Return Masters Season 5 Phase 3. We're still here with the group stage. We just finished all the games for Group A and got the results of the teams that are making it to the finals and teams that made it to the wildcards tomorrow. This time around though, we got 4 games left, and you know what that means? Group B is about to begin.
Yeah, I'm excited for this group. There are a lot of teams to look out for, so yeah, it's really anyone's game to make it for tomorrow. And these teams, they're going to fight tooth for nail. They need these circuit points. They need as many points as possible to make it in for the grand finals if they do want to either make it to day 1, day 2, or even straight to LC, straight into the finals for that.
Oh yeah. All these teams have to do is at least make it through the group stages, as we mentioned earlier on when we were talking about the overview of the season's ERM as a whole. You just have to get into the wildcards to secure yourself some of all of those circuit points that are readily available for these teams. But Super, before we get on to that topic, let's talk about some of the teams that are going to be playing in Group B. We talked about it a bit before we went into the break, but let's take a deep dive into those teams actually this time around. We got Titan Cybers, Kyungi Innate, Blanche, and High coming in as our seeded teams. Auto Arms, Sin, Asher, and Nameless as our 4 teams from the qualifier stages.
Yeah, I mean, the 3 teams that, are definitely to look for, I would say, are Get Young Innate, Team Asher, and Team Auto Arms. These 3 have been having a really nice performance throughout Season 5. So, really excited to see, how these teams and how these other teams maybe shape up and try to compete for, a spot to try to get into the finals. They definitely have to get into that top 2 spots, but we do have the predictions coming around as well. And would you like to see, that is a lot of the votes split. Looks like Gang NA is basically taking 50% of in Group B. I mean, we see how good this team is. They've been having a really nice, consistent performance for Season 5, and B is actually going to be Team Asher taking 55%, as I think they are in first place for circuit points currently.
Indeed, the stunt that they were able to pull off during phase number 2 was pretty good. And for Gyeonggi N8, a definite disappointing end, I will say, for phase 2 that they had during that stage. Such good performances during the group stages. They got their way straight into the finals with almost 0 contests throughout the course of the games because they were so dominant throughout them. And in the finals, they were the first teams to get into the checkpoint. I think after games 3 or 4, they managed to get in there, but couldn't round it out. They couldn't win the entire thing. In the end, I know BNK Furex won for phase 2. They had such a good series and such a good weekend, but they couldn't round anything out. So I think this weekend is one where Gyeonggi N8 is trying to turn that around. I would assume they're still going to be playing the same composition since we saw it from Mira and Sejong. We should assume that it is still pretty good. The bread and butter composition of Gyeonggi N8. We'll see if it gets stunted by the fact that Mai gets banned here and there. If that does end up happening, Estelle is the alternative option that Gyeonggi N8 did pull out. We'll see if that actually ends up happening, though, because it's all up in the air. Who knows what these guys are going to play until it actually happens.
I think it's pretty likely because we have Gang N8. T High is probably going to play. If they do play that, what's it called? The Tazia. I think they played Tazia Mai Priya,
yeah.
and I think they might go back to that. And once you look at that, we are going to jump straight into it, and we will see 3 Mai be locked in just straight off the bat here. So already the Mai ban is going to take into fruition here. But we see any other bans. So we actually have 2 Priya picks. We do have 2 Rozzies as well. So 2 maybe 3 Rozzies. We have is that a Sniper Aya or no AR Aya actually on the on her Volu. This is what I was talking about.
Yep.
The patch with the AR change, and that new AR is so powerful. If they are going to be able to utilize it to its full potential, maybe going to be able to do so much damage. And it will be a Priya ban actually.
Okay.
So 2 bans going to come out for game number into game number.
Indeed, and we will see a Johan in this game. The guy's name is In Johan. Name checks out, I suppose, in that case. And Asher, we mentioned that the Adela might not come through for G-Work because the 1.33 patch did hit the damage on Adela a bit, but we are going to see that character, as a matter of fact, coming out for G-Work. So pretty interesting there. Game number 1, I do also like the fact that Blanche is starting out with this comp because assuming that game 2, something goes a little bit wrong and they can't play their main composition of the Ekion, they don't have Mai readily available anymore. So I like the fact that they are starting out with this. They're the one that actually made really good performances on this composition during phase 2, so it's a bit of a swap around from what we saw in Team Non-Responsibles, right? They're going to be the ones to try uprooting the performance Non-Responsible had earlier today. If they don't, they're in trouble.
Yeah. But yeah, it is. When was the last time we seen an AR Aya in? I think it's. I don't think have we ever seen one?
Oh, it's been a long time, if anything, because it's always pistol or even sniper rifle every now and then.
Pistol or sniper, but an AR Aya. But I think with the new AR, it's definitely a good pick. I would say right now. I think the most surprising team comp for me is we do have another Kiara pick. It is going to be Team In. That's going to be on the Kiara, Johan, Chloe. So a really weird comp. And yeah, they don't really have that front line, but maybe they could play off the Johan route with the Chloe knockup. But I don't really know if they have anything for them into front to back team. I think they might get bursted down, but Johan is a really good support right now, and on this patch he did just recently buff the supports with the healing factor. They increased the heal from 10% to 15%, and they also buffed Elf Dress back up. So I think it's like Johan is definitely not a bad pick right now, so I'm kind of interested to see how team does end up utilizing this Johan, Kiara, and Chloe. So it is a really really unorthodox comp,
Indeed.
and I'm definitely interested to see how they do end up playing it.
The thing is, though, if I remember correctly, you might have to correct me if I'm wrong. You guys in the chat, make sure you do as well. Remember that big nerf to all the healing supports after the end of season 5?
Yeah. They basically reverted like a lot of that.
Yeah, and if anything, I think Johan was the one test subject
Support
that
that
actually
didn't hit.
dodged that. Yeah, because he wasn't played at all during that time. It was mainly like Charlotte.
Yeah. Lenny.
Yeah, Lenny. They nerfed all those, but Johan was the one that elusively dodged out on it. But they've still been buffing all the support.
Oh
healers.
my god!
Yo, wait, this is
triple
bad.
queen into the triple knockup. But
no
wait a
one's
second.
dead?
G-Work is indecisive
it
on
is.
who he wants to go for, but they will end up picking one, and it will be only the Abigail actually dying. A little surprising, but I think that is the nerfs. I think they all would have died there if Adela still had the 1.32 patch, but they do still end up taking one, so it's not too bad for them. As well, the Dean gonna get caught here on the other side. The Soul Link does end up popping here, and G-Work gonna try looking for an angle, but not.
Shouldn't be able to find anything. The insta-pop on the Last Judgment, G-Work's just gonna end up investing his timer to keep himself alive. Soul Stealer was pretty good. Not Soul Stealer, sorry, the Faith of Wavering. Why the heck did I say Soul Stealer? Faith of Wavering was pretty good from the Johan. It does end up keeping the Chloe alive.
Yeah, the Soul Link.
So much sustain on that comp, right? You use the Soul Link on the Chloe, you stay alive.
Yeah,
use
and then you use the ultimate, and yeah, they don't have enough damage to really kill because the damage will split. So, kind of something to think about when you do factor those two characters together. But looks like Team High, they do see the two members of Team Nameless kind of split here. A great taunt coming out from the Mai into the wall, and that will be the Abigail gonna fall down. Another pick we don't really see too often. The Abigail is gonna be coming out for Team Nameless. They are playing this oh my god, wait, he's able to stay alive for so long, but gonna be the one to fall here as Rozzy gonna get caught on the top side here. Will G-Work be able to find this kill? It is a Rozzy. They do have a lot of mobility, but Nadine may be here to cut them off here. I'm surprised they're actually going wide. They're not go on the other side, as the Rozzy will be able to get out.
Completely fine, right? It's still early game where these kills, just all it really ends up being is just additional points. G-Work is still trying to follow through. Honey, I don't really know how much longer he has left to live unless the speed gate in towards hospital is still up and alive. Liguri in a little bit of trouble. There's the pull away from Sebi. Nice pull over the wall too, so Liguri is not going to be able to easily get the teleport off. He does have the speed gate available, so this probably means Sebi's not going to be able to secure anything. Parry, I don't know. We'll have to see. There's a lot of healing on Liguri's side. And I think Sebi is also running the no healing reduction, because that's a lot of healing for a level 1 Plague. There's another party coming in, DHCMJ. Oh, not DHCMJ. Tejan Snipers picks up the kill, I think. Yeah, they get 2. There it is.
Yeah, and Daeyoung Cybers are gonna walk down here. I really actually like Daeyoung Cybers team comp because they are playing, the characters that are pretty strong, I would say, on this patch, with the Marcus and the Aya with the AR, with the new AR, and Priya there, for that sustain. I think we saw, the Marcus and Priya in the previous group. It's a pretty strong combo considering, how tanky Marcus is right now. And yeah, we do have another fight on the bottom side here. Actually, teams are just posturing up for this meteorite as Nameless is on the top side. Ooh, they're popped a little early here, so it's actually gonna hit no one. Hisaki again, maybe gonna try to find an angle. They do get a taunt onto 9, but he's gonna use his defense from his W. Gonna back on away here as Nameless is here for the third party. Rain is just gonna stick the meteor, and it's gonna be Nameless gonna get 2 RNG for themselves, so they're actually gonna be looking in a pretty good spot. Wait a second, unless Rain gets caught here. The wall does end up getting placed down. A great movement there to actually dodge out on that, but gonna get taunted. The ultimate from 11 with the heal drone is not going to be enough. I will end up claiming that meteor for themselves.
That sucks. I saw Rain's move trying to run around. Yeah, ultimate as well as the wall. A little bit unfortunate, but it is what it is. They do still secure the Tree of Life, which is pretty big. Char, Team Asher was in a little bit of trouble, but the Alonzo is back alive. There is the Adela back alive as well. Fight starts out inside of Cemetery. Down goes 1, down goes 2. That's a bit awkward as Ikasi's going to have to run away. Team High losing out on the meteorite.
Oh my god, look at the items on Sin. Sin has
I think
meteor.
they stole the meteorite, yeah.
Oh, did they? And that's what they crafted? Oh no, Hisaki has the
Oh,
the
yeah,
weapon.
you're right.
Yeah, so it looks like they were able to get the meteorite down slam. Because if you look at the credits on Team High, it looks like they didn't buy anything yet. So yeah, so they were able to get it down. So it's not too bad. Big9 getting caught here from Cinema, but Zero Jin now here to join the fray. Gonna get some rockets, get a lot of poke damage onto the Mai here. Zero Jin gonna E forward. Not gonna use anything else though, as they're just taking so much damage from the side of Gaeyoung Innates, as Taeyong is just gonna fall there. Sadhan's gonna try looking for an angle back in, maybe gonna try killing Ignite, but Ignite just, gonna pop that Shaw Veil and gonna take no damage from those auto attacks.
Double taunt a little bit too much for the side of Auto Arms to deal with. It's still early in the game where Sadhan doesn't have all the necessary items to burst everybody in the game down. And I do like the fact that he still went for it, right? The exclusive did deny it, but if it wasn't the exclusive, I still think that he could have picked up at least a kill. I just like the fact that he at least went for it. You never know until you go for it. Do like that. Auto Arms should come back in just a moment. They're going to try resetting themselves for a potential battle zone, maybe even an alpha if they want to go for that instead, as we do still see Sadhan down on the ground. There he is. Battle zone is going to begin. It's going to be Team Nameless as well as Team Sin duking it out. There are so many graphics happening that I have no idea what's going on. Inyohan is down. There goes an execute. It's a 1-for-1 now. This is tough because Tejon Cybers now walks in.
Yeah,
no!
They just collect their prize. They're gonna get that free 4 score for the offense. Yeah, that's the 3-team battle zone. It's really unfortunate, that's really not. There's really not much, the other two teams can do, as they gotta take the fight in before the other team comes in, and yeah, will be Daeyoung Cybers gonna be able to grab that, and they get a nice alpha themselves. So they are sitting in a really comfortable spot now, as I don't know if you saw Revolu's items, but he's already sitting on 3 items with that new AR weapon. That new AR weapon is so strong. I would actually consider it as good as Blood Weapon.
Yep.
And it's just for a Tree of Life. So yeah, they are sitting really comfortably here. Probably want to look for some team fights, as the next objective rotation will end up coming up in a minute. So these teams will have some info coming up in about 8 seconds to see where these boxes are going to be spawned.
If anything too, by the way, Team Auto Arms, well, not Team Auto Arms, sorry, Team Tejon Cybers, their credit value right now with transitions is insane, because they're already sitting on triple 4-score items on all members split, on top of additional Tree of Life and Mithril transitions.
Scar is split from his team, as Team Auto Arms is going to TP on in there. I think actually Team Sin is going to TP on in as well. Here comes the Kiara. Just going to be able to get on in there, but a nice double stun into the wall from Taeyong. Going to be able to, oh my god, going to be able to kill the Chloe, and Taeyong playing out of his mind. Just going to be able to win that 1v2 in the back and finish the main source of damage from Team Sin. And Team Auto Arms will be able to pick up one on the other side. Team Asher will be able to find a member of Team Nameless, as they will pick up one for themselves.
I thought Taeyong was honestly dead, but you can see that the Chloe, they still have the soul link off. There was no chance.
He just has so much AoE damage, so he's able to just kills Chloe through that soul link. And Blaster gonna try to look for an angle. Nice exit of the earth to actually block the pushback from Blaster to stop any more comboing there, as they're just going to focus Blaster down. There is the exclusive and great ultimate coming out from Sebi on that demo, and yeah, will be Blaster going to go down. And Team High touching early minus 250 is going to be devastating, as they don't even have enough credits to buy all their members back up.
Both? Oh, well. Yeah, oh yeah, you're right. It's close. They're about 100 away, I think, from calling everybody back. But still, I think for both of those two teams, Blanche has to feel really confident about the state of the game right now, as is, because Team High and Team Blanche are both running compositions that really need to extend these fights. So the fact that Blanche was able to overtake that with, quite frankly, not even a close fight is good.
Yeah, if you look at their team comps, they're actually playing the same thing, but instead of, it's like Demo versus Tazia, which is kind of funny. But the Dema came out on top this time, so yeah, I guess Dema Dema over Tazia? Question mark.
Now Blaster's even stuck in a worse situation too. He's stuck in the middle of literally everybody. Oh, he just missed the dash! He's so dead high.
That is not what you want to see.
Blaster!
Well,
oh man, that's
party.
a
Oh my god, a great taunt coming out from the side of Team Blanche, and yeah, Team Nameless. They're gonna have to just be forced to back away. Gonna jump into red. Probably gonna call him back in hotel here, but Gayang Innate, they are right down into beach, so this team will play straight into the hands of Team Gayang Innate, as they won't have any timer to go anywhere else here, as they will be under the cams as well. And they're gonna die.
Oh no, they just rezzed everybody back, but there's no way.
Wait.
Oh,
A little scary there for Rain on Nameless here. On the other side, actually, we do actually have Sid gonna be able to win this one out into Team Asher. A little surprised. And look at the credits on Team Asher. They don't really have anything to really use to spin back. And the Johan completely split from the team. Gonna be the one caught out as well. And Auto Arm's gonna be able to pick one up.
everybody's
Gonna
getting
be able to
picked
grab the
after
spots.
they-
And yeah, everyone's just probably split from their team, or they're just not respecting, like the vision game. And here comes Great's exclusive. Gonna be able to get Zero Gen on out of there. They're gonna try to play this front to back. Jinru gonna jump on forward, gonna get some damage. Great sidestep, gonna actually dodge out on that Dema knock up, and they're just gonna use the blast plant away.
Good stuff coming through from both Team Blanche as well as Team Gyeonggi, right? This is just a bit of a duke between each other to see where they are in the game, and I think both teams are relatively comfortable with the fact that they were able to survive. Team High.
Oh, both members just rezzed one because they don't have enough for the other one. That's kind of funny. And they're just gonna both back away. Young Innates. Oh, they are looking so strong. They got that blood weapon for that haze. A triple 4 score for the Nadine with that Legatus, AO Die, and Radar. I think A9 probably just has that mid crop. All you really need on Mai is that crop. That mid crop will just give you enough tank stats to kind of outlive a lot of other tanks in that front to back.
I know a lot of people were giving flack to Mithril crop quite recently too, which is quite surprising me, because you're right, it's just basically an all-in-one defense item that Mai needs. A lot of our Mais are just sticking on that one transition item and prioritizing the rest of their items. Quite frankly, what the hell does she need for last?
Yeah,
it gives so much more credit versatility.
It's just a 4 score like chess piece, because it has like 51 defense, so it's a combo but not enough damage. And they did end up using the combo onto them as way too tanky. And G-Work gonna look for a queen. The queen does end up running out. And yeah, here's a combo on. Oh my god, the combo does come out onto Hisaki, and the Adela damage is still there. Even after the change, they will be able to get that credits, and I think they will be able to get their buy back for their Nadine. Actually, they are a little short. They're about 20 credits short, but they should be able to get them back up shortly. Here comes Engage. Auto Arms is gonna run away. The Kiara ult does end up propping. Sad Hands down to 1 HP, and the Kiara will just execute.
Oh, this sucks. Taekyung is going to get taken down in just a moment too. Cinema. Oh wait, no, he got the kill onto the Chloe. What?
Oh wow, you're right. And now it's a 2v2. The third party is gonna come as well.
Oh,
there is the recon drone. They do actually end up canceling the res. That is so unfortunate for Sin, as they actually were able to win the 3 into Auto Arms. But third party, it just happens. There's not much they could really do there.
How the heck did Taekyung kill Saken? He was at like what? He was at double digit
I'm
HP.
guessing he probably got a nice knock into the wall and the roundhouse kick. But looks like it will be Team Blanche gonna run down. Ooh, and the pork chop. Yeah, gonna be able to push him on forward here as Abigail basically shortly falling after. They're gonna have to spend another 250. Here is the wait, actually they don't send it here because
look right beneath them.
They are down a member, as they do end up rezzing the Nadine, getting in the area. It's gonna back on out of here as Force is gonna reopen, so maybe they actually chase this duo because they do want to get these kills.
Yeah, and they're eating a lot of timer for this. I don't know how much timer Sin has right now on the
They
Johan,
could just
but
get
he's
the
gonna
res
try
in
to get
turn.
the
I think that's what
res.
good. Yeah, I think that's what we're gonna do. They're gonna res get the turn because I think Nameless is actually they don't really have any item.
Uh-oh.
just
Oh no! And they went into Totem without the Plague. They
Oh wait,
popped
the
it
ult
now.
with the.
Oh, it's just not
no,
enough.
Not enough.
But they
wait
get
a
the
second.
trade.
I think the Chloe. Yeah, I think the Chloe can maybe turn it here.
Pani
It's
needs
all
to
up
go
to the
big.
Rozzy here. The Rozzy needs to get
Oh
some damage.
my
and, oh yeah, it's not enough.
god.
Chloe's just gonna be able to. The Chloe and the Yon is gonna be able to win that 2v3. They were able to do enough damage to kill that Abigail. Yeah, the Kiara kind of just lived for a little too long there with the Plague and the Faith Unwavering from that Johan ult.
I don't think that Chloe should have that Kiara should have lived as long as she did, especially considering the fact that she didn't pop the Plague before going into Totem, right? That's a really big misplay. You need to be healing during the duration of your Totem, especially on Kiara. She's a character that can actually utilize that special mechanic of that skill. You really do need to make use of it, but she didn't, and she still didn't get taken out immediately when she came out of it. The White Lily in and of itself was a huge misplay coming through from the Kiara, but it just doesn't matter. Team High in Hell once again.
Here. I don't think they should chase.
No.
Does Zing Cyber recognize? I don't know if they do, but it's just gonna be auto arms and Revolu. Yeah, gonna do some damage back. Auto arms. Look at the items onto the. Actually, they're on the Team High, as they are chilling in that corner on the top right. If you see on the mini map, they're just in there. I think.
She can't
I
even
think
move
Dayang
now 'cause of the
Cybers.
camera.
Yeah, I think Dayang Cybers completely lost track of the Mayas. They're just gonna sit there and pray, I guess, for some more placement.
Yeah, that corner is the only corner where that CCTV we just saw in that right side doesn't catch. So Team High, they're stuck in that corner for quite a while.
The Haze is sitting on 2 Bloods with a Blood Weapon and a Necro, so they're sitting in a really good spot. Some good trades there, a nice flip, but nothing really coming out of that. Here comes the rockets coming out from Zerogen, and oh my god, these rockets are chunky, and one rocket's like 40% HP onto these backline squishies. Zerogen gonna walk up, gonna get some more poke damage off. But it is just gonna be healed up. Oh no, there is the Soul Stealer that we were talking about.
Oh,
and Zerogen is just completely caught.
Okay, I like
think
the
that's
totem
going to be
here.
it. There is the taunt is gonna go through, but it's not gonna be enough. As wait a second, they're actually gonna be able to turn it. There's a lot of damage coming out from Juno, but it's not gonna be enough here. Wait a second.
Oh my god, the recovery.
The heal is a lot, but yeah, the Chloe's just gonna take him down.
Wow, Team Sin, they're actually gonna knock down Gyeonggi N8. I was gonna say that's a very tough team to deal with Gyeonggi N8's composition, but they managed to do it. The brute force. They're taking a page out of Sparkle Esports' book, Inside Chapel no less.
Yeah, I think Zerogen just didn't account for the Soul Stealer. He was poking down Sin, but Sin was able to get the Soul Stealer basically fully stacked, and they just were able to go in. And oh my god, Dina just instantly dies there from the Chloe.
Oh!
As the Chain of Corruption does end up connecting as well. So yeah, Luguri gonna be able to get that one for Team Sin. And Team Sin, they're on 15 team kills with this comp.
Okay, well, hey, Danana, take notes. This is how you play Kiara. What are the items on Liguri right now? Why is he so tanky on this Kiara? I swear he's constantly gone into Totem without doing a single thing. Comes out, doesn't take even 200 HP. I don't know if he's popping his shield or not, but...
I think it's just a Johan. No, he's not playing tank. The Johan is giving a lot of... because of the Qs and the Faith and Wavering. I think that is just what's making the Kiara just unkillable.
Wait, I forget. Does Johan's Radiant Brilliance heal people in Totem? I forget about this because I know.
Yeah, it does.
I know Faith and Wavering does guaranteed. Huh. This is a funny comp.
Yeah, and they're making it work really well. I think with the buffs into these supports, the extra heal factor and the Elf Dress. I think the Alpha Dress is like the main thing. They're just able to provide so much extra damage. Oh, here comes Blanche.
Send it,
Let's
send
see
it.
if they have something to say about it. Magnani is chilling in that corner
Yeah.
there. Maybe Magnani can look. They are going to send it onto the Johan, but the Johan is going to use their Fate Unwavering. So the Fate Unwavering is actually popped early. And wait a second, the
Oh,
team members
oh,
of
no.
Team Blanche actually aren't going to take that much damage. I don't think they're going to be able to get out of here. Look at the timer, 10 seconds. They got to get into a zone. It will be Team Asher going to be able to get that third party. Team Sin gonna try looking for. Wait a second, they didn't get in. They didn't get in. They don't timer.
Oh, this
Wait.
is a little
Oh no,
bit
Sin's
awkward.
locked out.
Oh no!
Oh, the Johan's locked out. Johan's locked out.
Who stays alive? Who stays alive longer? Johan's gonna be able to stay alive. They secure the
Okay,
placement
Johan's just gonna go into
points.
the wall so they don't get the head explode. And it's gonna be Team Auto Arms gonna be able to pick up 3 kills from that because of what kind of happened there. I'm surprised that Blanche ended up sending it into that corner. And Team Asher able to recognize that and able to capitalize on that part.
Yes. See, it was calculated because Sin's like, oh, there's too many people in there. Let me at least secure my placement point by staying out of the zone, right? Yeah, surely that's what happened.
Because they lost the Kia already, so it's kind of doomed.
Yeah. Okay, well, that's funny, but it's
yeah,
final
third
zone
place with 17 field kills for himself is pretty good. As, yeah, looks like the members of Team Auto Arms is going to have to watch out for this Adela. Here comes the engage after the Queen. Cinema not going to be able to connect onto anything. They're going to get chunked down to half HP. Piet going to try looking. Just going to use their damage reduction and they're back. So the fight will be a little slow. We'll reset here. I think Cinema needs to heal back up. So the zone control will go over to Team Asher.
I think the Wolfasol was already invested by Char on top of it, so I think Asher is just buying time for that to come back. But there's the double guillotine. Is the combo going to come through? Checkmate goes on. Oh, it tags on the 2. Tegan also eats the damage, but Char gets taken down. Sad Hand is just so good at finding these angles on the backline that nobody's dead from the side of Team Auto Arms. G-Work, of course they're not going to let him get the kill. He's not even going to go for it. Oh, there's one. The quick cut is enough, but G-Work gets taken down. Team Auto Arms, 13 kills on hand. They're going to take that first place spot. 21 points. What a huge game for Team Auto Arms off of game 1.
Yeah, Team... Or you cannot let Sad Hands get these isolated 1v1. If you let him get the isolated 1v1s, Sad Hands 90% of the time will always just win, especially on a character so good in these 1v1 scenarios. So then find an angle onto the Dean, shut the Dean down, and yeah, his teammates are just able to live long enough for the 2v2 rejoin the fight, and yeah, that was it for that fight. But I think Team Jin, I think they actually outscored Team Auto Arms, or I think it's actually a tie.
Yeah, I think it's tight too. They got
Because
17 kills.
They were down by 4, and then there's one placement difference from first and third. Yeah, so they actually have the exact same points. But Team Sin kind of showing up, like we've never seen these players before with this really unorthodox comp with the Kiara and the Johan. I think playing that support with the character like Kiara is just really, really strong together.
It's so funny how that ended up working out, but here we are in Group B. I said this group was going to be really fun to watch, and it indeed is. It's a great way to start this group. I think for Team Sin, hey, you know what? With that start, we might have ourselves a team that is new, potentially moving on into a further stage in Phase 3 for Season 5. We don't have one yet, because both of our new teams in Group A, well, I'm kind of counting non-responsible as a new team, they unfortunately couldn't make it into the wildcards or the finals. This is a good start for Team Sin. I wonder if this is how aggressive they're able to play for all the games. Their composition definitely allows for it, but we saw the problem with Kiara just now in that final fight. She's not that frontline tank, or she's not that frontline bruiser that everyone's really looking for. She's... I don't know. I don't even know how they're playing her.
Yeah. I mean, she can get bursted down, but the tools that Kiara has, with the plague and then the totem to buy some extra time, having that Johan there to use that faith and wavering and Q heals off can just keep the Kiara up for so much longer that it kind of buys enough time for the Chloe to deal enough damage. But Kiara is one of those characters that's it's either if you have items, she's like really strong. But if you don't, she's really weak. So if teams can kind of run over this team, I think in the early game. But if they are able to scale up and get those items online, for Chloe and for Kiara, they're sitting in a pretty comfortable spot.
The difference is definitely heaven and earth for a character like Kiara. And you know what? I think pretty much after what we saw in game number 1 for Group B, the name of the game might be, can specific players target the backline in an isolated 1v1, right? For Sin, we saw it with the Chloe. For Auto Arms, we saw it with the Rozzy. Both of those teams are pretty much aiming for the backline. If Sadhan gets access to him, if Sakin gets access to him, they will do well. Game 1 was a situation where they did tie for first place with 21 points. They're miles ahead of every other team.
Yeah, that's the thing you have to kind of watch out for Kiara as well, is if you're taking too much damage, just from poke or from like front to back, just like in their team comp specifically, like the Chloe, if you're taking way too much damage and you get below that threshold of about 30%, the Kiara can just jump in, execute you, or even like 40% or even 50%. If it is a late game backliner, she could just jump in, use her ult. They might not get the reset, but if they trade when priority target, right, that is kind of all they need to win it. So yeah, I think they're playing the Kiara pretty well. So I'm excited to see if they are going to be able to push on forward, but for the next couple of games, and we will have a priority ban for a character like Kiara. The Mai is going to be out, so exclusive won't be in to stop that last judgment.
Oh yeah, and none of the characters on the side of Team Sin's been banned. That's the big part of it. Chloe's not banned, Johan's not banned, nobody else in this game is playing those characters, so Team Sin can continue rolling down the train if they really wanted to. On the flip side, Team Auto Arms, Mai is gone for that team. They can't play that composition for game number 2 without a little bit of changes here and there for the roster itself. We will see the Rozzy and the Mai and the Priya ban coming through for game number 2. I know somebody said that the Priya ban's a little bit surprising. You shouldn't be. She's been very, very strong in Season 5. Very good as a support, but also doubles as a control mage for the most part. She's so good at keeping your team alive. Shields are good, damage is good, mobility is good. Echoes of the Earth is amazing right now as a control skill.
Yeah.
She's been so valuable.
Yeah, I agree. She has she basically has almost everything in a mage's kit you would want. She has some poke, she has shielding, obviously like you said, Echoes of the Earth, and obviously she is a really good user. So, and Soul Stealer right now we know how strong Soul Stealer is in the first group. I don't know how many teams ran it in this group. We're gonna have to check going into game number 2, but I think over half the teams are running it.
Yeah, the cool thing about Priya running Soul Stealer is that a lot of cases that Soul Stealer isn't good, Priya runs Totem, right? But if Priya runs Totem, she's kind of banking on everybody else to jump into her team so that she can proc Echoes of the Earth and then go into Stasis. But with the Soul Stealer, we're seeing Priya's pop the Echoes of the Earth as an aggressive move. They use the Soul Stealer, run in, and then pop it.
Or they just need to pop it like really early because I need to make sure that they take the damage reduction a lot earlier than pressing R and then pressing the totem to take no damage at all, right? So kind of have to be a little careful when you aren't on the totem because you don't have that extra sustain and that extra tankiness. But aside from that, we're just gonna jump straight into game number 2, and yeah, Priya and Mai are off the table, so we're gonna have to see which picks these other teams will end up going into. We actually do have, I think it is Cinema gonna swap over to the Alina. We're gonna have Team High completely swapping their team comp. They're not gonna be on that Priya or the Tazi anymore. Mai and so actually 2 out of their 3 picks got banned, so they're gonna be on that Shoot guy, ERM, and Theodore.
Oh, okay, Char. He's gonna lock in the Rozzy. Okay, so this puts a bit of a strain into the lobby itself, because now for Team Auto Arms, they have to really wonder, hey, do we want to run Sadhan for game number 3 and 4, right? Because you have to think about it like this. Mai's probably going to be banned in game number 3. They're not going to be able to run their main composition again for games 3 and 4 at all. If Rozzy's banned like this, it really puts a big strain over onto Team Auto Arms' composition, and for Team Nameless's composition as well, right? Because they're also playing Hwani on the Rozzy. This is a new team into ERM, and what did we talk about in Group A for some of these new teams? once one of their main characters are banned, they really tend to struggle dealing with the repercussions from it. I think Char picking the Rozzy in this game was such a big power play that it really changes the dynamic for the rest of the rest of the series. I'm sorry, as a whole.
Yeah, but I mean, Sadhands can play other characters. Like he could play maybe the Aiden, you know, other ADCs. I think he has been playing Heart lately, so maybe he could just swap over to the Heart. Heart is like sort of also like a dive-esque ADC where, you know, she's able to get in. She has that ultimate for, you know, that unkillable, and I'm kind of curious on what he will end up swapping to, or if he or even if he does end up staying in for game number 3 and 4.
Imagine if he plays Tsubame. Because he did pull it out once. Remember, we talked about how the close range auto attacking range to ADC is funny, but
I think Tsubame is okay right now, and I mean Tsubame is a good substitute. Obviously doesn't do as much damage as Rozzy does, so we have to see if I don't know, like we'll see.
yeah, much more risky too, right? In comparison to the Rozzy. Gun Vault, you got the Flutter, you got the moving reload. She has so many tools in her kits to not allow melee characters to easily get on top of her, which is one of the reasons why, you know, Sadhan's been able to perform so well. Look at how many melee bruiser characters that want to get access to the Rozzy just not being allowed to do that over and over and over again. That's the power of this character. That's one of the reasons why Sadhan just is able to do so much more with his innate skills on the Rozzy, and just the way that Rozzy counters a good chunk of the lobby characters as a whole. Everything's working out for Sadhan. This is one of the reasons I think why his return has been such an impressive one, because the lobby situation also just allows him to do it.
Yeah, I'm excited to see him on the Rozzy once again for game 2. Have a couple of shenanigans going on. That knockup before one of them TP, so gonna delay their time a little bit, but it doesn't really matter too much. As there's actually a Sua pick, Centaphine on Sua, so they are playing that double bruiser with that Lenny pick, and Marcus, you know, a pretty good pick right now. We've seen how strong Marcus was in the last group, so I'm kind of excited to see, you know, how that team comp works out for them as well.
This is the debut of Sebi's Marcus. I don't think he's ever played it before. He's always stuck on the Ekion or the Debian Marlene. We'll see how it does in this game. But for Team Auto Arms, going to be struggling, at least for the earlier stages of the game. Asher should be able to pick up. There it is. Oh my god, a random 11 out of nowhere. Triple Taunt comes in. G-Work in a little bit of trouble. Triple O comes out from the Abigail. G-Work just barely getting out. He will keep his life intact. One member of Team Asher is gone. Another fight inside of Force as a double burger flip comes through. Shukai sitting up in the front. He gets a knock-in towards two members of Gyeonggi Innate, but Team Blanche doesn't have the damage to secure it. Zenithine gets taken down. It's a 1-for-0 in favor of Team Gyeonggi Innate.
Yeah, and looks like Team Asher is just going to send it even more. They're going to find Blaster, as they will trade 1-for-1. I think Ash or G-Work just going to have to get on out of here, as don't think Alina can really 1v1 ERM in the early game. So on the other side, it will be Dina actually going to fall to Team Gyeonggi Innate. So a lot of early game fighting, as once again, Team it looks like the ERM bit off more than he could chew, chasing the Alina a little too far, as the members of Team Asher are just going to respawn in and they take one. And wait a second, another third party here. Now it's going to be Team Sin going to be able to third party Team Asher, going to be able to pick up one for themselves as well.
Players just cannot focus this game, it seems like. There are third parties happening left and right. There are picks happening left and right. How many kills do we have? We got 3, 4, 8, and 10. So the same number that we saw when we calculated it in game number 1 of Group A happening in Group B. Funny situation all around. Sadhan looking for those mutant dogs, not going to find it. Theo potentially looking for a pick, but he doesn't have the Spark Nade combo just yet. Energy Blast Field actually being invested. They really want this kill over onto the Rozzy.
Oh, actually, yeah, there is the ERM.
This should lock it in. There it is.
Yeah, the ERM coming out for the flank, going to be able to get Sadhan's there. So Team High going to be able to secure another kill for themselves. Oh my god, Hisaki has not done his build yet. There was a lot of fighting going on. I think, you know, it all started with Team Auto Arms fighting Team Asher. And Auto Arms both finished their builds. They were just trying to look for these early game kills. But Team Asher did end up coming out on top. They're sitting already with 4 kills for themselves. So, you know, if you're in a tournament and you're sitting... Oh my god, the double knockup from this shoot guy is big. It is massive. And they kill both High and Team Gyeonggi Innate. Now with 4 field kills. But yeah, like I was saying, when you have 4 field kills this early, like it's just a, and you know, you just get so much confidence and you're able to sow the snowball and play your game.
It's the accuracy percent on those rocket launchers from the Haze there, man, like 350%.
Oh, here's the sand, a great Tonfa skill coming out from Taeyong. Gonna be able to keep themselves alive here as, wait a second, the Johan is just gonna full send tunnel vision way too hard for that Johan. Or for that Yan, trying to get that kill, but here's a third party from the Abigail. Is it gonna be to maybe the 1v1? Ooh, a great double done. A great double freeze coming out from the Lina, as they're actually gonna completely split the fight. Adams actually playing this really well. I actually thought Team Adams was gonna be in trouble because Team Nameless had the flank, but I think they did end up jumping in, and it will be.
Wow.
Yeah, Cinema trying to go in there, just gonna get taunted up by the 11, gonna get locked down. And once you get, you know, CC locked with that Rozzy, if the Rozzy is able to get that ultimate free, you just kind of die, even if you're a tank, because, you know, it does do percent HP damage. As Senafine gonna get caught here. I think they should be able to get away. Good spell shield. Gonna block any more chase spots. Oh, there's the slow coming out from Chloe. There's the slow coming out from Johan. Wait a second, here comes the third party from Magnani. They will actually be able to kill the Chloe here. Just gonna go into their coffin, and here's another third party. Team Blanche still in the area. They will be able to kill Magnani, and they're gonna be able to try to get away.
What is going on? Sebi just says screw it. He takes a 1v3, says the Bianca is half HP. He just knocks him out of a combo, no sanctuary whatsoever. And he's out, indeed. An extra kill picked up.
And Blanche finds the Kiara, so yeah, they just kept, you know, running it back. Blanche originally got caught by Team Sin, and then Sin ran into Team the Young Cybers, and then Blanche came back, and Blanche got the 2 kills off Sin. So it was just like a triangle.
Yeah, what a funny game so far. Everybody's just kind of playing their own game at this point, and I don't even mean by every team. I mean every player is just playing their own game at this point. This is very much in line with rank, but a bit more coordinated than rank, which is why it's giving me some funny feelings inside. I do like this gameplay because it's working out for some of these teams, and it's not exactly being punished yet because it's only day number 2. But at the same time, you know, I came to watch ERM. I see these teams playing a little bit more alongside each other. I'm sure that'll start happening soon, so I'm not too worried about that. But for the first few minutes of the game, I'm getting my money's worth for some of the funny gameplays I want to watch from these teams.
Yeah, there's a lot of kills in this game so far. Probably almost about 20 kills in total spread out throughout the teams. Only day 2, so yeah, we're gonna have to see if these teams are gonna be more aggressive. You know, step on the gas even more, try to get some more kills. Magnani's just gonna go in. Bright Queen gonna try locking down the Kiara. Kiara actually gonna jump on, but a great coffin coming out from Magnani, actually gonna deny the Executioner and execution damage. And that is a misplay, I think, from Team the Young Cybers, as they actually mistimed the Kiara coming out of the totem. But Revolu gonna be able to trade one. They're gonna kill the Johan. The Aya gonna be able to deal a lot of damage. As here comes the great sidesteps from Revolu, but the Chain of Corruption does end up connecting. And where is the Marcus? Are they getting the res? I think they. Oh no, they're just standing in the drone here, so it's a 1v1 between Marcus and Kiara. And yeah, I don't think the Kiara has enough damage. Even though the fight comes through, they don't have enough timer. Magnani is there, gonna throw a Sanguine Jump, and they're just gonna explode.
Okay, well, unfortunate for Team Sin. Liguri gets taken down. Nice heads-up play from the Marcus. Is like even if they get the kills, I don't think there's a way.
I think if it was a clean kill and they were able to get that kill without losing a member, I think it's because the Aya was able to trade. Is the reason why they're able to turn. So I think I feel like it was a misplay. I don't know, because yeah, if the Aya didn't play like really well there and dodge out on the Kiaras, or sorry, not the Kiaras, but the Chloe's W, because the Chloe jumped in, threw W down, but you know the Aya kind of sidestepped it. I think it would have been a little cooked for them, but here comes the damage coming out. Senafine just gonna look for an angle on the backline. The Smashes Smithereens hits the double backline as well. The fight's completely split, so Team High has to give away here. This is the double frontline supports. Team Comp is they look for an angle. They're just really tanky. They have a lot of sustain. And yeah, the Lenny's just able to keep them alive for so long.
I think Blaster held on to his energy blast field a little bit too long. There were so many think orders he could have made use of it, but he just didn't. Rain looking to jump on in. Nameless looking for a little bit more where that came from. Honey getting a bit of damage over onto Sebi, but the damage is already stacking onto the members of Team Nameless.
Oh,
down
great
goes
find.
one though as the Sua gets obliterated. Sebi trying to run away. He will just barely get out of the range of the food for thought. Goodness gracious.
Yeah, and that's the answer, you know, to the double bruiser tank team is you need to find a priority target. You burst them down, and then you know once one of them is down, that's gonna be it. And what is happening
Sebi.
here? Sebi is gonna be able to kill them, but the timer on Sebi and the Shukai is equal, so Sebi just needs to stop. Oh no, but the TBs are coming in, and yeah, he will end up falling. What am I watching? Yes.
Well, that sucks. I think the healing onto the Theodore was a little bit too much too. The Shukai
I think,
Theo-
yeah, it was a little unfortunate. I think he just didn't realize that. I mean, yeah, the Theo was gonna respawn in, and the ERM was gonna TP back. So it is a lot unfortunate. It is gonna minus 250 for that. It's actually minus 500 total because I think they had to buy back as well. But yeah, I don't know if you know as well, but Team Auto Arms got killed off screen.
Oh yeah, I do see that. They only got 2 kills this game, so I guess it's another situation like Game 1 in Group A. But here we go,
wow.
Jump in as Gino gets obliterated. Kyunggi and 8 down a
Great
member
find.
already. Team Asher is going to be able to lock that down. 6 kills on their side, pretty great start. Blanche sitting on 7.
Oh, they're gonna be able to find
Kyunggi
Zujin
and
as
8
well.
loses another, you're right, minus 500. They do have the credits for it, but here we go. Another fight in Fire Station. That is a beautiful blink cartridge coming through, but
wow.
the lockdown from the Johan ends up sealing the life of Revolu. Dina's going to get taken down as well, minus 500 for that team. There's another fight inside a school. The Abigail gets the ultimate off, but the health bar on the side of Team Blanche just refuses to go down. The Lenny's still alive, Bear's still running it. He's still trying to do whatever he can. The health bar on the Rozzy starting to fall down a little bit, but Sebi's already down.
Oh, they trade though.
Yep, indeed. Rosner's still alive. No, not Rosner. What the heck? That was the last game. Xenophine is still alive. They can't kill this. Abigail cannot kill Asua. It just doesn't happen.
Yeah, with the Lenny as well, there's no... Surprised he actually went back in because I feel like they could have just gave up the one and then, you know, went to get the Riz off. They need that Rozzy alive. They need that Rozzy deal the damage into these bruiser tanks. Abigail 11 is not killing Sua. Abigail 11 is killing Amarcus. They do not have enough damage, so yeah, they tried to look for an angle onto the Lenny and they went. But wait a second, on the top side here, Sin is actually gonna probably losing a member. But yeah, the Johan is finding these really good routes. Oh wow, actually gonna be able to use the White Lily to get away. Dina is gonna give chase here as wait a second, they're gonna go on to the jump pad. And that's gonna go straight into the hands of Team the Young Cybers.
That sucks. You hate to see it. I see what the idea is, right? Just kind of turn it around immediately. Everybody else probably thought that you were gonna go straight forward, but then Marcus finds out about the jump pad. A little bit unfortunate. Trying to use the information block with the Fog of War change, right? It just doesn't work.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he should have just ran straight down. But wait a second, it's going to be Xenophine going to find the Abigail, but not just going to back on out of there. Abigail, Nameless, they still don't have enough credits to buy the Rozzy back. They need this Rozzy. That is most of their damage, so if they don't have this this Rozzy back alive, they can't really take any team fights here. As Gang N8, they're going to walk back down. Ing9 already on that SSM, so will be somewhat tanky on this Shukai. Sin, they definitely don't want to take any fights here because they do have that red box coming in. But it looks like Gang N8, they want to contest. They want this red box. They want to fight for it. But Sin just going to try backing on out of there. Sin, I think they did spend a lot of credits, so they're actually not as strong probably as these other teams. I think we saw the Chloe items.
Oh,
G-Work,
nice
Asher. Maybe they find an angle here. Does end up using the ultimate, but G-Work is taking so much damage. And actually, it's going to trade onto the Johan, and wait a sec, the Soul Link didn't pop as Nina gets taken down, and it's going to trade, and it will be Sin just falling.
Sakin is doing what Fauna does, where he just doesn't pop the Soul Stealer. It happens again. Look at that. It's
yeah, the
still
Soul
up.
Link didn't go down. If the Soul Link went down there, I think they would have, because it was just a Rozzy that was hitting them, and Rozzy cannot deal or doesn't have really much AoE to hit 2 targets at once, so Yeah, a little big misplay there coming flowing.
I think Sakin has to preemptively pop those now. I think he has to have learned his lesson at this point, since we saw Fauna not really doing it earlier today. At this point, it's happened to Sakin twice. He's gonna have to start pressing his Soul Link a little bit early. I think he's trying to hold it for the last possible second. It's not gonna
you can't
work
greed.
out.
You can't greed that hard on. Gotta make sure you press it. Ooh, I like this vision play from Nameless, but Nameless, I think they just have no items. They gotta get on it. They spent way too much credits flying back, and I think Rozzy was down for too long, so they don't really have much credits to work with. Is that Magnani on a shield? Did I see that right?
Is it? On what shield?
On a mithril shield.
As a Bianca? No way, right? Oh wait, hold on a second. You do get steadfast.
You get the movement speed, yeah.
Yeah, the streamline from
Move speed, so it's actually not too bad, but it is a little surprising because he is going to be losing out on a piece. But I guess most of their damage is going to come from. But anyways, Magali is just there to set up and deal some damage. Right, so it's not like, I guess, that bad of an item on a Bianca.
Yeah, I've seen him getting some pretty nice Reign of the Vampire Queens down in the past couple of fights.
Yeah, because I think the way he's playing it now, I don't know if you've seen, but he's not doing the normal Bianca combo where they ult and then they blink forward after the ult. He's just Eing forward and then he's pressing his ult after. So he's actually doing something that I guess it would be kind of less thin on Bianca, but I think with the shield is actually pretty good. And wow, I'm surprised Abigail lived for so long, and a great taunt actually gonna taunt Hisaki out of that walk it off there, and it will be Team High gonna lose 2 members.
He got multiple Qs off with max Vampiric Bloodline stacks, and he managed to get 3-man Maleficent Helixes over and over again through that fight. It barely allowed him to live.
Yeah. The Abigail played it really, really well there. Just able to fight so nicely. Gonna deal so much AoE damage onto the side of Team High, and High gonna force the buyback too. Look at the items on Hisaki. He's only got a Commander's Headset, and will be the ERM getting caught as well. Oh, wait a second. Good footwork there, but not gonna be enough, as Team Blanche will be finding another one for themselves as well. So they're also sitting on 10 field kills. As double bruiser comp, with this Marcus is actually working out really well for them. Hisaki gonna get caught as well. And he will end up falling, and Dayoung Cybers will pick that 1 kill.
I see what he was trying to do by stopping, right? He doesn't want to let
for like
anyone,
division.
and the footsteps to be heard. But sometimes you just gotta walk it off. Yeah, I get it. Zero Jin getting... I'm so sorry. Zero Jin getting bounced around a little bit. He's just gonna cancel his rocket launchers, walk away. We are down to 5 teams, 15 players alive. Auto arms.
Oh my god, that build is so weird from is that Seraphine? No, it's Bear. He's on Helix.
What?
On the Lenny. But it's for the damage
reduction,
right?
Whoa,
there's the damage. Oh, a great 2-man flip coming out from the Marcus. They all focused on Marcus, but it wasn't enough damage. But Seraphine just completely whiffed everything. He tried to E forward, and then the Basket went wide as well, and then just locked him in CC, giving Jinro so much damage to just free auto, and a great sidestep at the very end. I don't know if you saw, but dodging out on that Marcus dash in forward to try to knock him into the wall. But yeah, very well played from Young Innate. A huge misplays, I think, from Team Blanche there. A little unfortunate, as we do have some fights on the other side of the map, the top side. I'm surprised she's actually taking this fight under console. I think Team Asher should see everything. They did just take the console. Not going to be able to get the res off, and yeah, that is really devastating for Team Dayoung Cybers. They were able to get 3 kills. They were able to get the team wipe, but now it's just going to be Team Asher just going to force their hand. It's going to completely chase them, as they know they are only a 2-man. Where is Lumi? Will they be able to get the Lumi res off here? They actually have just barely enough credits with Dina. Dina's able to get the res, but Magnani kind of stuck. Oh, I actually like the way he navigated that. I don't know if you noticed, but he actually eaten away and walked in away. Wasn't seen by the console. That's something that a lot of people probably wouldn't pick up on, but because he walked like that and he eat at a specific angle, Team Gang Innate wasn't able to see him.
Indeed, but the problem is, what does Tekken Cybers do now? Where is Lumi at the moment? I think both of them are trying to wait around for the Lumi spawn. Dina's
yeah, they're
going
gonna be able to get
forward.
it. They're gonna be able
Oh,
to get it,
just
and then-
perfect with the range too. There's the res
Yeah, and then
back.
McNaughty's gonna be able to TP on in. And they should
Beautiful
be fine.
play. All right, there
Yeah,
it is.
and looks like they're good.
Okay, we are down to full 3 teams now. Team Asher still does have the wick. Never mind, it's gone. Wow, that was perfectly
Oh,
timed.
but look at the items on
Oh,
to
yeah.
the Rozzy. The Rozzy's sitting on 2 bloods, blood weapon, and the red shoes. Wonder if they're gonna be able to see them onto console. I'm pretty sure. So they should know that Team Asher's in this area. They should know that this team is probably a lot stronger, but it depends. You know, like, do you want to fight Team Daeyoung Cyber or Team Asher or Team Gang A? They're probably both as strong.
The Tekken Cybers, there's just not even
Looks
gonna
like-
opt to look for it, but
Yeah,
you do
it
have to
looks like-
think about it like this too. It's temp zone time, so Tekken Cybers, yeah, just not even gonna deal with it. They're gonna go to the other one. Does not want to fight Team Asher, especially
Yeah,
in Struin Pond.
I think their team comp kind of loses as well, so they're probably just gonna look for, you know, the double backline, because double backline is probably a lot better for a team like Daeyoung Cybers with that Bianca, because they're able to split the team fight so well. Or if McNaughty is able to maybe get onto one of the backlines, you know, they're gonna be able to win this team fight pretty convincingly. So we're gonna have to see, you know, how it works. Dina gonna get poked down a little bit here. McNaughty's able to find an angle in split. They could
have to
definitely
do
win. Their
this
goal is still
before
on
temp
full
zone
items.
starts.
Yeah, because they don't really have timer, right? They burn all their timer, so they're sitting on 15 seconds. So you definitely need to look for an angle in soon. That is the send. There is the double.
My God!
Oh my god. Dina finds the double burger flip, and that is going to be it. Very nicely played by Dina. And they are going to be able to win this one out. Daeyoung Cybers going to pick up 3 kills, going to be able to get these credits here. You kind of need these credits to buy maybe 1 or 2 more items, because I think they are short. I think it was Magnani. I think he's sitting on just the Tachyon shoes right now, or yeah, just the
SCV?
SCV. Yeah, and they're going to go probably mithril into that mid shoes.
Well, Team Asher is on the case. They see that a team was white, which means it's going to be completely open for Fire Station. They already take position. Tekken Cybers pushed away a little bit further into the backside. I did see Magnani finishing his item, though. He does have no credits left, meaning they did call everything they can. This is as strong as Magnani will ever be in this lobby.
Oh, it's Meteor, so he's going for the pen shoes, probably for that extra damage. Yep, they're going to get that Iron Maiden online here.
If they want to win this, they need
They
to
gotta kill
Tar.
the Rozzy, yeah. But the
Yeah.
problem is like Rozzy can gun vault over like the Bianca main of the Vampire Queen if he times it correctly. We have to see, you know, how this ends up working out for them. Oh, I like this play from Asher. He does have an off angle. He's gonna be able to get on.
Nice check. They know
check,
too
yeah.
much. These guys have played against G-Work too often.
Smash the Smithereens, gonna go a little wide there, so
There it is.
not gonna be able to find that. There's the engage from G-Work. There's the Reign of the Vampire Queen for Peel.
Oh, no!
actually. Oh wait, yeah, McNaughty actually just goes down instantly and Team Asher gonna top as Dina. Not gonna be able to get this 1v3. Nice kick into the wall. Roundhouse kick into the wall. As yeah, I don't know what happened to McNaughty. He just instantly blew up. Wasn't able to get his coffin down, or able to get that blink. Actually, I think he might be on that Soul Stealer.
Oh, yeah, that could definitely be a situation, because you do... I don't think an Aya can run it. I don't think a Marcus can run it. You're right, it was probably Bianca on the Soul Stealer. Either way, very good game from Team Asher. I thought Char was going to die after he gun vaulted into the Reign of the Vampire Queen, but there was just no follow-up on the damage. Beautifully done there. G-Work tried to flank about 4 times there. I know somebody in chat earlier was asking how many times is G-Work going to try flanking today. Well, there's like +4 to that count. But the members on Tekken Cybers also know a bit too much about that shit.
Yeah, you kind of when you're playing with the Alina or to get, she just has like so much free reign if you are able to get that shot. You're just able to make so much space. Yeah, what's up?
You're cutting out a lot.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I was saying how Alina is, you know, for those flank angles, right? So you cannot. Oh, am I?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. You turned it off too, right?
I did turn off the noise suppression. Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. You said wait, hold on. Say it again. Let's see if it cuts out at the exact same spot. again.
Okay. I was saying how Alina good. Kind of always have to look for those flank angles.
This is
Yeah,
unreal. You cut
This
out
is so
again
bad.
after saying what I was trying to say. Then you cut out.
Okay. I probably need to fix my mic. I don't know.
Yeah, I guess we'll just never know what you were trying to say.
It's just Alina. Alina always looks for those flank angles. You know.
Okay,
that's
there
it.
we go.
That's it. That's it.
I'm so sorry. I have no idea what's going on. It's probably just on Discord's end, but yes, you're absolutely right. And plus, it's G-Work, right? If you've watched any Eternal Return Master games where G-Work is playing Elena, he flanks at least once a game. It's like a law at this point. If he diverts away from it, is he really playing Elena? And the members of Tej and Cybers is not going to let that go so easily. They check every single flank angle. They check every single bush. Beautiful check by Magnani. Inside of that thin bush as well, right? With the Sanguine Javelin, they knew exactly where G-Work was the entire time. But in the end, Team Asher, just with more microplay inside of the actual fight, was able to recover and take away the win.
Yeah, because when you're playing Alina, you kind of basically have to look for the back line. You have to look for these angles to kind of split, the team fight. And if you are able to get that freeze off into the backliner, you get that ultimate combo, you should be able to just one-shot them. So, yeah, I mean, we see J-Work play, Selena time and time again. Has always been pretty solid, a pretty strong pick. And if the enemy teams don't respect your flank, if they don't respect your engage, you kind of just lets Alina get those combos off for free.
Absolutely, and you can see it in the point total, the way that it's been working out for Team Asher. It's pretty good. They're eating good with 31 total points, 18 field kills. How many points do they have from placements right now? It is a ton. They're playing consistently here today. We talked about it earlier today too, but Team Asher is definitely one of the consistent teams out of this entire lobby. Team Sin, though, still securing that second place spot. They managed to pick up a couple kills over the members of Team Auto Arms as they got taken down pretty early and on into this game. Off screen, by the way, so that's gotta hurt even more.
Yeah. I wonder what happened. Like, which team they ended up taking down Team Auto Arms because they were such a strong team. But I mean, Mai and Pri are going to be back on the table for game number 3. So I think they're probably going to go back into that Mai pick instead of that Alina. I think the Alina is probably a lot worse for their comp. Having that Mai, having that guaranteed taunt, and having that ultimate, for that bailout, is pretty strong for a team comp like Autumn. So I think with that, we are gonna go on to our break here, should we?
Yes, sir, guys. This is gonna be the last break of the night, which means go grab your water, go grab your snacks, go take a stretch. It'll be the last time for the final 2 games. We'll see you guys back here for games 3 and 4 of Group B.
Take care.
잠시 후 최종 안전 숨바꼭질 시작이구나. 스모츠 시작한다. 원래 술래는 아주 빠르고 영리한 거야. 자, 잘게 찢어줄게. 놀래키는 일에는 자신 있어. 찾았다. 놀랐지? 네가 첫 번째로 당첨이야. 아하, 너네 거기 있었구나. 좀 많이 아플지도 몰라. 도망가면 안 돼. 숨고 죽여버릴지도 몰라. 지져볼까? 좀 더 해치울 수 있다니까. 아직 멀었어.
사람들에게 행복을 선물하고 싶어. 태어나서 연애해본 적 없으면 마법사가 된다고 하잖아. 마술사는 될 수 있더라고. 마술사 등장! 새 무대를 준비해볼까? 지금 필요한 건 웃음과 마술이야. 동정과 카드, 어느 쪽이 좋아? 비비디 바비디 부! 말하는 대로 이루어져라! 나에게 필요한 건 실력보다 미소. 어우, 좀 이상하니까. 표정이 왜 그래? 여기야! 우리 비둘기가 자기가 당신보다 머리 좋을 것 같대. 어떤 카드가 좋아? 널 위해 준비했어. 토끼와 함께. 우리 비둘기가 살려달래. 폭력 반대. 웃어줘.
대부분의 문제는 폭발로 해결돼. 예술은 폭발이야. 터뜨릴 준비는 끝났어. 그냥 터뜨려버리면 안 되나? 기폭시켜줄까? 날려버리는 수가 있어. 발밑을 조심해야지. 이런 건 전자전 지원을 받아야 하는데 퓨즈 관리는 철저하게. 조심해, 폭발하니까. 문제 해결 완료.
일레븐의 결혼식 브이로그. 지금 바로 시작할게. 드레스 어때? 오늘을 위해 특별히 준비했어. 신부 입장. 아직 브이로그 안 끝났다고. 빵빵빵. 받아줄 거지. 와, 케이크가 더 커졌어. 예쁜 추억 많이 만들자. 저기 있어. 청첩장은 안 줬는데. 영원한 사랑을 맹세합니다. 11의 결혼식 브이로그 봐주셔서 감사합니다.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from the break. We got 2 more games left in the Eternal Return Master Season 5 Phase 3 group stages. Again, I always feel like I'm rapping when I'm saying the whole thing there, but I do manage to say it cleanly, which is quite surprising. Yes, we got 2 more games left. You guys are here for it. I'm excited because the first 2 games have been a banger, but this time around we don't have that close of a score sheet compared to Group A, so we definitely know which teams are doing much better than some of the others.
Yeah, but there's still 2 games left. It still can be anyone's game. A team can, have maybe like a 15 kill game and get 23 points, and then they can do it again, and game number 4. So really, anyone can still make it in. Just depends on how consistent these teams are playing for these last 2 games. I think the team in 7th and 8th were about maybe 10 points behind, so it's not too bad. They can still make it into the top 6, and I think the top 2 spots are still open, for these other teams to take as well.
Exactly. If anything, Game 3 is going to be a much better indicator of telling us which teams are in a really good spot, right? Because after this game, you only have one, and as we saw in Group A as well, once you get to a certain point in the series and you only have 1 game left, there's only a realistic amount of points that you're going to be able to gain no matter how well you do. So we'll see how Game 3 goes. We do have the Rozzy ban coming in for this one, ladies and gentlemen, which means a lot of team compositions, are going to be flip-flopped around a little bit. I'm expecting a couple or more Nadines to potentially come out. I wouldn't be surprised if she's banned, because for all the Rozzy players, I know Char is definitely able to play the Rozzy.
Wait, so we have 3 bans. Or we have Rozzy. Oh no, it's just Rozzy.
Just one. Yeah, we had a lot of duplicate picks, but there's the Aya coming out for Sadhan. He's just gonna opt to go for that one instead of Nadine.
And the Mai and the Priya are back on the table. So, so he is gonna be playing that AR Aya. So because of that new AR that is, put into the game, and AR Aya, pretty simple, ADC to play. So I'm sure Sadhans will be able to pilot this well. Do have them playing. Ooh, they're basically playing Daeyoung Cybers' team comp that they played earlier. And they're actually gonna just mirror their team comp straight up. They're gonna say, "Hey, we're gonna we saw your team comp in game number 2. We're gonna take that for ourselves."
Revolu and Hani were just playing around with flip flopping between the Nadine and the Aya. Now we have an Aya ban
for the ban.
ERM.
I see.
What world?
Now we have an Aya ban. You're right, but this is kind of what I predicted, right? I said, the AR was really strong. And it's pretty likely that I could get. I didn't say it was likely it would get banned, but I'm not surprised that it is going to get banned here. And we do have 3 actually players picking it up. Surprised we didn't really get any Marcus bans, but we do actually have a lot of players playing Marcus, and we do see how strong the Marcus pick has been in phase 3.
Indeed. I will mention this as well. Priya and Mai banned once again. 3 players in this lobby are going to pick both of those characters. So we actually have 3 bans coming in for game number 4.
Yeah.
All the Rozzy players, as I predicted, are not going to be able to run with that Priya and the Mai, even if they really want to do that. So that's out of the picture. Either way, here we go, guys. Game number 3. Again, this game will be detrimental to a lot of our teams. It will signify which teams are most likely going to at least be able to move on into the finals, and maybe at least into the wildcards as well. The bottom side of the leaderboard is relatively split from the top 6. I'm not going to say it's by too much, but there is definitely a difference. Game 3 should widen it a little bit, unless the teams at the very bottom do well. Yeah, that's really up in the air with the character comps that are just coming in, though. This is...
Yeah, there's a lot of teams that are swapping. There are actually, there are some teams that are, sticking to their same team comp, like Nameless, Asher. Actually, Nameless isn't sticking to the same team since they do have to play the Aya now, but Team Asher and Sin, basically playing the same thing. Team Daeyoung Innate as well. They're back to that Mai, Nadine, Haze. But yeah, it's been a while since we've actually seen a triple ban, right? I think the last one we've seen was during season 4, when everyone was playing the Alonzo, Bernice, Theodore. So to see 3 characters getting banned, I'm gonna have to see what these teams will end up swapping back to. But I think the Aya players are just gonna swap back to the Rozzy, and the Priya and my players are just gonna swap to to what they played in like game number 2.
By the way, I will say this as well. Shinonome is playing. We have Sebi on Mai. Bro, what world am I living in right now that we're seeing Sebi playing an actual bona fide tank up in the front lines instead of...
Wait, did they cut off his name? Because he's just Nome now.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. They cut it off a little bit. He's just Nome. We know what his true name is though. He is going to be on the Jenny. Very standard comp now, finally, for Team Blanche. They're not going to be playing the Ekion on Sebi anymore, which does put a tear to my heart, but it is what it is, right? Ekyon in the current day and age is very brutal to play. I think this lobby is not really going to allow him to do anything with it because Marcus obliterates Ekyon. I don't think there is a world in which Marcus ever loses to Ekyon, especially right now, even if Ekyon gets fed. There's so many Marcuses. Don't play him.
Yeah. And on the top side though, Asher gonna be able to pick up a kill, gonna be able to get another kill for themselves. So they're actually sitting on 2 field kills already on day number 1 cycle. Nice, good start for them. Johan is gonna try getting, actually gonna be able to kill all of the chickens and gonna be able to get away. So it looks like Team Sin is split farming here. Split farming, always a good idea if you are able to do it comfortably and reliably, because getting those extra credits is needed if you do want to get that 444 score spike before, you know, the first objective contest, which is going to be Alpha or, you know, Battle Zone. You do need to make sure you are farming relatively well with your team.
Oh well, he's dead. Oh well.
Yeah, that is the one downside to split farming.
No, he's out, dude.
Oh, is he out? I mean, the Priya was right there as well. But yeah, that is the one downside to split farming is, you know, these other teams are going to be grouped up. And if they are able to get, or if you do end up running into them, you know, you're going to get picked off and you're going to have that long respawn timer, about 20 plus seconds. So you're just sitting there, you know, not going to be able to do anything. And you could, you know, fall back behind. But on a character like Johan, it's not too bad because he's a support anyways.
Oh, come to think of it, what? Wait, they put Xenophine away for Bear on the lane.
Oh, that is a good point. Maybe Xenophine is busy today, or...
Okay, that's really
something?
weird.
I don't know.
was like, Xenophine does not make that mistake because he accidentally used his hop over the spring trap.
Yeah. Oh, here comes the engage. Gonna be able to get a nice lockdown onto the Priya. The Priya gonna pop ultimate here. Does end up popping it down. Oh. Ooh, wait a second. The Marcus actually gonna pull them out of the Echoes of the Earth, and Taeyong maybe gonna look for some more here. Here comes back, engage back onto Cinema. Cinema on 1 HP. Ooh, they actually are able to kill Blaster though. They do actually end up pushing him into the wall, and Saturn's just gonna be able to finish him up there. And yeah, they're gonna be able to get that tree down in Cemetery on the other side here. They are gonna get a lot of damage onto the Chloe, but the Chloe just gonna be able to live with that Soul Link and that Johan healing. And Zeogen gonna have to back away here. So Sin gonna be able to get 1 kill on King Ine, and Magnani gonna TP on down here, gonna be able to get the Echoes of the Earth down, and his team members are coming, so I think they will be able to stop maybe Bear from getting this. It looks like Revolu is gonna TP on in. Bear is gonna try getting out. The Spring Trap goes wide, and Revolu is gonna be able to grab that meteor for himself for Team Bang Cybers.
That was just a good smash to smithereens by Dina. I think the angle on the spring trap was good, but the slight move forward with the front flip was just good. It was just barely enough for Dina to dodge out on it. Good kills across the board for a lot of our teams. Also, just a little bit of statistics for you guys. I told Super this over the break. That Johan is top 30 KR. I don't know how that happened, but he is.
Yeah,
and top
that
30.
means, yeah. I mean, Johan is just really, really good right now, and he's also just a really good player. Like you could tell by the way he's playing Johan. It's really hard to, you know, get a really high rank on a support because of the way, you know, like matchmaking works, right? Where like if you're if you are like the higher rank of your teammates, right? Like, and you're playing a support, it is gonna be a lot harder to carry. But yeah, him being, you know, top 30, you know, definitely says something. As we do might actually have a fight on our hands in Temple here. Okay, Ingnan gonna get sent on by the Alonzo. Ingnan kind of stuck in the middle there. Actually gonna pop the checkmate, or gonna pop the exclusive, but exclusive actually not gonna block the damage on the checkmate. Well, it looks like it doesn't matter. Damage coming out from Team Gang and Young N8 is too much. As G-Work goes down, Alonzo goes down, and Nadine is gonna be forced thrown away.
This game is pretty standard. I don't think it's been anything too crazy. The number of kills in this game, though, are pretty high, which is quite strange. Not saying the super chaotic games we've seen in pretty much every single other game we've had so far today, but the kill counts say completely the otherwise. We've had a lot of fights. I think this is mostly stemming from the fact that a lot of these team fights are resulting in 2 players falling down more so than just 1. Right, because that's what we saw a lot in the previous games. It's picks all over the place. It's not these team fights that result in a lot of kills over and over again.
Speaking of picks,
Yep, another
looks
pick.
like Shinonome is going to fall here as wait a second. Oh wait, Nome I think is gonna be able to get away. A great carpet actually from Shinonome, and a great taunt actually gonna follow, actually gonna lock down the Nadine, and they're actually gonna be able to kill the Nadine, and they're gonna be able to kill Piet as well. Great exclusive actually to let Shinonome live there. Not gonna trade one kill over to Asher, as yeah, it will be Team Blanche gonna be able to get 2 kills for themselves. Gonna try getting some damage back onto the Ma. It's not gonna be enough here. The explosive shot does end up going through, but yeah, he's kind of just by himself, so getting in ain't gonna lose their Nadine. So the timers are a little split here, as the Haze did actually die a lot earlier as well. So they're gonna lose 2 members. Team High gonna be able to pick up both of those kills, but getting in they still are on 6 kills, so not too bad for themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. These games and these fights are coming to really, really close margins. But in that situation, Shinonome just playing it pretty well. Understood that the rest of her team was coming through. Jenny stays alive as long as possible. The immediate turn is there too. I don't think Shinonome even anticipated the turn to come through, because I think Sebi went in, but Shinonome was still running. Which is quite funny.
I'm guessing Gang just got sent down, because you can look at their credit counts, and they're sitting on about basically 1,500 credits, you know, for their whole team. And oh, it looks like the Abigail is gonna jump on in, but the damage coming out from the Aya is just way too much. That's the power of the new AR. And yeah, they are on Legatus as well, so they're sitting on a 4 score with the new AR weapon, and he's just gonna rip the team of Nameless to shreds.
Sad Hand just constantly pumping out the damage. He doesn't have to micro this time around. All he has to do is just right click. Endeavor AX, the vigor is just way too good. The longer and longer a fight goes, the more and more damage coming out from the vigor. It's going to benefit you a lot, especially when you're trying to fight it out up against some of these tankier members. Makotia. Oh, this is bad. He needs to stay alive for 10 seconds.
Oh my
just
god.
No! Nameless gets taken down. Couldn't buy enough time for the rest of his teammates to come back alive. That means one of our Ayas are gone. The Abigail just no escape and gets found out by a team that just barely runs away from a different one. That corner is such a death trap for these players with no mobility.
Yeah, the Aya I think was basically half a second up from respawning and just didn't make it in time. It's very, very unfortunate. Abigail tried their best. They were jumping around so much in that fight, trying to make sure they don't take it. They're trying to make sure they took as least amount of damage as possible, but yeah, it just wasn't enough, as Gang Innate did end up shutting the Beyond or the Abigail down, and yeah, they will end up securing that kill for themselves, and Nameless will end up going down in 8th place.
Yes, sir. We're down to 7. It's still a pretty populated Lumia Island. It's only day number 3, right? There's still a lot of space for these teams to move around, but there's one less team all of these guys are going to have to deal with, and it's Team Nameless. A very unique composition, but here we go. The damage is coming out. Totem comes out. It's timed pretty well, but the Johan is already gone. Down goes the Kiara.
You're up 2.
Alive. Yep, it's the trade. 1 for 2 is in benefits of Team Asher. They will secure their box and also the 2 additional kills. Credit-wise, Team Sin is okay, but they have a long way to go.
Yeah, that is going to be a -500. I thought the look for Team Sin was actually good. The Kiara didn't get completely one-shot because the Alonso sent it in. The Della did do their combo, but the Johan was able to actually keep the Kiara alive, just barely enough. But it looks like the second rotation of Team Asher's skills, you were getting that that Queen down, and that second rotation of skills off onto the Kiara was able to, you know, completely finish them, and Nadine was just able to free auto back there. So very nicely played from Team Asher, as they do end up taking 2 kills and they get their box for free.
But for Team Sin, you now really have to consider, well, what do you do up against a composition like Team Asher?
Yeah.
What really went wrong in that fight? Because as you said, it looked good for a second. A lot of damage was dodged out too. The checkmate definitely not doing as much as I thought it would have, or as much as it should have, considering how Liguri just got caught out in the middle of the open. That is a punish that I don't think even Team Sin realized could happen. So how do you cope with that? How do you deal with it? Now you have to start coming up with answers.
And Team Sin is this team that needs to snowball, right? Like you need these items on the Kiara, on the Chloe. So it is going to be a lot harder for them. Here it comes Engage onto Sad Hands. Sad Hands just gonna back on out of there. The Unwavering, the Faith Unwavering also just gonna be popped early, so they're not gonna have any more sustain here. As here comes the damage from Sad Hands is gonna be enough. Oh, Sad Hands actually gonna get taken down, but too much was invested onto Sad Hands there, as the Kiara is gonna send their ultimate forward, and the Chloe is gonna jump on in, tunnel a little too hard on Sad Hands, and the teammates from Team Auto Arms are gonna be able to punish. Taeyang gonna be able to finish that up, and the Priya as well gonna be able to the Priya Cinema is gonna be able to follow up and finish those two.
That's the problem, honestly, with Marcus and Priya. Really don't think they're going to be the main focus, but you really have to focus them down too. Once you kill the backline, yeah, sure, you did your job, but you invested so much into it that a Marcus Priya is going to rip you to shreds.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine looking for those backline angles, but you got to make sure you don't invest too much. They just dived in way too deep. The Kiara, you know, ulting in forward. I think the Kiara thought he had the finish with the execute and the Q, but just barely wasn't enough damage.
Yep.
As yeah, Sad Hands was able to live, get the ultimate off, and you know that ended up sealing the deal for that fight.
That's a ton of credits now lost, by the way, for Team Sin. I think that's minus 750 for those guys, and of all the things, it was a Johan left alive too. Another fight inside of Chapel. G-Work has already invested the checkmate. He doesn't have the castling anymore. He's going to get taken down. Minus 250 into the hands of Team
Oh my god,
Asher
look at Dina.
this time
Look at his
around.
items.
Yep, it's Kai
He already
crazy.
had that upper mask as well, so he's sitting on yeah, full items with the blood, because I think they got the blood item probably just from the red box, from, you know, one of those flare guns. Yeah, so, oh, it is gonna be Sin getting caught once again. The Chloe actually gonna be able to take one with the Soul Link, so not too bad for Sin. Gonna be able to get one kill, even though, you know, they will end up losing another member, so it will be another minus 250 for Sin. Not sure if they're gonna be able to get all their teammates back up, as you know, the time window to res is slowly closing. It's gonna be day 5 or night 4, sorry, very shortly into that day 5. So we have to see where Wickline spawns. It is going to be in school, and we do have 3 teams in school here, so we have to see, you know, how these teams maybe play around it. As yeah, again, I don't know if you saw the Lenny items again. They are going to be on that Helix for that defense shred.
I do wonder if the passive still works, right? Because I know that was one of the reasons why people use Dragon Fury on the Lenny. I'm surprised now it's
basically the same. It's just I think Helix is AP, so but it does have defense, so it does have like some defensive stats, so it's not like the worst. But wow, the checkmate just gonna completely one-shot the Kiara.
That is gonna mean Team Sin is gone. Our 2 new teams is gone for this game. That means Team Sin, I would assume that they are going to drop out of the top 2, right? They were still up there in the last game. 5 kills is not that bad, but a lot of other teams that are alive are already breaching that point or way past it at this point too. Point gap is definitely going to close. We'll see if Team Asher can hold their own for this game to keep themselves up in that first place spot and maintain it, or if it's going to be other teams trying to knock them down a bit. Launch jumping in on towards Chino. He's going to dodge out on a lot of things, but
good exclusive.
Is pretty good, but it's not going to be enough. Jenny goes into the play dead. That's the double taunt coming in for Blodge. That is so bad. Sebi stays alive. It's night number 4. They can recover a little bit, but another potential third party coming from Team Asher. Team I has to split up a little bit. They got to group back up together. Meteorite down on the ground. Why the heck is it still there? Another fight inside of school though. Blink cartridge comes out. Damage from the Aya still pumping out damage. Auto attack after auto attack. Right click after right click. Taegyeon gets taken down. Auto Arms has to leave. Blanche in the corner. This is all over the place.
Yeah, looks like Revolu was the one doing more damage on the Aya here. Oh, and Sebi does end up getting caught. The full Queen combo is not going to be enough. A blink on forward, and yes, the Dean will be able to secure that, as Nome is going to be... Oh, wait, they actually might get enough credits. They are just barely short by about 20. And it's about to be day 5 here. It is a little... gonna be a little close. Maybe they could get some farm in Forest and get the res off in Chapel.
It's cutting it close.
Looks like Team Asher will TP down into Hospital, and the Young Cybers, they were the ones who got wicked. They were looking really, really strong.
Yeah, they have the credits, but look at how far away Bear is. He's making his way over to the Chapel.
Hey, he got it,
Yeah, he definitely does have it. But a fight inside a cemetery, Auto Arms versus Team High. They're looking for a fight. The double push away from the Marcus does deny a lot of the fight. Ultimate from the from the Tazi, it doesn't really do anything. But look at this, Sadhan isn't really contributing to the fight anymore for some reason. He's now pumping out the auto attacks, and there's the damage. Kyungkwae gets ripped to shreds. Auto attacks, the shield. Blaster's trying to recover a little bit. He does end up taking down the body of the Korea, but he gives his life for it. Hikasi trying to run. Taekyung should be able to chase this down. Smash the smithereens into the burger flip. Cartridge. 1, 2, 3 combo. Wombo comboed into the grave.
Unfortunately, they lose one though, and it's day 5, so they can't get the res. They're gonna have to look for the Lumi res. But yeah, I mean, Sad Hands. I think the reason why he wasn't really autoing there at the very end is because the Echoes of the Earth was just zoning him off, so he had to wait, and he didn't want to push a little too far forward there. You know, when you are playing this ADC, you kind of have to look for these angles, and you have to be a little patient and not maybe greed auto attacks. If you greed too early, you know, they could send it on to you. Oh, a great taunt there from Sebi. But a great response, a great exclusive, just gonna pull him out, and E9 gonna be able, and Gang A8 gonna be able to walk on out of there as Gang A8. They find the 2 members of Team Auto Arms. It looks like they're just gonna walk back into red and right into the hands of possibly Team Asher. But there's a blind spot on the bottom side here. As Gang A8 is gonna come as well.
But look at their timers. Going in, 8's timer is actually worse than Team Auto Arms. If they keep them out of the zone a little bit longer...
Yeah, and Team Asher will see everything here. They're going to look, but it looks like they're going to get split.
Oh, Lumi just ran past Chapel!
Oh, I think that's what they're going for. They're just sitting there to get the Lumi res, but now it's completely denied by these teams. I think they're probably going to TP on into Forest to try to look for the res. And,
no. Taekyung, he got unlucky with the res.
Wait. They still have enough credits to buy back both.
Taekyung's gotta live.
Taekyung needs to die. No, he needs to die.
You're right. He needs to die now. Okay, he's got to pop. Lumi's still gonna stay for a little bit.
They get the res. Okay, they get it off.
Oh my god, they got it.
Okay, they're okay here, but I mean, they're pretty poor. Cinema, I don't know if you saw his items, he's just sitting on 1 item. But Sad Hands, you know, all you really need is your ADC to have, you know, the full gold. So maybe it's not too bad. Taeyoung. Yeah, they're gonna maybe try looking for an angle here. The cams is still on. I think the cams do belong to Asher. I think both teams know this, so they don't want to take the fight under those cams. But again, A8's kind of stuck in the middle now. Team Asher is probably gonna force their hand. Team Auto Arms gonna walk back. The cams does still belong to Team Asher, so Team Asher should see everything that's going on here. Team Auto Arms, they don't have timers, so if they get forced into the corner here, they're gonna be forced to pull the trigger on one of these teams. But I think Team Asher does know this, and they don't want to be the ones to force them too hard, because if they force them too hard, they could possibly be the ones to get sent on. So this gonna back away. I think they actually probably saw the pings on the bottom side here, so it's actually gonna be a 4-team final zone. The cams are disabled, so Team Auto Arms just gonna full send it here. Taeyoung actually gonna get so much damage and gonna get the burger flip and completely solo Zero Jin. Now the other side here, Sad Hands is actually gonna fall, as it's gonna be Taeyoung. Can he 1v3? He does get the stun, just barely short. Taeyoung almost played that so well, and if he had one more item on his I think his headpiece, he didn't have his headpiece completed. I think that kind of cost him there, but yeah, very nice effort from the Marcus. Almost got that 1v3 play, but just unfortunately just barely didn't have enough damage and just barely didn't get that wall stun.
Okay, there's the pullback in. All members of Team Gyeonggi and 8 is gone, but Sebi also falls. Team Asher now looking for a possible fight. Checkmate's gonna come online, doesn't hit onto anybody. Shinonome is still alive. Play that is gonna activate it, and I think that's gonna do it. Team Blanche is gonna get taken down. There's the push into the wall. Bear's got nothing left to do with this one. Down he goes. We are down to 2. Team Asher sitting on 11 kills, looking for potentially 14 plus. And Tejan Cybers on 4, looking for potential 7 plus. They just had their own temp zone up on the north side of the map. They're gonna walk into Forest and pray that Team Asher doesn't have full control of it.
Yeah, and G-Work is gonna start setting down these guillotines. I like this early guillotine. Maybe they could play off this guillotine if they do end up walking into it. Ooh, there is the cam down to spot the guillotine. They're gonna break it instantly, and maybe Tina, they're gonna maybe look for an angle. G-Work does have the Queen prep here. Queen's gonna go a little wide. Knock up is gonna go wide as well, so good dodges out on the side of Team Taeyoung Cybers. Pied gonna look. Dina is gonna use a special spirit. He's not gonna hit on anyone. Damage, the full combo is gonna go on to Dina, but he is a Marcus, so he only takes half his HP. But the damage coming out from the Dean is big, and that's gonna be McNaughty gonna fall instantly. Team Asher just has to play a little slow here, as it is now a 3v2. As I think that is going to be it. It is going to be Team Asher gonna be able to win this one out. They just need to not play too into Revolu here. Dina gonna get some healing back in this bush. I don't think Team Asher knows, but yeah, it's just a 3v2. They got that Alonzo lockdown combo for that Della, and I think that is going to be it.
Yeah, of all the people that the Wolf Whistle landed on, right, the slow came on to Magnani. He has no mobility skills, man. He's a prey. All he can do is just right click.
Oh wait, there's the...
Wait, whoa, no, not like this. Not like this. Forfield is still up for Dina. He's got the kill. Can they actually secure this is the question.
It's 2v2 now. It's 2v2.
Yeah, they gotta go for it. Wolf Assault is out. They're getting the auto attacks. Revolu's got something. Oh my god, the electric shift! No! Team Asher, not like this. Are you kidding me?
Team Daeyoung Cybers, they play it so well. Dina getting that burger flip, and G-Work just not able to respond. I think G-Work just didn't... I'm surprised he didn't use the checkmate. He still had it up, right?
Yeah, he had it up. Dude, Mirai, oh my god. 20 seconds ago, Mirai said, watch this. It's still... it's not over yet.
Oh my god, Dina and Daeyoung Cybers, they just played it so well. That burger flip, stunning G-Work into the wall. I'm just surprised. Like, G-Work had the ultimate button, he just didn't press it, right?
Yeah.
If you just press the ultimate there, they just win the game. But big display from Team Asher. And then at the very end there, Revolu dodging out on that explosive shot with that E-shift. Very, very nicely played. They just played the fight so perfectly and winning that 3v2. Wow.
This is not the first 2v3 that we've seen Marcus winning again. He sets up perfectly. I don't think...
Bro, Marcus on 1.33, this character is a monster and a menace. Like, piloted by, like some of the top players, like you could see how strong this character is.
Yeah, and I think the one thing that these players are doing so much better than I've seen before is waiting until the last possible moment to use their brittle gap close auto attack, right? Because a lot of times, even in the past, we've seen a lot of our Marcuses just using that preemptively, and then they don't have anything to follow up on any mobility skills the other person has. But a lot of the times, we're seeing these Marcuses cover so much distance using that brittle auto attack that it's really difficult for a lot of the other players playing into the Marcus to actually know if they're safe or not. They're always like, oh, I got away. It's time for me to do the damage because I made the distance. No, he just front flips all the way over to you and just snipes you down. That's the problem with dealing with Marcus. You have no idea if you're ever safe against this character if you're constantly getting bashed around the wall, knocked over all over the place. He's running you down with the bonus movement speed on God of War. I don't know, man, but they're playing so well. This Marcus character is so scary in 1.33.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just the character, it's the pilots as well, because Marcus may be good, but you have to be a really good player to, play this character, perfectly. Get all these animation cancels, following up, getting these wall stuns, getting these flips as well, getting these nice smashes to smithereens angles, right? And he is also a tank, more of like a tankier side, so you kind of need to know how to play the front to back, on top of that.
And here we go, guys. The total standings after game number 3. This right here is a very, very good representation of how pretty much the entire afternoon, or I should say morning, for Group B has gone so far. Team Asher still with a consistent performance.
It is really close now.
Yes.
Yeah, between 2nd to 6th.
Absolutely.
It's only a 5-point difference.
It's very, very close, but still, Team Asher has been playing consistent. They might have not won game 3, but they still made it to 2nd place with a hefty number of kills. 48 points, they're still sitting in 1st. Relatively, I'm going to put that with an asterisk, safe to go into the finals. It's only a 12-point
I would say
difference.
so as well, yeah. 12 to 13-point difference between 2nd and 3rd. They just need to have a nice, consistent game number 4, and they should be fine. We do have Daeyoung Cybers 36, AutoArms 35, King Innate 32, Launch 32, and Sin 31. So I think for the 2nd spot, it's really anyone's game here.
Yes.
There is only a 5-point difference, so it's just whoever has probably the best performance for this final game between those 5 teams. And fortunately for game number or for our 7th and 8th team, it's looking a little doomed for them. 13 points and 15 points respectively for both teams. It's possible, but that also requires, all of the other teams to, do like really bad.
Exactly, but the thing is, I don't want to count out Team High just yet, because we've had moments in the past where Blaster has just genuinely blasted off. This guy can pop off on Tazia. We just haven't seen it yet so far in the series. Once he goes, though, that Tazia is so difficult to stop, and we have had moments where we know he can micro well in the series. We saw the pick off on towards the Nadine. He completely isolated the Nadine to the corner. He's getting his angles right. It's just he hasn't had any of those big team fights that he's won just yet. 13 points is not that big when you put it into big terms of some of these teams that can genuinely pop off, so it's still a possibility. But from what we've seen so far, it definitely does look tough for Team High.
Yeah, 13 points. I mean, 13 points is definitely doable, and all they actually really need is one of the teams to do bad, right? Because if one of the teams go 8, then it opens up the door for them to
except Team Asher.
Maybe get in. Obviously, yeah, except for Team Asher and probably the second place team. But if the bottom or if the middle 4 team, if any of them go 8, there is a good chance for them to make it in. As long as they have a nice pop-off game. They still need about 14, 15 points. So, or maybe even more than that, depending on, how good those teams do. So, yeah, we'll just have to see.
Indeed. Game 3, as I mentioned, was a good way for us to gauge how the entire lobby will go, which teams will probably end up falling into elimination, and which teams might potentially be set up really well to potentially go into the finals. We got all that locked in. There's still one more game left, though. Game number 4 will be the final ultimate gauge on which teams are going to move on. And of course, we'll see which teams actually moved on into the finals after game number 4, which teams will move on into the wildcards that we'll see tomorrow for the best of 6. And starting from there, it's off to the races for the last phase of Eternal Return Masters Season 5. And starting from there, Super LCQ Season Finals. We're back at it again.
Yeah, and LCQ is such a wild card because of how the format works, right? It's really anyone's game. Got to make sure to get into a checkpoint, and then they have to win. And then that team goes out, and then another team has to win. So, yeah, I'm really excited to see, which teams come out of the LCQ and which teams do end up making it to the grand finals. But, yeah, speaking about, the current game number 4, we do actually have Rozzy coming back onto the table, and we will have the Priya, Aya, and my ban. So 3 character bans coming out.
That Aya ban is not something I would have ever expected. I think this is actually the first Aya ban I've ever seen in ERM, actually. Because the only times I've ever really seen Aya being picked a lot was way back in pre-release, where Sniper Rifle Aya with attack power was strong. Right, like you had intervention, Rocker's Jacket.
Oh.
Yeah, all of that stuff. Way back in the days. But that was when it was duos, and I don't think we had a bona fide ban system back yet. So this is why it actually genuinely be the first ever time I've ever seen an Aya ban in ERM. But aside from that, we have a lot of really funny picks. We got Tom Leon.
Yeah, Tom Leon is back. The last time we saw the Tom Leon was when he had 5% amp scaling. So I'm surprised he's back in it here. But he is a pretty good poke character. Has some decent burst with if you are playing Tomfa on amp. Has the Tomfa skill as defensive tools, and looks like he is running the healing factor. Probably going to be running the elf dress, and on that heal wind as well.
This composition can absolutely wreak havoc, though. That's the one thing I really like about Team High's composition right now. Blaster as well as Kyonkwe on the Laura and ERM can play off of the Leon super well, because a lot of times the problem with Leon is that you use your waterway and get knockups, but the rest of your team really can't follow through on it. Well, you have a Laura who has a lot of mobility, you have an ERM who can also just jump on the targets immediately as soon as the Leon opens up opportunities for it. If they need to get kills, this is the composition to do it. I love this change.
Yeah, they are playing a really aggressive comp here. They need to look for these kills. They are down so many points. If they want to make it out, this is kind of their last-ditch effort.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That game number 4, it's always the last game in the series that we ever seem to find some really funny things. But here we go, guys. I know we're already loaded in, but game 4 is underway. Final game of today and Group B in general. After this, once again, we will see which teams move on to the finals, which teams move on into the wildcards, and which teams are eliminated from moving on into the rest of the phases of phase number 3. Scoreboard on the right side tells a very, very solid story of what the series has been like. Team Asher, pretty consistent. They do have the most amount of kills in the lobby as well. Everybody else just pretty much middle of the pack. They've all had their moments, but nothing too domineering.
Oh!
Fight over.
Oh, wow. Auto attack goes through on the blink there, and they will end up falling. And oh my god, so G-Work is just able to live and stall out for Piet to come around, and that will be Team Asher going to be able to pick up 2 kills from Nameless. Nameless tried to get the jump on to G-Work, but you know, that Lena character is just able to get away, able to get those freezes if you do end up chasing into her dash, and you know, stalled just enough for Piet with more items most likely than Team Nameless, since you know Nameless did just all jump onto G-Work, so they probably were down on a lot of their normal items to build.
Makotia was also sitting on what I think it was just Vigilante and the VMAX. You really need at least, I think, the Commander's armor in order to get more damage done. The early game damage from Abigail is notorious for being low. If you're missing a couple of your heavy amp items like your chest piece and your arm piece, well, it gets even worse.
Yeah, and I guess teams are just gonna... Actually, I guess this game has been pretty quiet lately. We haven't really seen too many kills. Blaster gonna get caught by Nameless, but just gonna jump on over with that E from the Laura, as here comes the 11, gonna jump on in, and oh, actually gonna be able to hit Blaster and get taunted through the bush, but just gonna jump on over the wall once again, but they're gonna turn their sights right onto the IRAM, and there is the ultimate, gonna slow the IRAM for a little bit. The IRAM is a really slippery character, so yeah, they're just gonna be able to get on out of there with their hops.
That's another benefit of Team High. Everybody on their team can actually get away, right? We've seen a lot of team comps tonight where once they get caught out, you're kind of locked in. You can't really do anything but actually fight it out. Beautiful blink out from Blaster. There's the Soul Stealer coming through. Is Team Blanche going to be able to pick up the kill onto Blaster? I highly doubt it after that slide step, or it should theoretically be out. But Kyungkwae, there we go. His luck has run out. Down he goes. The IRAM is going to be dead for 15 seconds, whereas Sakin, he has to pop Soul Stealer. He's stuck in the corner. Should get taken down in just a second. There's the auto attack. Team Nameless, they're still fighting for their tournament lives. They do not want this last game to potentially be the last game of their Season 5 ERM performance.
Yeah, the Chloe will end up going down. I think the Soul Link did end up proccing a little early, but I think they were forced to basically use it there. Oh, there's the knock up onto Revolu, as the IRAM is there to answer as well, so they will be able to kill Revolu instantly, and Magnani will end up falling shortly. As it looks like Dina is going to be forced to get on out of there. So will be 2 kills going over to Team High. They are able to find their footing in this game. They are able to get the nice pick, find Revolu, and they're able to turn it.
As I said, they can actually follow up on the Leon, right? That was exactly what I wanted to see. That's exactly what I saw. Beautiful gameplay coming out from Team High. Even playing on top of the Reign of the Vampire Queen. It's level 1. You can kind of do that. Maybe later on you shouldn't do it, but here we go. Let's see if that's going to be a problem. Yep, Radiant Brilliance is good, and now Kyungkwae is going to get sniped down. Oh, actually, it's a level 1 Plague. There's the kill, though. Nicely done from Liguri. Down goes one. Taken's already down on the ground. Sad Hand has to run away. Cinema trying to do the exact same thing. There's a Quick coming around. I think Cinema should be fine. Yes, he is out. But a Tree of Life is going to be lost for the hands of Team Auto Arms.
Again, you're gonna be pretty happy with that one. You're gonna be able to pick that one up for themselves. Gonna craft it into that Blood Cloak. The Dehabilitation is really strong on these backline mages, who's just able to get a lot of poke damage off. Cinema not having any gauge here, and gonna get explosion shot into the wall. Gonna pop their gauge instantly to try to get away. Gonna get a little bit of distance, but gonna get caught by the Shukai. Great flank from the Ing9. Great recognition. Just gonna jump over the wall and completely stop their escape route.
That absolutely really sucks. Legion Cybers, this is problematic as Tina gets caught out, but Revolu's starting to come around. There's Magnani jumping in as well. Hikasi's relatively
great
low.
angle.
We know the Vampire Queen does tag 3. Hikasi is going to get popped. There's the kill. Yes, it is. But the damage is still coming through from Blaster. He's trying to get at least Dina, but the healing from the Q is way too much. Down he goes. Kyungkwae also trying to run away. Will this light Lily? Oh! We've seen this too often. We've seen this too often. Not like this. Kyungkwae needs to stay alive. He's going to pop the Soul Stealer, but the Sanguine Javelin.
Wait.
Magnani, he can still chase this through. They need to live. No! Team High is going to get eliminated, and that will seal their fate. They are not going to move on into the next stages of Phase 3. How brutal of an end, and it looks so good for Team High.
A disastrous White Lily from the ERM, and yeah, the ERM just got caught into the wall, and that's it. No escape routes. Ended up losing too much distance, and Magnani just able to capitalize on that, hit some nice Sanguine Javelins to, you know, lock the ERM down, and his team was just able to follow up. So nice kill going, and nice team wipe actually going to the side of Team Daeyoung Cybers. They kind of need this because they also want to qualify for that top 2 spot. So a nice 5 field kills for them so far is really, really nice for them.
Yeah, I want to mention 2 things about that White Lily as well. One, it's happened multiple times today where a team has been screwed just specifically by that White Lily. And 2, that was all on the fault of Kyungkwae, because as soon as you get rooted down like that, you have to press S. You have to stop any movement commands, but he was right-clicking probably to try moving away even after the root, which means ERM is going to want to auto-attack the White Lily because it's the only closest target. You're still inputting movement skills, and that's the only thing the ERM can target. She procced it and launched herself back towards the Bianca. You gotta press S if you get rooted down like that and you don't have the angle. That's the only way you can safely get out of that White Lily. You can only take it in one real direction if you need to get away from a situation like that, and that's just not the way to do it. Really brutal for the members of Team High. But that again now opens up the rest of the lobby for pretty much a sweep unless Team Nameless is able to say something about it.
Yeah. Oh, I'm surprised. Magnani is actually on the Blade of Truth. So he's playing like a damage-oriented bruiser-esque Bianca because he is on the mid shield as well. So getting some damage with the Blade of Truth. Oh, actually a great taunt there coming out from Rain. Gonna be able to peel the Alina off really nicely, but that is the angle that Auto Arms needs, and oh my god, Sandhands or Piet is gonna be able to find that angle onto the backline onto the Rozzy, and they will just completely wipe out Nameless. So Nameless and Team High are gonna be our 2 teams, unfortunately, aren't gonna qualify as
the top 2.
Yeah, it looks like the other side, a great flip from Ing9, but Ing9 does end up having that SSM, is just going to be able to live for so long, going to be able to get that knock up as well. And we'll be Team Ing9 going to be able to take a nice 2 kills from Team Blanche.
Absolutely brutal. But now this lobby has turned into a little bit more of a low stakes lobby in comparison to before. With Nameless gone, everybody is at least confirmed to move on towards tomorrow. It's just a fight for the top 2 now, and a lot of our teams were actually all of our teams were relatively close to at least the 2nd place team for it to still really be up in the air. So I say low stakes, but there are still stakes involved. Magnani and Sandhan in a little bit of a precarious situation. Sandhan's going to group up with his teammates first, whereas Magnani, he's in a bit of a predicament. Let's see if this is somehow able to get salvaged, because Magnani is stuck in the corner. It's not going to work out, but there's a flank coming from Revolut. Oh my god, the triple Dance Macabre comes alive. Sandhan somehow, no, it's not going to happen. Taegyung gets locked into the wall, and it's again a Marcus to just lock everybody down. It's gone. 2 for 1 in favor of Team Auto Arms. No, not for Team Auto Arms, sorry, for Daejeon Cybers. And Marcus is just a menace in 1.33.
Yeah, Marcus just completely denying any answers that Taeyang might have had. Taeyang was probably looking for an angle back in, but Dina just gonna knock him into the wall, say no, and just gonna be able to finish him off. But Magnani having a really nice play there. That was, I guess that's the showcase of this build, as he's able to live with that mid shield and gonna be able to get that nice 2-man Blade of Truth with that 2-man E and that 2-man ultimate as well. I think that is what sealed the deal and what killed Sad Hands, as it looks like Lumi is going to be credit charged here, and Team Asher is going to chase the other team away, so Team Asher is going to be able to get all these credits for themselves.
Oh, this is bad for Cinema. He has no timer to play off of, but he also has to get the res off. There is nowhere to run. As soon as he goes back in, his fate is sealed. Then he's getting knocked into the wall. Elena is just getting burger flipped. She's going to try to run the red. It's not going to
Arms
happen.
is dead.
Down he goes. Auto Arms is locked down. Mirai, one out of the two teams he's cheering for this game, has been eliminated. The Harbinger of Death is upon us. The only thing left now is for Team Asher to fall, and that should seal the fate of Mirai. I don't know about that one, man. This guy, he's cursing Team better than we are.
Look at the items on Team Sin. Both the Kiara and the Chloe both are basically almost full build already. Chloe sitting on 5 gold, which I think with 2 4 scores, so they're looking really strong here. They're probably gonna look for an angle. Agree. Going to maybe look for a rapier skill in here. Get the speed boost from the Johan. I think Team Asher, I think they know how strong this team is, and they're just actually gonna give the Omega coming up to them.
And this is smart from Team Asher, right? As you mentioned before the game started, all they need to do is play consistent. They have 6 kills already. I'd say that's as consistent as it gets.
Yeah, I think they're really secured in with those 6.
Oh yeah. They just need to not die early, and I like the fact that they just give up on the Alpha Omega objective, because that's not the battle they need to win, right? They need to win the war.
Yeah, because they're up like about 13 points and 6 kills. There's only 5 teams left. I think they basically are already guaranteed in for the top 2. But it's just nice to play, a nice consistent game, even if you are already guaranteed, because you want to make sure you're able to win these games. Give your team like a nice confidence boost, nice morale boost, going in for the finals on Sunday.
And sometimes at this point too, when you're this far ahead, you do want to stress test a little bit on compositions that you're not all too familiar with.
Exactly, yeah.
I want to say this is a comp that they're all too unfamiliar with, but that's huge. That's so big. If anyone can use it, actually,
it's probably the Razi. Oh no.
Yeah, it goes on to Piet.
It is a straight upgrade.
What the heck? Was that you? Super? Hello? Oh.
Hello?
Oh, you're back. Oh, hi.
Oh, I don't know what happened. Hello.
Your volume just disappeared. I thought you abandoned me.
Oh. Yeah, it's probably my mic again. I do apologize for that. But
hey, alright, you're alive then. That's all that matters.
But yeah, it is a straight upgrade, right? The red shoes into from the blade boots. So I'm not surprised it does go. Oh, actually, they're gonna put the blade boots onto G-Work. So
yeah, I just saw G-Work with the white rhino. Actually, maybe he picked up the white rhinos from the one that Yan dropped, right? Because I still think it's better on P.
That's what I was talking about. The blade boots. The blade boots went on to the G-Work because I think G-Work was sitting on EOD shoes, and it's just like an upgrade, so why not? Ooh, Dina getting flipped, but just gonna use their Eon out of there. Magnani, let's get the random Vampire Queen. Actually gonna force the blink out there from Shinonome, or the dash. As Sebi's just gonna get completely bursted down, but maybe they find an angle on Revola. Revola's 1 HP. The fight is completely split here as Shinonome is all the way out in front. The Springtrap is actually gonna hit no one here, and yeah, they will be able to finish off Shinonome, as Bear is going to be the one forced back away, and he will be taken out as well. So it will just be Sebi gonna have to get on out of there.
I'll be honest with you. Well, actually, I'm not going to talk about that yet. Piet just gets ripped to pieces. It's going to be the SMG Burst Meat Grinder that will knock the Yan down to the ground. Char and G-Work has to back away. So for now, 1 out of the 3 is going to get taken down of Team Asher. Mirai shaking in his boots, but there's the rest coming back. They should be okay.
Do they have enough timer to get out of here?
Oh,
actually, they should. Yeah, they're gonna TP in from Uptown, I think, but there will be a random TP. But yeah, I think King and 8, they played it really well. They played that front to back. There's both backliners are just able to peel back with that Haze and that Nadine. And yeah, when both backliners kind of know what they're doing, it is a lot harder to dive in, because the amount of damage that the backliners can pump out with the amount of CC to maybe stop a lot of the dive. It was just nice to play by Team K8.
Absolutely. Although on the flip side, Team Blanche, they're struggling a lot. I will be brutally honest, I don't really see any purpose in putting Bear on the Lenny. I think it's just better if you're going to do that, just put it on
Oh,
Sen.
he was engaged this
Give Bear to
time.
somebody
Jiwik having a
else.
nice angle, gonna get the freeze, and
my
there we go.
God.
Theogen able. Wait a second. Wait a second.
Yeah, the auto attacks are good. Jinho's still getting the
Jinho,
wolf
look at
assault, but
HP
the
bars.
Tetragon
Look at HP bars
wall.
on Team Asher. They're gonna be able to get the res off. Nadine just able to pump so much damage, and wow, they're actually gonna be able to get the res off for free here. As Team Asher, their HP bars were too low. They didn't really have anything to work with. As now Ging Ine is gonna be on the chase. Maybe they're gonna be able to find one G-Work all the way at the bottom side here. But remember, their timers, they are sitting on really low timers. So G-Work doesn't really have anywhere to go. Oh no, wait. Oh, G-Work's full second. Okay, G-Work's full timer. It's just the other two that didn't have much left.
Luckily, he will be fine, but everybody else on the side of Team Asher, they had to completely book it. And, you know, good thing for Team Asher, they didn't greed for the kill, they didn't go for it, but that Tetragon wall absolutely saving the members of Team Asher, right? If it wasn't for that Tetragon, I think the Nadine would have kept pushing forward. I think she had a couple auto attacks left on the Wolf Assault on top of it, probably would have refreshed from a kill. That could have been devastating for Team Asher. They're still alive, and that's what matters, though.
Yeah, they are sitting on 7 field goals for themselves. They are, I think, fully itemized as
they don't have
well. Here
information
comes
on
the
G-Work.
flank
There it is.
again. Oh, G-Work missing the jump over the wall. Just gonna rip the ultimate there. Oh, but a double knock up from Piet. Is that gonna be enough? A
Wait,
great,
his timer.
yeah, a great knock into the wall with the explosive shot here. Now it's a 2v2. Both the tanks go down. Oh, the Razi does try blinking on forward, but a great stun from Zero Jin. And they can't cancel the res here. They're not canceling. They're getting zoned off by the Haze. And it's going to be Asher losing a member as day 5.
Oh, that sucks. That really sucks. They don't even have timer to play with now, too. Blanche on the flip side, they're also struggling as only the Lenny was able to get called back. It's, again, as you said, day 5. They got to look for Lenny, but the Johan is on the chase. He's on the hunt. They're stuck in a corner. Blanche has got a tight.
Oh, wait. Look at their credits. Even if they get Lumi, they don't have money.
Oh, that's true. They're so close. They're right around that mark. But where even is
No.
Lumi?
Asher doesn't have any money. Like, they can't
Blanche.
res. Oh, yeah. But Blanche can still get the res off here. Lumi is... Oh, wait. Lumi's right there.
Oh.
Can they go up? They grab it? Can I res?
No.
Oh, they don't have enough. They're like 5 short.
Yeah.
Now they have enough. But there is also a team down there. The Young Cybers is on the bottom of school. I think they know they probably not going to be able to get their res here. Actually, it's going to rotate around back into...
I think it's going down after archery, man.
Is it going...
Let's
Oh,
see.
yeah, it's going into archery. Yeah.
Down or up? Oh, it's
No,
up.
it's going up,
Okay,
it's
there's
going
still
up.
a
Yeah.
chance.
So it is going up into police. So, but there's a lot of people in police. And I don't think they're gonna
there
get
it
to.
is.
I don't think they're gonna let the res go off for free here. Maybe.
Oh, I mean they got the blind spot right now. They're gonna get it. Look at that.
Yeah, it is a 3-second timer though. So.
Oh, Bear, where are you going? Where are you going?
They're just gonna get their response here right after the res.
I don't think.
Yeah,
there's a
Sebi's dead.
block there.
Yeah, Sebi's dead.
Unless-
Wait, maybe they can look to turn.
Oh.
The Johan is kind of caught out on the bottom side here. Oh wait, the Kiara ult is down as well. Maybe they can look. Smasher Smithereens is down. And okay, I mean, at least they're alive.
Yep. I think you regroup
Oh
a little
wait,
bit, but
maybe they can find the
whoa,
Johan.
whoa.
The Johan does end up falling. The Kiara ult isn't up as well. Maybe they can look for an angle here. The Shinome just needs to live. Good carpet to hit them back. I think they're just gonna try going for the res. I don't know if they could stop this res.
Yeah,
Bear
I
is trying to
think
look.
Blanche just has
Bear
to
can
reset.
actually. Oh, this is actually good. Bear can stop the res here.
Oh
Kiara
my
ult-
god!
Oh wait,
it's
the
the
Kiara's
festival!
coming through, and the third party is here. And Daniel Cybers will reap all the rewards.
I think this is why Team Blanche should have just reset. I mean, you got a really good fight.
Wait, they
but-
killed Neglani.
Wait, hold on a second. Legend Cybers? Wait.
Wait, can he turn here? Can he turn?
Wait, whoa!
Oh.
The blink! He dodges out on the Radiant Brilliance. Asher is
Very
gonna
well
pick
played.
up one. What the heck? Where did they come from? Revolu, Teton Cybers, they do end up getting all the reses back. Zebi's the last one alive on Team Blanche. Team Blanche should have 100% backed away. Plague ultimate cooldown at this stage in the game, since most Kiras tend to run Recharger, it is not that long. You cannot afford to stay, especially with their health bars that low, and they did and get
Wait,
punished.
Team Asher is gonna come back up for the end game here, as no one is gonna be contesting their zone. As Team Daeyoung Cybers
Why?
they came down into team Yang Innate's zone, so Asher will have one more shot here to win the game.
Yep, 5 seconds to go. This should secure. You're right. G-Work's gonna come back and look at the damage on to Revolut. They have no time.
Yeah,
They can't
They're
play
just sending
around this.
yeah, they got poked down way too much. They don't have any timer left. But wait a second, there's DeMarcus. DeMarcus might get the res off, but oh, that is very nicely played
Seen this
from
before.
Jinwoo. Very, very good awareness to cancel the res and to kill them, and then they get the execution bonus. So it's actually okay.
Nicely done from Kyunggi Innate. They're going to be able to lock that down. 10 kills for both Kyunggi Innate and Team Asher. Both looking for 13 plus. Team Asher, they gotta win this, otherwise Mirai's curse is absolutely real for this one. Ing9, Zerojin, and Jinho. These...
Oh, they're gonna get a buy? What are they gonna buy here? They got a blood.
By the way,
they're
I
gonna
actually
go for
think
that
both
VF.
of these teams are confirmed for finals.
Was getting Innate more points than Dang Cybers? Dang Cybers has 13.
I think so. I mean, which team died fourth?
Dang Cybers died 4th, but I don't know how many points they had, so it would be a little close.
Yeah, okay. We'll still
Jinwoo
leave it up in the air.
does get the Blood Crown, so Blood Crown is such a powerful item because it does have that defense. So if the Nadine does get dived, she will be able to live for a slightly longer. You know, having the extra 10 defense is really, really big. Let's see how this goes. I do like this angle coming out from the Razi.
Will Kyunggi Innate know about the flank? Yeah.
They don't. They don't
got
know where
it.
the
They
Razi
know
is. Oh,
exactly
here
where
we
he
go.
is. G-Work, is he gonna send it? Jinho, oh wait, there's the
Oh,
Soul
they're
Stealer
gonna send it
Investor.
on
Wait,
to
goes in
G-Work.
with it. I don't know about that
Yeah,
one.
he's taking
still
so much
alive.
damage as the Razi just blinks on in and he's dead. But wait a second, Pied might be able to trade back. It looks like no. Zerojin playing really, really well here. Able to dodge out and gonna be able to live from that heal. As it's just G-Work with 1 HP left, and that's gonna be it. Oh, gets a double freeze, but no, that's gonna be Gang Innate coming out on top as Team Asher does end up falling. So unfortunately, yeah, Mirai, you know, it is what it is.
And I think with that, it should seal the deal. I think with that one, it should be Kyunggi Innate moving on into the finals. Of course, nothing's confirmed until we actually see the scoreboard, but they will secure the bonus 3 points from the kills and the additional 8 from the placement points. So congratulations to Kyunggi Innate. If they make it into the finals, all the power to you. Even if you don't, that was a pretty good final zone. Nice tracking on G-Work, and that's pretty much all you need. Especially considering the fact that G-Work went in when the Soul Stealer was pop. I don't think that's the timing you want to go in, especially if you're trying for a flank.
Yeah, I mean, I think the idea was there to go for the flank, but I think the execution, you know, just wasn't there with his team, right? Because they just sent the Soul Stealer in, and then G-Work went back in because he thought, or I'm guessing, you know, he thought he had a good angle onto the Dean, but the Dean just monkey wired out, and there's not really, you know, any follow up from his team, so they're kind of just playing like isolated 1v2s and 1v1s. And that's not really what you want to do, I think. Especially just or they're basically playing like isolated 2v1s. And I think Zerojin was, you know, playing safe, so he wasn't, you know, in the direct like damage or range of Team Asher. While, you know, J was just taking free damage from the Alonzo and from the Nadine.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to mention too. There's usually 2 ways that flank plays end up happening and it works out. One is either you collapse on them with the flank, right? So you kind of come in from both sides and you collapse on them. That's one way.
Yeah.
The other way is if you do get the flank off, you have to split the flanker with the one target they're going for, and then it has to become a 2v2 on the other side. But it became a 2v1 where G-Work was getting targeted down by Ing9 at the same time while he was going for the Nadine, and that kind of screwed up his plan. But on top of it,
I think a lot of his I think a lot of what he was going for, he just got CC'd by the Alonzo, right? The Alonzo just rooted him, stunned him. So Shukai just, you know, knocked him up, got some slows off, and, you know, he wasn't able to, you know, get his combo off because the Nadine just monkey wired out. And once the Nadine monkey wires out, you don't really have any engage anymore, right, from the Alina. So
Yeah, and the other part of that factor that really kind of sealed the deal for Team Asher is the fact that exactly as you mentioned, Super Zero Gen was really safe, right? If you're gonna
Yeah,
do
exactly.
something like that, you need to kill Zero Gen fast while Georg is buying time. And
Yeah,
then
you have
put
to
it.
you have to win like the 2v1 on the other side, but there was no 2v1 on the other side because Zerojin, he just saw kind of just saw how the fight was playing out and just decided I'm just not gonna walk up here, and your Alina will just take free damage, and once you guys turn your focus onto the Alonso and the Alina that's his time when he can just
Yep.
walk forward.
Yeah. Overall, Gyeonggi NH just had the right idea. Each of the individual players on that team played really well. It just melded all together nicely. For Team Asher, you always look for those flank opportunities. Again, it's G work. You know he's gonna go for it when he's playing the Elena. It's such
Yeah,
a
you kind of
god-given.
have to go for those
Yeah.
when you're playing Alina, right? Like you don't really have a choice. Alina's like that dive character who
You go from
thrives
the
in
front and you
the
die.
she thrives in the isolated 1v1s onto backliners, right? Like if you're able to get that 1v1 onto like an ADC who doesn't have like as much mobility, so maybe like a Nadine, like a straight 1v1 into a Nadine, like Alina's just able to solo kill them.
Oh, 100%. But that just wasn't the case for Team Asher, and they do end up losing out on it. But of course, again, it doesn't matter for those guys. Another consistent game for them means, yes, they will immediately secure their place into the finals. We know that guaranteed. Now it all comes down to that second place spot. Is
Yeah, I
Gyeonggi
actually don't
Innate?
know who is going to get. Actually, getting in it did just win, right? So
Yes.
they should be the ones that get it because again, extra 8 points in placement, and they had a lot of kills for themselves as well. I think the placement difference between first and fourth place, which was Daeyoung Cybers, is about 4 points. So 4 extra points added on should be enough. I'm pretty sure it should be getting NA and Team Asher.
100%, but the score should be up in just a moment. That will guarantee which teams are going to move on, so we'll just wait for that, and as soon as it comes up, we'll know what teams moved on into the final, so we can start bringing that up. We know which teams are going to be playing in the wildcards tomorrow. We'll bring that up. So let's take a look at the score. Oh my god.
By 1 point.
Bro.
It is by 1 point. And yeah, like I said, it is going to be Team Asher with 64, Getting an 8 with 53. They will be our two teams that we will see straight to the finals on Sunday. And the rest of the teams, Daeyoung Cybers, Auto Arms, Sins, and Blanche, we'll see them tomorrow. Back for the wildcards. It will be the wildcards will be at the same time. It'll be 6 games. And unfortunately for Team High and Team Nameless, thank you guys so much for playing. But they will be heading home for today. Maybe we'll see them back in the LCQ.
Yep.
So I don't think they have any points, or they don't really have enough circuit points to make it to the finals, to the grand finals.
Yeah, this really was not the season for Team High, I think. It wasn't even the fact that they played bad. It's just Hazia right now is in a really awkward situation, especially with the Soul Stealer being activated, because fights are really accelerated now, whereas, as we mentioned earlier, you need to go to extended fights as Hazia.
Soul Stealer, sort of counters, I would say, Tazia, just because, you're able to walk away from a lot of the Tazia stuff. And, when characters have more movement speed, it's a lot harder to hit your abilities, right?
Yeah,
Especially for a character like Tazia, so...
And I also think that Marcus being strong, especially in today's games, were really bad too, because
yeah, I don't think Tazia can really get through can really get through a Marcus, because Marcus is just so tanky.
And she plays in the range of Marcus as well. You have to remember that with Axe, you get the extended auto attack range. That's like literally the range Tasia plays.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So it's really hard because because Marcus can also just knock the Tasia up, can like push her into a wall if she's at that angle. But yeah, I mean, some solid games today, Shuvi. I had a lot of fun casting again. It has been about 4 weeks for me, so it's great to be back at the desk.
I missed you. I missed you 2 weeks ago during phase number 2. How was it though, by the way? Your whole Canada meetup with Mr. Franklin Doodler.
Frankie, yeah, we played in Ascent, and now I'm addicted to the card game. So
doesn't mean you're abandoning me for anything else, right?
Yeah, I'll be fine for LCQ and for finals. So you don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, dude, this guy's gonna be like, oh yeah, no, I can't make it. There's an Ascent tournament I want to play, and I'm just gonna be sitting here saying, okay, do what you want, man. I get it. You want to be happy too. I see how it is.
Yeah. I mean, I did tell them, like I did like let everyone know ahead of time, right? Like I let you know.
Yeah.
So
I
yeah.
appreciate that.
But yeah, I think there's an interview going on right now, so we just have to just wait a little bit before the finals come out, or
Yeah, we should see the standings of which teams are playing tomorrow. We're just gonna wait it out for that, just so we're guaranteed. I'll read out the names of the teams that, once again, for the people who weren't here for Group A. So the teams that moved on into the finals from Group A were Miden, Sejong, and Cartel. Those are the two teams we'll see on Sunday, guaranteed. And for the teams that made it to the wildcards tomorrow, it was Sparkle Esports, BNK Furex, DHCNJ, and Tangle Dobby. So including the 4 teams that were 3rd to 6th place today in Group B, we'll see those 4 teams tomorrow in the wildcards duking it out for the final 4 spots left in the finals.
I'm happy for Mira Sejong. They have cleared the fraud allegations.
But it was really close. I'm looking at the point totals right now, 59, 56, 56. It was really close over there too.
Yeah, I mean, we saw how close it was after game number 2, right? Game
yeah.
number 2, there was every single team was about a 3-point difference, or at least the top 6 teams were a 3-point difference. So I was surprised that it was that close, and I think the competition has just been getting a lot better and better, on the KR side, which is great to see, right?
Yes,
Great
exactly.
to see. It's great to see, Mira Sejong kind of elevate these other teams, to kind of play at their level.
See them playing a lot more in scrims nowadays as well, so I think they had a bit of a wake-up call after Phase 2.
Oh, were they not playing in scrims much?
Well,
before?
it's not that, but I see their name popping up in scrims a lot more often compared to before. I think they were more on and off, and they have specific days before they used to play in scrims a bit more.
Because I think
but
there's
now
also
it's-
the ERM scrims, which are private,
Yeah.
right? So
Mhm.
maybe they just been playing in that instead, because or sorry, not ERM, the National League scrims. Because
Yes.
National League is obviously like a different format where you have to play 3 different comps, right? You're forced to play 3 different comps. You can't be stuck on one and then maybe swap to another one if a character gets banned. You have to play 3 because you can only play a character 2 times in a 6-game series.
Indeed. There's a lot of things that goes wrong for these players, but the fact that in National League you're forced to play multiple compositions really gives you a lot of leniency and a lot of compositions to fall back to. That's the one thing that I really appreciate about the National League. It helps these seeded teams really have backup plans for when you actually play them.
Yeah. When like if nothing's really working, you can maybe fall back to those other comps, which I think is really, really cool, right? Basically just forces players' hands to learn more characters, maybe cook up some team comps, right?
Get some practice on it.
Yeah, exactly.
That's all you need to do. As soon as these teams get some practice on, because after all, we know Korea for being that region, ever since their competitive region even started to begin with, they adapt to the meta really quickly. So a majority of these top level players, even the ones that we don't see for a long time, have shown us previously they're able to adapt to multiple characters over the course of time. All they need to do is just practice on it and make sure that the orientation of the comp itself is in line with what they actually want to do in game. Because we saw a lot of miscommunicated fights in Group A today, and I think that kind of stems from the fact that some of these teams are playing maybe slightly off comps because of the weird bans that started coming through in the earlier group, with the Adriana getting banned.
Yeah.
That was big.
Adriana getting banned, and then for Group B we had the Mai and Priya ban, and then we also had an Aya ban. But I think the Aya ban was more a forced ban because the Rozzy got banned. So since the Rozzy got banned, they forced the Rozzy players to play Aya. But the Mai ban and the Priya ban, I think, were pretty prevalent. So, these teams need to definitely know how to play these other characters if their picks are taken, right? Example is like Team High. Team High is only known for the Priya plus Tazia. So when they swapped to that complete other comp, they looked pretty
lost.
I would say lost and like uncomfortable on their picks. But yeah, that's just how it goes, right? Like you just have to play different team comps. You have to be prepared for these types of bans in a competitive scene.
That's where the inconsistency really comes into play too. For Team High, as long as the Tazier games are at least pretty good, then I would say to a certain level they can make up for the fact that they're going to be playing uncomfortable compositions. But if you can't do well in the games where
if
you're playing your main
your main
comp,
comp, yeah.
that's where the real problem begins. And again, that's also the reason why the National League teams are the way that they are. They can play those multiple different compositions. They can fall back to those compositions too. That's why they're high level teams, and that's also why they are indeed sponsor teams.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you there. It's it just gives like more options for them. So
It was a great series overall today, though. Both groups A and B now done. We should be able to see which teams moved on into the wild cards. The interview is finally over on the Korean side of things. And also, guys, thanks to daylight saving time, I'm in no rush to go anywhere. That's why we're actually able to spend some time talking to you guys after the actual games are over for the group stages.
yeah, daily savings push everything back an hour or so. Yeah, we're just chilling now.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
We get to go to sleep an hour earlier.
That is true. Yeah, for me, I got some stuff to do today, and I got some hefty hours of sleep right before. But I might take a bit of a nap after this as well, just so I can be a bit more proactive tonight. But of course, maybe before we even start talking about the teams that are going to be playing tomorrow, we'll talk about the time for tomorrow, right? The wildcards, same time as today, where
Same time,
it was
yeah.
4 a.m. Central Time. You can go 2 a.m. Pacific Time. My goodness, that's early.
5
5 a.m.
EST.
Eastern. Yes, sir. Yes,
Yep.
sir.
Because I am EST, so yeah, it is pretty late. You know, if you are Eastern, but or is it? Would it be late or would you consider it early? 5 a.m.
For Eternal Return players, I'll consider it late. For
Consider it late,
regular,
yeah. But yeah, we'll be at 5 a.m. So come back for that if you guys are interested in the wild cards, and then finals will be on Sunday, same time. And after, we will know all of our teams that will be making it straight to the grand finals, and which teams will be knocked down to the LCQ.
Yes,
Do you
for
actually know
sure.
where it's going to be taking place, the finals?
Oh, that is a great question. I would have to assume they made a post about it somewhere, but I haven't checked up on that yet. I would assume that we will know a lot more once the finals of Phase 3 starts coming through, so we'll give you guys more information on that when it does. But guys, here is the wildcard teams that are going to be playing tomorrow, a collective of it, a graphic for you guys to have a simplified version of it, since listening to my voice, it might be nice for some of you guys, but sometimes I get lost in my own voice. I lose track of what I say when I'm listening to myself back after a word or two. So there it is, an actual visual feedback of which teams are going to be playing tomorrow. Once again, Sparkle Esports, BNK4X, DHCNJ, and Tingle Dobby from Group A, Tejon Cybers, Auto Arms, Sin, and Blanche from Group B. On the extended big congratulations to Sin for making it through. One of our new teams will make their showing in the next stage of wildcards. Question is, are they going to be able to do well?
Yeah, I mean, they had a pretty good showing today with their unique comp, but yeah, we're gonna have to see, how it does end up shaping up into these other like really strong teams like Team Sparkle Esports, Team BNK4X, DHCNJ, really aggressive team, and Tangle Dobby. Tangle Dobby actually played pretty well today, as well with Riori on that Adriana, just able to just chunk down teams. Gonna have to see, how Sin does end up playing into these teams. And yeah, we're gonna have to see if their team comp is gonna be able to hold.
Yeah, I think a big one about this too is that Riori's not going to have his Adriana ban tomorrow because both of our Adriana teams either moved on or got eliminated. That's a really, really big part of that.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah, so there
the
will
finals. The two teams from each of the groups that made it through: Miren Sejong Cartel from Group A, Team Asher and Gyeonggi Innate from Group B. The final four teams will be decided after the wildcards tomorrow, as it says, to be determined, TBD.
Yeah. I mean, really, really good teams. Just gonna make it straight in. They all played really well today. They all played really good in the group, and I'm excited. I'm excited for the finals. I'm excited for the wild cards. But yeah, I think that is probably going to be it for us for today. As yeah, I don't think we got I don't think we got anything else for you guys.
Yeah, we should have the replays coming up very soon. I know some of you guys are going to be like, but Shuvi, we need drops. I'll leave the stream on. I'll leave the stream on for the replay. So those of you guys who want to grab those extra few minutes, surely you guys aren't at 1% for your first drop, because at that point, well, be here earlier. Otherwise, for those of you guys in the chat, once again, I do want to sincerely thank all of you guys for showing up. I think today was genuinely one of the more fun series that we had here today.
I would agree. Yeah, I would agree.
If there are any of your friends that want to watch competitive, I would highly suggest watching today's, because it's a whole fiesta of fights, a whole fiesta of third parties, a whole fiesta of macro plays, a whole fiesta of micro plays. We had all of it in one package.
Yeah, and if you guys don't know, the wildcards will be a 6-game series, so it's not going to be like the 4-game series for these group stages, and the finals will be our typical checkpoint format finals. If you guys have never came for an ERM, the classic checkpoint is teams need to get to 55 points, and then they need to get that to win. So, so realistically speaking, the games the finals could go up to 9-10 games.
No.
Wait, how many games was it? On
8.
It was 8? Oh, wow. Okay.
What do you mean just 8? We thought it was good. I told you earlier, right? Gyeonggi and 8 got the checkpoint by what, game 3
yeah,
or 4?
and then they never were able to win.
It never ended. Everybody in chat got exactly what they wanted. Curse you, Gyeonggi and 8, or BNK.
Hey, at least it wasn't 9 or 10 games, right?
That's true. We still don't have Mr. Bubble Man coming back, which means the 10-game thing hasn't happened yet. Only when Locke was here have we ever had 10-game series for these checkpoint. I think globally, actually, I don't think we had a 10-game series for checkpoint anywhere else in the world.
Every team being in checkpoint is crazy. Like a golden game. That sounds kind of nuts.
Yeah, maybe one day you'll be able to experience that yourself as well. But just real quick for some announcements over here. LCQ, the signups are already going on. I know it doesn't matter for a lot of you guys in chat, but that is on the horizon. That's going to be keeping up very, very soon. Once again, the Charlotte's emote, play for 2 hours. That's all you need to do. And then go check your event quests.
It's actually crazy because the emo plays the music as well. So if you guys don't know about the meme with Charlotte dancing, well, here it is. Yes. You're able to get the emote. You just have to play 120 minutes, so 2 hours, and you can claim it for yourself in game.
I think this is the first emote that we're actually getting from a meme.
A meme, right? Yeah.
I'm honestly surprised that.
Actually, no, because we got the Charlotte's. Was
there another one?
Metal pipe.
Well,
did we get a Charlotte metal pipe?
Yeah, but I think that was also this patch. Like, I'm considering this patch as like the first set of our. Wait, was the pipe one in before?
I don't. No. Yeah. It was in the last patch, I think.
Oh, okay. Well,
there's National League finals as well coming.
Yeah, because now it's the year end, right? That's the big thing that the National League was mentioning. It was announced at the beginning of Season 4. They had the whole thing during Season 4. And now that it's the end of Season 5, it's the end of National League too. So all of the weeks that National League has been playing, that's gonna come to an end. There it is, Daejeon Esports Arena. It's gonna be in the same arena as it always has been. I do hope, by the way, that they improved a lot on concessions as well as the ticketing and the seats. Because I mentioned it to you during Season 4, where a lot of people had complaints about whether you go to the market or you go to the game.
Yeah. I'm sure they probably fixed a lot of stuff because
they got a lot of feedback about that last season. So I'm sure they've improved on it. We'll keep track of it. That's going to be, I didn't check the dates, but I think it's about a month away from now.
It was the 6th of December.
Yeah, so LCQ in
it's actually going. It's actually going to go for 3 days, I think, or 2 days. This is 6, 7, 8.
Oh, that's true, because they have to take care of the National League stuff as well. Oh, wow. I wonder
because National League usually runs for 2 days, right? Like on the weekend it runs for 12 games. I guess the finals is 3 days, so it's 16 games.
Wow, that is going to be brutal for teams that are in both National League and the ERM finals. Holy crap.
I don't think the ERM finals are on the same week though, right? It's probably the week after.
No way. Because I don't know if their schedule allows for that, right? Because we only have 3 weeks left of the season.
The season. Wait. Yeah, I'm not too sure. But we'll have to double check and
Yeah.
eventually they'll end up telling everyone. So
Absolutely. But super, that should be the end of it for today. The Korean casters have all bowed their heads. We're going to dip out of here, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much once again for joining us for the group stages of Phase 3. We will see you guys back here tomorrow for the wildcard stages and see which 4 teams are going to move on into the finals.
take care, everyone. We'll see you guys back here tomorrow. Take care. Take care. Bye bye.
Bye!
생존자가 사망했습니다.
숨바꼭질 시작이구나. 숨었지? 시작한다. 원래 술래는 아주 빠르고 영리한 거야. 자, 잘게 찢어줄게. 놀래키는 일에는 자신 있어. 찾았다. 놀랐지? 네가 첫 번째로 당첨이야. 아하, 너네 거기 있었구나. 많이 아플지도 몰라. 도망가면 안 돼. 뚫고 죽여버릴지도 몰라. 지져볼까? 좀 더 해치울 수 있다니까. 아직 멀었어. 사람들에게 행복을 선물하고 싶어. 태어나서 연애해본 적 없으면 마법사가 된다고 하잖아. 마술사는 될 수 있더라고. 마술사 등장! 새 무대를 준비해볼까? 지금 필요한 건 웃음과 마술이야. 동정과 카드, 어느 쪽이 좋아? 비비디 바비디 붐! 말하는 대로 이루어져라! 나에게 필요한 건 실력보다 미소. 어우, 좀 이상하니까. 표정이 왜 그래? 여기야! 우리 비둘기가 자기가 당신보다 머리 좋을 것 같대. 어떤 카드가 좋아? 널 위해 준비했어. 토끼와 함께. 우리 비둘기가 살려달래. 폭력 반대. 웃어줘.
대부분의 문제는 폭발로 해결돼. 예술은 폭발이야. 터뜨릴 준비는 끝났어. 그냥 터뜨려버리면 안 되나? 기폭시켜줄까? 날려버리는 수가 있어.